Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Joe Lanou. Welcome to day 20. That in Spanish, that is Bente. Welcome to day 20 of the Karen Reed murder trial. We have G.I. Jane, I believe, will be taking the stand once again to finish out her testimony and then be cross examined. Hopefully, she has been doing her breathing exercises. But we are looking forward to a great day in court. It will be a half day in court, so we'll definitely get through her and maybe one other person, maybe two, but it'll be a short day. But we're looking forward to it. It's going to be a great day here on Kingdom Radio Live, Joe Lanou, and We the People Live. If you have any comments,
what do we think?
Here we go. There you go. Unmuted.
What do we think? We think we have. We'll see a reconstructed tail light this morning, and then call it a day.
No, I think you're going to see a reconstructed tail light, which is almost impossible to do unless you broke it, collected every single piece, and scattered them all around, and made sure you found all of them. Come back a week later, 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later. I think that's more proof that it actually was planted versus naturally happened. But you're going to see that. But then when she gets cross-examined, I think that's when you're going to see more fireworks with her today. And I think you're going to see Allison McCabe is going to testify today as well, but we'll see.
And who is Allison McCabe?
I'm not sure. I would imagine she would. Let me see here. The afternoon session will be Allison McCabe testifying about her movements on the night in question, adding context to the timeline of events and the presence of various individuals at the scene.
So is she related to Jennifer McCabe?
I don't know. I'm just reading what ChatGPT put out there. But no, I think the McCabe's have already. I think the McCabe's have already testified. They've already put all those people in there. I just did if you go to ChatGPT, I said, write me a description of day 20 of the Karen Reed murder trial, and it's talking about Ryan Nagel and all that. Ryan Nagel and all them. They've already testified.
I thought that you had contacted your inside information on Turtle Boy.
No, actually, he had a show last night. It's like Tuesdays and Saturdays. So he had a show last night, and I was going to start watching it, and then something came up, and then there was a wedding that we were talking about, and then I said, I'll watch it later. Then all of a sudden, there was a Christmas person who was like, had a bad experience, and he wanted to talk to me until like midnight.
The fastest run from home to first, 3.3 seconds. And you can score Astros tickets almost as quickly at Ticketmaster.com/MLB.
Why would you want to score an Astro ticket? It's horrible.
I know. So anyway, I stayed up to like midnight listening to a friend of mine. Yeah, Kingdom knows her name as if an attorney with inside scoop. Good morning, 2A Talking Tactical. Oh, we're also probably going to hear from John today. I have a strange feeling. Our buddy John Cox. No, but yeah, I was up till like midnight, so I didn't even get a chance to catch the Turtle Boy and what he was talking about, but he was breaking down the testimony. I just didn't get a chance to catch up with him. But have we had our morning coffee already?
Well, we've had some storms here in North Texas that have been pretty concerning this morning. But
really,
yeah, we're about to have our get our coffee on now.
Oh, there's been one of those the power's out situation.
We have lost power for a bit, but looks like we're back up and running. Got pretty hairy early morning.
Dude, I'm telling you, North Texas, for those of you who do not know about North Texas, it's in a vortex of the warm and cold jet streams, and it's just a recipe for hail. Like there's like more hail that seems to fall in North Texas than anywhere else. I mean, tornadoes, maybe not as much tornadoes, but thunderstorms, terrible storms, damaging hail is like North Texas, the Dallas area. That's the MO over there. So whenever there's like a storm, most people are like, oh my God, this is like, oh, it's normal. It's just another Tuesday. There's a bad hailstorm that broke out the windows of my car. It's pretty normal, isn't it?
No, without a doubt, we'll have spring storms, but still God's country here. Nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about. I like that. But do you think that young lady, G.I. Jane, do you think she is doing her breathing exercises? Because as soon as they start talking about that taillight, she really, you can tell she was calm and she could answer some questions. But as soon as you started mentioning the word taillight, boy, she started like hyperventilating. Isn't that?
I think she'll come in with a fresh juice box and a fruit roll up. She'll be good to go.
Oh, you think so? I don't know. I think once Alan Jackson gets up there, and assuming that he's there today, I couldn't imagine why he wouldn't be. I think when Alan Jackson gets up there, I believe that he's gonna really put the pressure on her.
No, we'll see. I'm curious to see what original testimony is about the taillight. We haven't even got there. We're opening labels right now.
Yeah, and like last time when we were talking about the hair, the side-by-side comparison, we didn't really get a chance to see a side-by-side comparison from the courtroom. Luckily, I was able to grab this off the internet. But with those two pieces of hair, one was like this and one was like that. It seemed like Alan Jackson, he wasn't allowed to really dive into how did they get there? Were they glued or how were they attached? Oh, you just grab. I mean, you think they went 60 miles like that? Clearly looks like the police were covering that up. Or they planted it, is what I meant to say. And then, of course, when we were looking at our buddy John was definitely pointing out the dog bite in the clothing where it clearly looks like a dog bite versus road rash. That one over there was the most the reasonable doubt that I've heard is or seen is the shirt.
I missed a bit of what you said. I had to step away for a fresh cup of coffee.
Oh, a fresh cup of coffee. You're lucky. I was talking about the two things I thought was. Oh, here we go. We're back in action. All right, we're going to take you to this feed right here.
Hear ye, hear ye,
Hear ye, hear
All parties
ye.
having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice W. Canoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court with and for the county of Norfolk. Draw near, with your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. You may be seated for now in session.
Good morning, Esther.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Counselor, can I have you identify yourselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson. Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors.
So I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case since we were last here? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left it the other day? Everyone said no issue. Okay, thank you. May we have Ms. Belair, please?
Just watch your step again. Maintain your face apart.
You raise your hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given in court and jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
spell your last name again?
Sure. Vallier.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Now, Ms. Vallier, when we had left off the other day, I believe you had just looked at some photos of item 7-16, is that correct? If you recall.
It's been a few days.
That's what, Your Honor.
Yes.
And Ms. Vallier, I'm going to show you a series of 6 photographs. Ask you to just review those.
All right, so I'm going to remind both of you to keep your voices up. Mr. Lally, when you're facing the witness and you're this close, I guarantee you nobody behind you can hear you.
Understood. And Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's in those photographs?
No.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Photos that I took of item 7-16.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, the call will seek to introduce in a minute. Exhibits. Can I just see them, please? No objection.
So we have on the stand Ashley Vasilier.
AKA Peter Pan.
And I like G.I. Jane. You like Peter Pan better?
I'm not seeing G.I. Jane there, but I see Peter Pan.
332, 333, 369, 370, 371, and 372.
Thank you.
332 and 333. Skip over.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I have those published for the jury?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2059. Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen is that photograph, which is now marked as 332?
Yes.
Is that one of the items from 7-16 next to the ruler with the measurements corresponding to that item?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2081.
It's going to be rough going through each one of these groupings, explaining what they are prior to
And Ms. Blair, what's up on
and
the
how they
screen,
put them together.
Is that another piece from 7-16 that's now been marked as exhibit 369?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Blair, as far as this particular item is concerned, with reference
Here's a picture of Turtle Boy
texture of
outside
that
with his
what, if anything, did you note or observe?
They made him turn his shirt inside out.
I'm sorry, the texture?
I'm sorry, do you have the laser pointer in front of you or not?
Oh, yes.
Now, as far as the surface area of that particular piece of plastic, how would you describe that?
I mean, there are little dots on it. They're not just like dimples of a sort.
Stippling or dimples of some sort on a piece of plastic.
Yes.
And as far as those stipplings or dimples on the piece of plastic, were those flush with the rest of the plastic? Were they raised a little bit? How were they sort of configured?
Range brings up something I've
recall.
heard many times from observers is, it takes more to break the tail light. Have you seen anything on the force it requires to break these polyplastic tail lights on a Lexus?
064. And again, Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen is now been marked as Exhibit 371. Do you recognize that?
I do.
I believe the state's response to that is 26 miles an hour in reverse generates enough force to break
Correct.
the tail light.
They found that out later, and then they came up with a narrative of 20 some miles an
Yes.
hour, because that was something like that, I believe.
Ms. Blair, I'm showing you another series of 11.
Because if not, they
photographs.
planted it.
Can you tell Mr. Yannetti what those are so he can look at his copies?
Council was shown each and every one of the photographs prior to the court coming in today. But I'm happy to give them to council as well.
I'm just trying to save some time.
Right, I just need to know the particular evidence numbers at the end.
It's kind of crappy. He's like, I've already showed it to him. That's the thing. I've already done that.
Yeah. Say you're sorry. I already said I was sorry yesterday.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
Or what do you recognize those to be?
I'll tell you what, we
photos I
have
took of item
CSI
7-16.
range minded this
So
morning.
Additional items
It
contained
says,
within item 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And what's contained
Plus
in
the
those
size
photographs,
of-
is that a fair
of
and
the
accurate
impacting
portrayal of
object
what
may
you
influence the
observed
size
during
of
the
the
course of
broken-
your examination and
He's-
analysis in regard to
I mean,
item 7-16 in this case?
He's
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next
He's
11
digging deep.
exhibits.
Any objection?
I'm not going to have an objection, but again, I just need to know what numbers.
I think Range Minded likes this haircut, and then ever since he's seen that, he started with the M&M, and he hasn't stopped. He's got a thing for women with bleach blonde hair.
It could be. Does her hair have a slight green tint to it? It's just the way I'm seeing it.
That's a good question. I'm thinking that we started off aiming for blonde, but there's the roots. The roots.
The roots ruined it.
The roots kind of,
73 from 383.
and
Thank
also
you.
the lighting. And when she gets nervous, her hair turns green a little bit. She's an
And Your Honor, with
interesting
court's
one.
permission, if I could publish some of the photos from this packet for the jury.
Okay.
Good morning, counsel.
Good morning, Officer John.
How are we doing this morning?
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2036.
We are doing fine. I was in search of a cup of
And Ms. Blair, do
coffee.
you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 373?
But I found a Coca-Cola.
That was one of
so
the
I'm good.
photos I just looked at.
And as far as the evidence back containing items from 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2039. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now been marked as exhibit 374?
Look like more broken
I do.
pieces of the tail light. Let's see how they fit together.
What do you recognize those to be?
A photo that I took of item 7-16.
She doesn't
Now,
seem as
the
nervous
entirety of the
today.
items contained within that evidence back from the prior exhibit, is that correct?
Not yet. Wait till we
Yes.
get into the real questions.
And Ms.
This is
Gilman, if I could
literally
have 2051.
what was in the envelope questions. We've got Big Ron from the
Oh.
night co-host.
Again, Ms. Blair, do you
Good
recognize
morning,
what's
Big Ron.
up on the screen?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
A photo I took of item 7-16.
And in particular, one of the,
Can you speak up a little, sorry, a little bit
Yes.
slower? Thank you.
in particular, one of the red plastic pieces. From
Oh,
item
he raised
7-16,
his voice.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And for the
He's
record,
been working on it over the
exhibit
weekend.
376.
Oh, I see.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could
Who's
have
this rock
photograph
star that range
053.
minded speaking of?
And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's
He
on the
is
screen?
also
Now
on the
marked as
Alan
exhibit
Jackson
378.
is the
I
White
do.
Johnny Cochran
What do you
fan
recognize
club.
that to be?
One of the photos that I took of item 7-16.
And lastly, from this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2055. And then, Mr. Laird, you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit
Oh, that's
C.
unusual. It
I
is
do.
both a red
And
and
we
a clear
recognize that.
piece in one
One of
single
the
unit.
photos that I took of item
This is a
7-16.
rare piece,
And
folks.
this particular item.
Yeah,
up here
item
at
7-16 really
um,
has some complexity.
describe sort of color, shape, what you observed from this particular item.
It's clear and
That's a
red.
piece of red and clear apparent plastic.
Nailed it.
A piece of red plastic with a piece of clear plastic sort of within the same piece. Is
She
that
has
fair
her
to say?
master's degree, Doc. She
Um,
got
okay.
this.
Yes.
Apparent plastic, yes.
Thank
Is there somebody in the back channel?
Yeah.
Now,
We're about to ask you how you put the puzzle together and every piece was there.
Mr. Laird, if you could
Is that like the song Every
describe
Light
for
in
the
the
jury
House is
again,
On?
just as far as the process that
Can we
you-
put the lights on, Mr. Nally?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Oh, liquid death is
My
how we
fault.
start off?
No, it's okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Ron's hardcore.
Yeah,
Mr. Laird,
Big
if you
Ron's
could,
hardcore now. Don't
explain to the
think he's
jury
not.
again,
When you drive a truck,
sort of
bro,
the
you
process
gotta
that you
have your
undertook,
caffeine fix and
as
your
far as these
go-to.
various pieces.
Liquid
from
death
these
is the
various,
go-to, I see.
Is that an
evidence
espresso
item
and
numbers.
Mountain Dew?
What was the process
Like a
that
monster
you
type of
undertook as
thing.
far as doing your comparison?
So first of all, everything is documented. Each item is documented separately with photographs, notes. I put a label with the case number,
Yeah,
item
she had
number,
some mirror
and
time
then,
over the weekend.
A, B, C, etc.
You're right
If there are
about
multiple
the green
pieces
in the hair. It
a
looks a little
label on
greenish.
each piece. I look at the photos to see if there are any similarities, dissimilarities, to see if there are any potential pieces to compare. And then if I do think that there are pieces that could be compared, I'll open those items and keep them all separate, and then look at them in real time to see if
Oh, Range
it
is
does
on
actually
fire.
look like
Yeah.
they
Chelsea
could
Manning.
be consistent before I bring them close together. And if it still looks like they could be consistent, then I'll bring them together to see if there is an actual mechanical fit, and then I'll document that and look at it under the stereo zoom.
And the device or the
Take a
instrument
breath,
that you're
sweetheart.
looking at
Take a
again,
breath. You
describe
got
for the
this.
jury again what that is.
So the stereo zoom is also called a stereo microscope. It's a microscope that is on a stand, so you can put larger pieces of evidence underneath it.
Now, as far as that initial sort of looking at things together, are you doing that? How are you sort of organizing that? Is that by item number, by color, or by something else?
I did this by color because it seemed the easiest way to organize all of these pieces.
And then within the individual item number, say just randomly 7-15, for example, are you looking at that? If there's multiple pieces within an item, are you looking at the consistency within the item prior to looking sort of crossing between 715 to 716? Is that the process?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Very long question, very confusing, my fault. So as far as the comparison is concerned, are you looking solely within an item? So if an item has multiple pieces, are you comparing just those pieces within that item first?
As part of my initial examination, when I'm documenting that item, if there are multiple pieces, I'll compare those pieces first.
And then if there are any pieces that are consistent, are you then cross-referencing that item's pieces with pieces from a different item?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
She's like, it's really not that complicated. Have you ever put together a puzzle? Very similar, sir.
Ma'am, I'm showing you another series of 19 photographs. Just ask you to review those and look up.
I will say she does sound super freaking nervous still. So the juice box and the timeout has not helped.
Well, she got beyond the point where she had rehearsed.
I looked away for a minute. Have you played one of these 25 comments from Range Minded yet?
No, I'm thinking about censoring Range Minded.
You need to put him on a timeout.
Yeah. He's got some back tires in the grass and he's spinning out, afraid he's gonna hit the ditch. You know what? I think it's the same style, but I don't think it's the same outfit, Big Ron. I think it was it not a white shirt that she had with the black jacket?
If Big Ron says it's the same outfit from Monday, I have no evidence to say that he's.
Well, I'm not here to dispute Big Ron. I'm just saying it's possible
Do you recognize
that it's
what's
very
contained in
similar,
those
but not
photographs,
exactly
Ms.
the
Blair?
same.
I do.
Okay.
And what do you
Fair enough.
recognize them?
These are photos from my case of either within the same item that had a mechanical fit that I'd then taped together, or of mechanical fits from between different items.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
I'll move to seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibits.
No objection, but have I seen those yet?
Morning? Right. I was gonna hand them to you after they were marked.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Big difference, range. Big difference.
Yeah, I'm with you, Big Ron. Same coat, different shirt. She's not used to dressing up and definitely not used to talking publicly or in a courtroom in front of millions
Folks,
of people.
She is a scientist. All her coats are white. She works in the lab. She doesn't need all this fancy clothes. She doesn't have time for it. She's knee deep in a stereoscope microscope. Literally like you see on CSI. That's her. Literally.
Mm-hmm.
Then they should have had this solved in about 8 hours.
Yeah, this lady calls jets to the flight deck. Speaking of flight deck, there will be an actual U2 pilot that will be on Night Court with Joe Lanou. Is that tomorrow?
No, that is tonight, folks.
Oh,
We actually
tonight,
have
everyone.
a U2 pilot that's flown this thing as late as like 2010, 2011 over regions like Afghanistan and Iraq in some modern missions with this U2 spy plane.
I'm sure Big Ron woke up with the chub just at the thought.
Don't think he slept, actually.
Participating in this interview.
Yes. The U2 plane is a very unique airplane. Very difficult to land. Very difficult to be into the pilot program. It's not something you aspire to. You're picked. But we'll go through the whole process of the U2 spy plane program and what it's like to fly and what kind of missions it's used for.
They had some good music.
So we have our first band
Go to
reference for the day.
photos, Ms. Blair.
I'm sure there'll be others.
I could just ask as far as,
I just wanted to be on the
as your
record.
analysis was concerned with reference to each of these items. If I could, excuse me, just ask you some questions
To
about
make her
that.
feel comfortable, he's going
Starting
every
first with
sentence
item
also.
3-1. That was the passenger side taillight housing, is that correct?
I believe so.
And you analyzed pieces of that along with the sort of housing unit itself, is that correct?
Oh, do you mean like there was like the taillight and then there were smaller pieces also in the
Correct.
print? Yes.
And you took measurements of the various pieces that you observed?
I did.
And did you record those within your notes?
I did.
Do you recall what those measurements were?
Not without looking at my notes.
With the court's permission, may the witness refer to our notes?
Yes.
This is the first time you're seeing the prosecution's witness referring to the notes before answering. Normally, it's only when the defense asks a question.
Your witness is ready, Mr. Valley.
It'd be
What
remarkable
were
if she
those
could remember the
measurements?
sizes of each piece. I don't
Do you
know.
want all of them?
Just in
Don't test
yes, I mean, first starting with reference to the taillight housing assembly.
Okay, so the taillight I called piece A in this case, and it measured approximately 14 inches by 9 inches by 8¼ inches.
And then which of
Give or
the
take 5
pieces,
inches.
that were contained within that sort of taillight evidence bag did you compare to the taillight housing itself?
So there was a lot of like very, very small pieces that I took pictures of, but they're very, very small, so they were not suitable for comparison, so I didn't look at those. There were some larger pieces that were suitable for comparison, so I did look to see if they fit in with piece A.
And with regard to that analysis of whether or not they fit in with piece A, which of those pieces did you find did fit?
So amongst item 3-1, let's see. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Piece A and piece B fit together mechanically, and then piece A and piece F fit together mechanically.
F is in Frank.
F is in Frank, yes.
And it may be pretty apparent, but if you could, Ms. Blair, just expound upon what you mean when you say they fit together mechanically.
So when things break, they break in a unique pattern. Like it's pretty different every time.
Pretty
A
different.
mechanical fit is bringing two things with broken edges together to see if they were originally part of the same item. See if they if the broken edges align, and if they do, then that's a mechanical fit.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-5, you looked at those various pieces together as well, is that correct?
I believe so.
And were there any 3 pieces in total from 7-5, so A, B, and C, is that correct as well?
May I look at my... Yes.
And what, if any, match did you find with within item 7-5?
There were no mechanical fits amongst those 3 items, or 3 pieces of the item.
And with reference to item 7-6, there were 2 pieces, A and B, within that, is that correct?
May I? Okay. Yes.
And were there any physical matches within those 2 pieces of item 7-6?
No.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-8, do you recall how many pieces were contained within that?
If I may look at my... There were 14 pieces.
And of those 14 pieces, they were each compared to each other, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, mechanical fit did you find between the pieces contained within 7-8?
So pieces C and D were found to fit together mechanically, and then pieces E and F were found to fit together mechanically.
Lauren, may we approach, please?
Yeah.
Your Honor, may we approach this whole hammer hit the taillight thing is just, I don't want the jury to listen to this. It makes us look like we actually did it ourselves. Is this what we're talking about, John?
Yes. I think.
Yeah. I think Range Minded is saying the same thing. He's talking about something that's fast and large. I guess he's talking about the hammer. Like a hammer or a baton. And
Yeah,
that's what John
a head, even if you could believe that a head did that, I would think they're going to be in bigger pieces. And even
I think the taillight will just be cracked.
Well, so that's what I was kind of getting ready to say. So even if there are loose pieces that break off, you're still going to have some cracking in the
You are unmuted.
In the rest of the head or taillight assembly.
And another thing that I think you're not going to see is you're not going to find every single piece.
Oh, no.
There's going to be some pieces you never found because they fell off going down the road or something. You found
Mr.
every
Lair, turning your
piece.
attention to item 7-9.
They're doing
You
shitty
analyzed,
police work. There's
three
no way they
pieces from
found
that, is
every
that
piece.
correct?
Okay.
But has she testified that she was able to put them all back together mechanically?
I just sent a picture of it, but I'll show it to you. Right
Sorry,
here.
could you repeat your question?
How many pieces were contained again within item 7-9?
3 pieces, 7-9,
Yes.
3 pieces.
And what, if any, physical matches did you find contained within that item 7-9?
There were no mechanical fits.
And with reference to 7-10, how many pieces?
So right there, she's testified.
1 piece.
And
There
with
was no-
reference to item 7-11, how many pieces contained within that?
6 pieces.
And what, if any, physical matches did you find contained within 7-11?
There were none.
In 7-11, how many different colors of pieces were contained within 7-11?
There was black, red, and colorless apparent plastic.
Now, with reference to item 7-12, how many pieces were contained within that?
There were 14 pieces.
And of those pieces, again, how many different colors or how many different colors of pieces were?
Did you see that, John?
7-12.
I did, but also see the piece sticking out. That would mean there was something from the inside.
They're all
that pulled
colorless.
out, not
I
in.
know.
And from those,
I
what, if
know.
any, mechanical fits did you observe or did you find within item 7-12?
So there were 3. Do you want me to say all the pieces that fit together?
Please.
Okay. So pieces B, C, D, F, and K all fit together. Pieces E and I fit together. And pieces M and N fit together.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-13, how many pieces were contained within item 7-13?
3 pieces.
And how many different colors of items were contained within 7-13?
It was red and black apparent plastic.
What, if any, physical matches did you find within item 7-13?
There were none.
Turning your attention to item 7-14, how many pieces were contained within that?
There was 1 piece.
And what color was that one piece?
It was colorless.
And turning your attention to item 7-15, how many pieces were contained within that?
There were 8 pieces.
They must think the people of Massachusetts are as
far as
Joe Lanu said,
those 8
Massachusetts
pieces, how
are
many
stupid to think
items were
that
of
the guy's
different
head did this.
color? What color were they?
There were red and colorless apparent plastic.
I agree.
And
Now,
of those
I'm
8
hung up on
pieces,
that
what, if
piece.
any,
Now, if his head
mechanical
hit it, it wouldn't
fits did you
come
find
out.
within that?
So
That
piece
piece.
F and piece H were found to fit together.
And turning your attention
Like
to
they
item
hit it with the
7-16,
hammer
how
on
many
the left
pieces were
side.
contained within 7-16?
Yeah, and then when they pulled the hammer,
There were
out, they
7
pulled that
pieces.
piece out.
And of those 7
Yep.
pieces, what, if any,
Yeah.
differences in color were the 7 pieces within 7-16?
It was red and colorless apparent plastic.
And of those pieces, what, if any, mechanical fits did you find within 7-16?
So pieces A, C, and D fit together mechanically.
Now, with reference to those pieces, once you did those inspection from or analysis from the individual items, what, if anything, did you do with those individual items with reference to the taillight housing?
So before even comparing it to the taillight, I compared all of the questioned items to each other. So that's the 7-5 to 7-19 to see if any of those pieces would fit together. And amongst those, I was able to make 5 larger pieces that I called piece 1 through piece 5.
And of those larger pieces, which
I'm
of those
trying
larger
to-
pieces were you able
I've
to
read that 3 times. I'm
mechanically
trying to
fit
understand
together,
what he's saying.
prior to comparing them to the taillight housing?
He's
Sorry,
trying to
can
say
you-
that They're
From
so-
your analysis
they
of
did
of
such a
those
poor
larger
job.
pieces
Wait till they have a piece of tail light
analyzing them
that's
together with
other than
other
red.
larger pieces. What, if any,
Oh, yeah.
opinions did
Yeah.
you draw? What
No,
any
that's not
conclusions
confusing
did you come to as
at
far as
all.
your analysis of those pieces?
He's such a.
So for the
I feel
larger
like somebody
pieces
ain't got no
amongst
hair on his head.
like the different items that fit together mechanically, I can see that those items were
I gotta run.
once
I'll
a
see y'all
part of
later.
the same unit.
Right.
And so I guess what I'm asking, Nick Valer, is with reference to, say, item 7-6 or 7-5, or the items in and of themselves, which of those items were you, if any, were you able to find mechanically fit with each other?
Amongst sorry, are you asking me like which specific items made up like piece one?
Correct.
Okay, I can. Okay. Okay, so piece one contained pieces from items 7-5, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-13, 7-15, and 7-16.
And then, so based on their mechanical fit, what, if any, conclusion did you draw in reference to those several items?
That those specific pieces from all of those items were at one time together as part of a larger unit.
And then what, if any, comparison or analysis did you do of items between item 7-15 and item 7-16?
So pieces from item 7-15 and 7-16 were part of piece one. I could look through my notes and see if they're a part of any of the other pieces that I fit together.
With the board's permission.
Okay.
Okay, so piece two consisted of pieces from item 7-15 and 7-16.
And then with reference to item 7-6 and 7-11, what, if any, what, if anything, did you observe between the pieces of those?
Okay. So piece three consisted of pieces from item 7-6 and 7-11.
And similar to what you had described before with 7-15 and 16, as far as them mechanically fitting together, and now I'm talking about 7-6 and 7-11, what, if any, conclusions did you draw in regard to that?
That those pieces from item 7-6 and item 7-11 were at one time together as a larger unit.
And then as far as item 7-8, 7-9, and part of 7-16, what, if anything, were you able to do with reference to those?
So piece number 4 consisted of pieces from item 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16.
And as far as mechanically fitting those pieces together, again, what, if any, conclusions did you come to in reference to those items 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16?
That those pieces from item 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16 were at one time together as a larger unit.
Now, lastly, with reference to this, in reference to item 7-12 and 7-14, what, if any, analysis did you do with reference to pieces from those items?
Sorry, which item?
7-12 and 7-14.
I have item 7-11 and 7-12 that fit together for piece number 5.
And Your Honor, with what's now been marked as exhibits 384 through 402, if I could ask to publish some of those to the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2069. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen as now exhibit 384?
I do.
And what are we looking at?
Within item 7-16, those are pieces that were mechanically fit together.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2096. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's now been marked as exhibit 386?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
So that is what I called piece 1. So the piece that is made up of apparent plastic pieces from many of the different items.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just zoom in a little onto the middle of that photograph.
What exhibit number is this, Mr. Valley?
Yes, Your Honor, this is 386. And from sort of this zoomed in version of 386, Ms. Blair, are you able to now see some of the stickers or the evidence stickers that you would put labeling each of these pieces?
Yes.
If you could just use the way to point out the attention where those be in the photograph.
So these labels right here are the labels that I put on each piece individually when I initially examine it. So all of the little white labels.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2097. Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what has now been marked as exhibit 387?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's still piece 1. It's just from a different angle.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2101. And Ms. Blair, you recognize what's up on the screen now that has been marked as exhibit 390?
One thing unique about
I do.
What are we
the
looking
plastic that they use to make
that's
tail lights
still
that it's
piece 1
impact resistant.
from another photos taken from another angle.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2103.
The cops didn't know
And Ms.
that
Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 392?
just the
I
crack
do.
in the taillight would have been enough, but they had to break it open to make it
That
look
is
more
another
dramatic.
angle of piece 1.
Well, they had to have evidence from the vehicle left on the scene for sure to make it cleaner if it was a cover up.
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. That makes sense too. You
Ms.
got to
Blair,
put the
do you
tail light
recognize what's
there.
up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 395?
I do.
And
But once you break it the first time, it doesn't look good. It looks like I hit it with the hammer.
May I look at my
Just
notes?
break the whole
Okay.
thing.
Okay. So that is piece 2.
I think this is the state's strongest
And Ms. Gilman, if I could add
witness and
2110.
evidence so far.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little bit on the stickers on
You
this.
talking about this lady or the tail light on the front yard?
Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on
The
the
tail
screen,
light,
which is
all
now
of it
marked
together,
as exhibit
everything put
398?
together. If
I
the
do.
jury believes this, then
that
you're going
is
to have a
piece
hard time
3.
believing that Karen Reed
And Ms. Gilman, if
wasn't
I could
involved
have
in
photograph
John O'Keefe's
2111.
death.
Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom into the stickers. Ms. Blair,
Well,
do you
the
recognize
tail
what's
light
up on the screen, which
in the
is now
yard
marked
and the
as
tail light
399?
in
I do.
its clothing, but they extracted it and
That
then
is piece
sent it.
4.
And Ms.
Are you
Gilman,
asking?
if I could have photograph
No, I mean that's what they
2113.
did. You think they would leave it in the shirt, or I guess you could take it out of the shirt, I guess.
Yes, you can zoom in just a little.
But you send her every single piece of the
Ms. Blair, do
puzzle
you
to put
recognize
back
what's up on
together.
the screen now
It's so
that's, been
unusual you would
marked as
have
exhibit
every piece of the
401?
puzzle.
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That is piece 5.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm
Madam
buying the
Mayor,
testimony.
Yes.
I'm saying if the jury believes this
So Ms.
this
Blair,
lady on the stand
earlier
and
I
believes
put
that
before you another
the
23
tail light
photographs. Do
was
you recognize
found
what's
on
depicted
scene,
in those
and you would
23
have to
photographs?
say that
I do.
Karen
What do you
Reed had
recognize
something to
that?
do with this.
That's
Or-
comparisons between item 3-1 and piece 1.
Or the
And item
police
3-1
landed
again
it there
was
is
the
the only
tail
other
light, is
thing
that
that
correct?
makes sense.
Well, that wouldn't be you're believing this testimony
Your
and believing that tail light was
Corporate
found on the
Commonwealth will
scene.
seek to
So that would
introduce in the
negate
minutes the
everything I
next
just said.
exhibits.
You're right.
Well, the taillight was 100% found on the scene, but how did it get there is the question.
No, I agree. That's what if you believe that police didn't plan it and that it was found on the scene, then you would have to put her involvement in John O'Keefe's death, whether that's murder, whether what culpability she's got. But you couldn't ignore that she was involved in it.
She's not laughing right now. She's not doing her normal, oh, we got this. We kicked ass. Oh, my God, the trial is going so great. She doesn't have that look on her face right this second, at least.
Her defense team has to know that this is some crucial testimony that they're going to have to refute, some sort of impeach or throw some doubt in on it. So I'm curious to see what happens when they do cross-examination.
I'd be 100% surprised if Yannetti actually takes the stand. You would have to have Alan Jackson for this cross-examination.
Right, and I'm not sure what Miss Little's role is on the defense team. She may be a forensic expert, because a forensic expert could maybe beat some of this up. I'm not sure where their attack vector is going to be on it, but I know they're going to attack it.
Well, I heard her speak the other day when she was doing the medical. It seemed like she was doing the medical question. She was not very good. She was not very good whatsoever. All right, G.I. Jane, let's get this thing going. After reviewing the makeup of polycarbonate,
Friday nights all season long. Find where to watch at IONWNBA.com.
We've got our good friend Roger Baker with us this morning. If she is being all smiles and stuff, wouldn't her lawyers tell her to tone it down? Or we'll go back to the hammer one. Okay. I agree, Roger. I think her attorneys would instruct her to keep that down.
I seen there was like 28 messages that I hadn't shown.
4:31. Thank you.
Yeah, I think so too. I was just making commentary.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I may publish some of these photographs for the jury.
Yes.
No, I don't think
If I
there's.
could have photograph 2156.
I don't think there's anything funny about being sitting in that chair on trial for murder, and if you're found guilty, your life
Which
is
you
done.
recognize what's now up on the screen has been marked as Exhibit 403.
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's one of the photos comparing item 3-1 and piece 1.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2125.
Yana, can I have piece 415?
And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 411?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's the contents of item 3-1.
And that's prior to you, at what stage of this analysis or comparison process is that?
So that's actually the
That's when I
assembly. That's
initially
what
looked at item
that's what the tail
3-1.
light looked like on the vehicle before they removed it.
And
If I
then-
may have a moment?
Yes.
This is where those little white pieces that were shattered were just all over the bumper because clearly the taillight was busted right there in the garage. Those little pieces of polycarbonate glass, looking like glass pieces, all over the bumper. Did you remember that one? That one was like, whoa. How did that get there if you didn't break it right there in the garage?
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2150. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 431?
I do.
And what are we looking at in 431?
The spot where the
So on
hammer
the
hit
left
it.
is item 3-1, piece A. And then on the right is piece 1.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2151. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 432?
I do.
What are we looking at in 432?
That is piece 1 on top of item 3-1 in a mechanical fit.
Is that the mechanical fit that you were talking about earlier in the testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
Hey, Joe.
Yes, sir.
I don't think there's any pun intended when she says, yes, that's a mechanical fit, right?
Ms. Blair, in
No,
reference
it means
to
it's a physical fit. No, there's no pun.
those items
I
that you
was talking more
testified
of
to earlier
the-
in item 3-1, the taillight housing, what if any conclusions regarding those items as far as the physical match? What if any conclusions did you come to?
That item 3-1 and the pieces that make up piece 1 were at one time together as a larger unit.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions. May we approach Rob?
Okay. We're about to find out.
Yeah, I was talking about, she looks like she doesn't have many natural fits. Most of her fits are mechanical fits. Joe Lanu.
Yeah. Well, that's some, not sure about that. Don't know if I want to comment.
I don't know if I want to be backed in the corner like that. Even John Cox has just left. He's done with us. Let's see what we have here. We have a comment over here. It's not a hammer. It's a blunt force object. Oh, yeah, there's John. He is listening. It's a blunt force object. I do have something cool here. Let's see here. Since we have some radio silence, I have this guy right here is the friend of Brian Higgins that this is the Matt Kelch, the federal digital forensic expert. This guy also testified in the trial with Patriot tight end Aaron Hernandez when he was talking about how to destroy a SIM card and how it's an effective way of making sure the investigators don't find deleted text messages. So that's the Matt Kelch that's friends with Mr. Higgins.
So a definitely expert on how to get rid of data from your phone.
Yes, and Haas long to dying cold. Yeah, definitely someone who has experience testifying in major trials.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, let's find out.
You have testified that when evidence comes into the crime lab, it's given crime lab evidence or item numbers, correct?
It's given a case number, and then each piece of evidence gets its own individual item number.
Okay, and if you just keep your voice up because we want to make sure that the last jurors here can hear you. Consistent with that policy, the evidence that your lab received in this case was also given those item numbers, correct?
Correct.
So I'd like to ask you about one particular item number in this case, 7-18.18. Would you agree with me, and feel free to check your records, but would you agree with me that that was the item number given to, quote, debris from orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, end quote?
I can, okay.
And again, it's 7-18.18.
Debris from orange t-shirt 7-17 and gray long sleeve shirt 7-18-JO.
Terrific. Item 7-18.18 did not include the orange t-shirt itself, correct?
No.
Believe that you just testified that was given a different item number, which was 7-17?
I believe so.
And 7-18-18 also did not include the gray long sleeve shirt either, correct?
I didn't look at
Yannetti, you
7-17
better
or
do a
7-18.
freaking
I
good
only
job,
received
dude.
the debris from.
Okay, well, yeah, that's my point. So with regard to the orange t-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, those were given separate item numbers, and you examined what was the debris allegedly from those shirts, right? 7-18.18, correct?
Correct.
And that debris consisted of different categories, did it not?
There were different things inside of it, yes.
Yes, different categories of things, correct?
I'm sure.
Shit.
All right, so
He's
one
asking
category
questions
was
fast.
dirt and debris, correct?
They know they can shake her.
Yes.
You did not test the dirt and debris, correct?
Correct.
Another category was, or were, I should say, several apparent hairs.
I don't know nothing about no hair.
She ain't asked permission
yes.
to look at her notes
And you did
anymore.
not test those hairs, correct?
Correct.
And another category, I believe you've already testified to, consisted of several pieces of red apparent plastic and one piece of clear apparent plastic that measured 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. Is that accurate?
Okay, so there were several pieces of red apparent plastic and then one piece of clear apparent plastic measuring approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. Yes.
Okay. And I apologize for continually reminding you, but I'm just mindful that everybody needs to hear you. So to the best you can, if you can just keep your voice up, I'll try to do the same.
What if it's possible they could turn the microphone
So
up?
when those
What's the
several
purpose of the
pieces of
microphone?
apparent red plastic and one piece of apparent clear plastic came into your possession, those pieces were obviously not embedded in either shirt when you examined them, correct?
I don't know. I didn't examine the shirt.
Well,
They
so
know
to
if
my
she
question,
raises her voice,
the
she'll get
pieces
more
that you
nervous because she
saw
doesn't like talking.
were not embedded in a shirt when you examined them, correct?
Correct.
And again, that's because you never took possession of any shirt in this case, correct?
Correct.
The pieces were loose and they were not embedded in anything, correct?
The pieces were, well, I examined the debris from the shirt. I don't know what the person who packaged it did to collect that.
Okay, and so it goes without saying that you never saw those pieces on either the orange shirt or the gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
I did not.
And you obviously had no control over how the evidence was handled before it came into your possession, correct?
We have a chain of custody in the laboratory, but I did not follow the evidence as it went through the chain.
Okay, and we'll talk about the chain of custody in a minute. Before this evidence came into your possession, you did not witness who seized it, correct?
Correct.
You did not witness who handled it, correct?
Correct.
Before it came into your possession, you don't know who had access to that evidence, correct?
So all of our evidence is stored in locked facilities.
Right, but I guess let me modify that question. Before it came to your lab, you don't know who had access to that evidence, correct?
Correct.
You also don't know, before it came to your lab, whether the shirts in question were at all times kept separate from the red or clear plastic pieces of well, I said pieces of plastic that were in the possession of certain members of the state police, correct?
Correct.
The chain of custody at the
It's
crime lab
apparent
started
plastic.
with noting the state trooper who actually delivered the evidence to your lab, along with the date, correct?
Oh, it's Michael Proctor.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. The chain of custody at the crime lab starts with noting which state trooper delivered the evidence to your lab and the date that he or she delivered it, correct?
Or a crime scene responder, but the person who drops off the evidence to the laboratory, yes.
Okay. And in this case, which particular state trooper delivered the orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt to your crime lab?
Uh-oh.
I don't know.
What?
Well, which
What? He's like,
state
well,
trooper
what?
delivered the pieces of red and clear plastic pieces, I should say, that you just testified about?
The item 7-5 to 7-19.
Right.
Oh my
the
God.
several
She's
pieces of
playing
red,
stupid.
red apparent plastic and one piece of clear apparent plastic measuring 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. That's what I'm referring to.
Wait, sorry, could you repeat the question?
I want you to say Michael
You understand what I'm
Proctor
talking
brought
about,
them
right?
to
In terms
you.
of the several pieces of red apparent plastic and then the one piece of clear plastic that you have the measurements for?
You're talking about the apparent plastic that I noted in the debris of
She looks a lot more calm lying.
7-18.18.
Correct. Which state trooper was it that delivered that?
I don't recall. I'm supposed to lie. I don't know if I can.
Do you know?
Yes.
Sorry,
I do.
that's that's an odd question.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if you want her to repeat it, Ms. Giannetti. Go ahead. You have to repeat that, please.
So evidence is submitted to
what you just said that he missed.
Oh, I said that's kind of an odd question.
Oh, not for me.
Did Michael Proctor bring the fucking thing?
Do you have a
What I'm
record of
asking
that?
you.
A record of what?
A record of which state trooper delivered that debris to the lab?
So it wouldn't be delivered as like debris. It would be delivered as the individual piece of
Do you
clothing.
know the fucking police officer
then got
that
assigned,
did that brought that?
item 7-18, I believe. And then as someone analyzes it, each offshoot of that piece of evidence gets a 7-18 point something. So the debris collected from that shirt is 7-18.18.
This politician kind of walking through like not answering your question.
When those several, actually, let me strike that.
This is where Yannetti is not as good as Alan Jackson because it doesn't know the question after she skirted around it.
Take your time, Mr.
4 or
Yannetti.
5 times. Now he's like,
okay,
how
so
the hell
want
do I
confirm
get her
with
to
you
say that
when
Michael
you were
Proctor
assigned
brought
to
that?
this case, you were aware that the date of the incident was January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. And it's your testimony that you don't know which state trooper delivered the shirts to the lab, correct?
I could look at my notes because I have a printed chain of custody.
Sure. If you would check your notes for that, please.
Okay.
So you're saying you don't know the officer that brought it? No, I'm not saying that. It's like, well, bitch, you sure are skirting around the fucking question.
Curious why she wouldn't go to the chain of custody. That's what it's there for. She may not have been the person that personally received it when it came to the lab. Could have been somebody in intake, but the chain of custody would request.
Okay, so submission 7, which is everything that's item 7- in this case, was submitted by Trooper Michael Proctor, I believe.
Oh, that was the answer to my question. Thank you.
That was the last 5 questions.
How long after January 29th of 2022, according to your records, did Michael Proctor deliver that clothing to the crime lab?
Oh shit! It was like a week later after the other stuff.
It was delivered on March 14th, 2022.
Okay, so about 6 weeks or so after January 29th, is that accurate?
Sure.
Given that your lab received this evidence on March 14th of 2022, you can't testify to the chain of custody of the clothing or the pieces of plastic prior to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And except for the tail light housing that was seized by Maureen Hartnett, except for that, your chain of custody at the lab for the 2 shirts plus the pieces of plastic in 7-18.18, that began on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So between January 29th of 2022 and March 14th of 2022, you do not know what Michael Proctor did or didn't do with the orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, I'd like to discuss with you, if I might, Michael Proctor's submissions of the pieces of plastic that you've testified about. Your lab received from Michael Proctor several different evidence bags containing red, clear, and black pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
Some of those evidence bags contain relatively small pieces of plastic in them, correct?
Correct.
And some of those evidence bags contained larger pieces, right?
Correct.
The evidence bags that you received listed the dates of recovery of those pieces of plastic, did they not?
I believe so.
And the evidence bags that you received also listed the officer who recovered the plastic pieces, right?
I believe so.
And again, when you receive those evidence bags, whatever numbers are on them, your lab assigns them your item number, correct?
Correct.
So I'd like to ask you first about item number 7-8. Do you have a record of that?
Yanetti's doing pretty good so far.
Yes.
We got the Michael Proctor dropped it off, so that means you can't
Now,
trust a damn thing after that.
Evidence bag, item number 7-8, contained multiple pieces of red, black, and clear pieces of plastic, correct?
Okay.
Short line.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
She's back to asking about her notes.
Yeah.
Contained 14 pieces of red, black, colorless, and silver colored apparent plastic. Yes.
Okay. And the date of collection was February 3rd of 2022?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay. Because this is not making the prosecution's case. So what was he trying to say? They found him at 2 different times?
Item 7-8.
Yes.
February 8th.
February 3rd, 2022.
Okay. And that was, if you have that in front of you, that was also collected by a trooper named DeChico, correct?
Did Chico drop this off February 3rd? Proctor dropped off 3 months later,
yes,
the rest of it.
I may approach you on it?
Yes.
He's talking about date of collection, but the defense is going to try to find some issues with the paperwork and chain of
So I
custody.
show you a photograph. Can you identify what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the handwritten label on item 7-8.
That would have been the evidence bag that your lab received and gave item number 7-8 to it, correct?
Correct.
And that appears to be an exact, photograph.
I don't think
of the
there's an
actual bag.
objection to it, so we
Yeah,
can
that's
just put
true.
it in.
Okay. May I offer that, Your Honor?
Sure.
Yeah, so they're saying that this officer turned in the taillight February 2nd, but Michael Proctor came back with another bag of
May I display that
taillight
to the jury,
evidence
Your Honor?
that was in March.
And this is
And those 2 pieces fit together, but it was a month later they found more stuff.
Well,
that
if you-
is
if you go in the
what I
chain of
just showed
custody-
you on the screen, correct?
Let's see.
Correct.
And that's where it's indicated what the date of collection was and which trooper collected it, correct?
Correct.
All right, we can turn the lights on for a minute. And you would agree with me that that date, February 3rd of 2022, was only 5 days after the January 29th blizzard, correct?
I don't recall the dates of blizzards, but
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm sorry.
let's put it the date of the incident. You would have
Okay.
previously testified that was January 29th, correct?
correct.
All right. And February 3rd was 5 days after that, right?
Yes.
All right. I'd
At
like
least
to
she's
show
laughing on the
exhibit
stand.
279, please.
Okay.
Now, exhibit 279, which is displayed on the screen now, this is one of the photos taken of some of the contents of the item 7-8, is it not?
That's the entirety of the contents of item 7-8.
Okay. You would agree with me that those were the pieces that were inside that evidence bag, labeled February 3rd as the date of recovery, 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you see that there are some relatively small pieces that were allegedly found on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, Your Honor, I'm continually showing photographs. We can turn the lights on and off, whatever the court's preference is.
You can just tell the court officer when you want the lights turned.
Okay, all right. So they get turned on for like a question or two, and then I turn them back off. But
However you want to do it.
that's fine. All right, so I'd like to contrast some of those pieces with some of the pieces that were found days and weeks later by Michael Proctor. And I'd like to start first with item 7-13. This is, I'd like to display exhibit 343, which, Mr. Bates, is item 5. Okay. All right. You were previously asked about exhibit 343, which is now displayed on the screen.
Yes.
And that is the first evidence bag submitted by Trooper Proctor, is it not?
So in mine, sorry.
And you know what, let me rephrase that. He submitted evidence bags all at one time, correct?
Yes.
All on 314. So when I said the first evidence bag, I meant the earliest date of collection. I should have asked it that way. February 8th of 2022.
Sure, I don't know all of the dates that each item was collected on.
Okay, but in any case, those, according to the evidence bag that you received, the contents of that bag, which were, again, pieces of plastic, correct?
Pieces of apparent plastic.
Pieces of apparent plastic. Those were found 5 days after the pieces that you previously testified were found by the Chico, right, on February 3rd?
Correct.
All right. And February 8th was now 10 days after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
If he's trying to shake her, he's not really shaking her.
Exhibit 346, which is 5A.
They must have had Alan Jackson doesn't want to do it because he doesn't want to look like a bad guy beating her up when she's clearly innocent. But she was not very forthcoming with it.
Looking
Was
at
Michael
exhibit
Proctor.
346, you will agree with me that this particular piece found on February 8th by Trooper Proctor was quite a bit larger than many of the plastic pieces that had been found by Trooper DeChico 5 days earlier on February 3rd, correct?
I mean,
Would you say it's
there
larger?
were a variety of sizes of pieces on the other one, but that is what is that, approximately 4-ish inches?
Right, but my point is, exhibit 346, what's displayed, that plastic piece, is quite a bit bigger than the small pieces that were contained in DeChico's collection, correct?
Then some of those pieces, yes.
Okay. Now I'd like to move on to item 7-15, and if I could show exhibit 352, please, which is item 8 Mr. Bates? Okay, item 7-15, the evidence bag that supports that lists the law enforcement officer who recovered the plastic pieces as Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And the date of recovery of those pieces was February 11th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And again, hearkening back to Chico's evidence bag from February 3rd, this is now 8 days later that these pieces are found, correct?
Correct.
And it's now almost 2 weeks that these pieces are found after January 29th, right? 13 days?
Correct.
All right, if I could show exhibit 355, which is 8A, Mr. Bates. You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 11th is also quite a bit larger than those small pieces that were contained in Trooper DeChico's evidence collection, correct? On February 3rd?
Correct.
All right.
So
I'd
if
like
he
to move on
can
to
find the
item
small pieces, but he can't find these
7-16,
big pieces, is that what he's trying to say here?
which is number 9, Mr. Bates?
Yes. And
What exhibit number is this? Mr. Chairman?
And
there's not
this
much they can attack on the
is-
pieces fitting together,
this
so
has
they've got to attack how it
Not
was
yet been
collected.
introduced, so I'm about to introduce
Okay.
it. And in fact, why don't I do that first?
Okay.
If I can approach the witness.
Sure. And there's no objection to this, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'll just have the witness identify it and then offer it. Do you recognize what that photo depicts that I've handed to you?
I do.
What is it?
The handwritten label from item 7-16.
Okay. I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is Jackie Dougal's. She's in the courtroom right now.
Okay,
So it
so,
looks like she's auditioning
If
for
I
a
can
scary
display
film.
exhibit 436, which is number 9.
Who is
Sure.
Jackie Dougal?
And
Good
again, you
question.
just
Can we find
identified
out?
that as the bag supporting item 7-16, correct?
Correct.
That also lists the law enforcement officer who recovered the plastic pieces as Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And the date of recovery of those plastic pieces was February 18th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So Trooper Proctor is now finding
Ooh,
these
I don't
pieces
like
over
several
2
pieces.
weeks
That's general
after
when
the
the
smaller
description of
pieces were
evidence
found by
enclosed
Trooper
should be.
DeChico, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
February
There should be
18th
a
is
count of
nearly
how many
3
pieces are
weeks
in there.
after January 29th, is it not?
Correct.
All right. If I could show exhibit 380, which is 9A, Mr. Bates.
Boston police officer's wife.
You would agree with me
Jackie
that this
Dougal.
particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is also quite a bit larger than those smaller plastic pieces found by Trooper DeChico on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
This one appears to be about 11 centimeters long, approximately.
Sure.
All right. If I could show exhibit 376, which is 9B, Mr. Bates.
Remind me when John returns to find out how he gets a free tea from Chick-fil-A. That's information that myself and our viewers would like to know.
Okay.
I think he has his
And
I'm
you
a
would agree
former
with me
law
that this
enforcement flag
particular
flying
piece
in his
by-
driver's
found
side
by Trooper
window when he
Proctor on
rolls it
February
down.
18th is also quite a bit larger than those smaller plastic pieces found by Trooper DeChico back on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
In fact, that appears to be larger than the piece that you just identified in exhibit 380, correct?
The one that was just on the screen?
Right.
Yes.
This one appears to be maybe about 18 centimeters long. Does that seem accurate?
I mean, it's longer than the ruler.
Okay, yeah. And finally, if we could show exhibit 378, which is 9C, Mr. Bates.
So anyway, that Jackie Dougal, that she was behind an anonymous
You would agree
Twitter
with me that
account
this
intimidating
particular
Karen
piece
Reed
found by Trooper
supporters, and
Proctor
then they
on
found
February
out later
18th
that it
is
was
even
her.
larger than the last one that we just saw, correct?
She's the wife,
in
Boston police officer
length?
wife that was
Yes.
intimidating Karen Reed.
This appears to be
She's in the
So
courtroom.
is
about 19
she under
centimeters
indictment as
long.
well?
No.
I mean, longer than the ruler that's up there.
Weird.
But I have the actual measurement in my notes.
Sure. Well, and the precise measurement's not important. I'm just getting at the relative comparison. This one's certainly quite a bit larger than the smaller pieces found by Trooper DeChico back on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
This larger piece of red plastic, like the previous two that you just identified, were all found on February 18th, about 3 weeks after January 29th, correct, according to your records?
Correct.
And regarding these last three evidence bags, labeled item number 713, 715, and 716 in February of 2022, from February 8th to the 18th, those were all plastic pieces collected by Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to collecting those pieces,
You turn the lights on, Ms. Giannetti?
yes, I'm sorry,
Okay. And we can take that down, please?
yes. In addition to collecting those plastic pieces on all those different days, Michael Proctor was also the person to hand deliver those last three evidence bags, all on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you do not know
That
what
wasn't so
Michael
hard to
Proctor
say.
did or didn't do with those evidence bags of pieces of taillight prior to March 14th of 2022 when your lab received them, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain it. We've already asked that.
Let's talk to Michael Proctor.
Now-
Let's bring him to the stand next.
The taillight of that Lexus sits in the housing of the Lexus, the taillight housing, such that part of the taillight faces the rear of the car and part of the taillight loops around and faces the passenger's side of the car, correct?
Sure.
Right, because it's on the corner.
Sure. Yeah.
You'd agree with me that once you received the final pieces of taillight from Michael Proctor on March 14th, or once your lab received that, you were then able to piece together a majority of the taillight, correct?
So I wasn't assigned this case until later. Once everything had already been submitted to the laboratory.
Right. So it was true that after Michael Proctor submitted these pieces of taillight on March 14th, it was after that that you were able to do the reconstruction that you testified about, correct?
Correct.
If I could have exhibit 432 displayed, which is image 2151, Mr. Bates. That is the reconstruction, the final reconstruction that you were able to do, correct? You would agree with me that there's one section of that taillight that was missing completely, correct?
Correct.
And that missing section is noticeably visible in your reconstruction, is it not?
Yes,
And do you still have that laser pointer there?
I do.
Would you please point to the section of taillight that's missing? Okay. Appears to be a hole on the upper left side of that exhibit.
Is that a question?
Yes, it actually was. I should have said right or correct, but I didn't.
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me, and if we could zoom back out, Mr. Bates. You would agree with me that the portion of taillight that you did not have was strictly on the rear side of the taillight, if I can call it that.
I am not sure what orientation that goes on to a car.
Okay. But in any case, to this day, you do not know where the pieces that make up that hole are or what happened to them, correct?
I do not.
I may have a moment.
Okay.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. So we get to an interesting witness.
Now, Mix Valera, in reference
Oh.
to item 7-17 and 18, the orange t-shirt and the gray sweatshirt, fair to say you never actually physically saw those items, correct?
The clothing? No, I did not.
Now, the debris that was provided, are you familiar with how that process or who got those debris items from those clothing items?
I can look at my notes and tell you who submitted it or who transferred it to our unit.
If you could.
Your witness is ready, Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry. And from your review, who was that person?
Maureen Hartnett.
Now, as far as the 1/8 of an inch by a 1/16 of an inch red and clear apparent plastic pieces that you observed within that debris, that was mixed in with other debris as far as dirt, fibers, things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch pieces that were contained within that debris, was that something that you observed visually or microscopically or both?
So visually, I take overall pictures of the debris, and then I'll look through the stereo zoom to see if there's any anything that looks different, and then I'll take a picture of that. So that is what I did. I looked through the stereo zoom.
Now, as far as the collection of evidence, fair to say you don't know who was a trooper, who was there when they were collected, how many troopers were there when it was collected, anything to do with that, fair to say?
Yes.
And as far as the pieces that you testified to, as far as fitting them mechanically together, all of those pieces then fit mechanically onto the taillight housing taken from the defendant's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Nothing on that.
All right, Mr. Lair, you are all set. Thank you very much.
You know what? I think the defense did a decent job with. I think prosecution's case is tight. This Peter Pan here has got no dog in this fight. She says what she says, and she's honest. I think. I think she's will be received as honest.
All right, to the court, please.
But the defense is painting a picture on the different times that this evidence was recovered, which I think is suspicious a bit. But the delay in getting it to the lab I don't believe is suspicious, because if you'll look at the actual chain of custody form, it'll say that it was recovered at this address at this time, transported to whatever facility, and locked into this evidence locker where it remained locked until it was transported to somewhere else. So I'm not suspicious of the time it took to get to the lab. Now, collecting those large pieces on an area that you've had the crack search team out on to do a search, and they didn't find it. You've had the police chief driving by and find some stuff, but he didn't find all of it. And all these larger pieces, they were just subsequently found over time, I think, are suspect. And I thought the defense was going to get into that this light tail light's on a corner. So if it were to break, you could have pieces essentially going in two different locations, two different directions. And I think they're correct about that. Kind of odd the way it is that you had so much on the bumper. I don't know if I'm buying the bumper thing as much as I might have prior to this. So not a bad job by the defense. It goes back to, and I think this is something Kingdom is sticking on as well, is that if you believe law enforcement has unclean hands on this, then you can't trust anything past law enforcement, or you can't trust any effort that they did.
Well, when she clearly did not want to use the name Michael Proctor, she was asked the question, who was the person? Yannetti could not get her to say Michael Proctor. It took like 7 questions before she finally said it. And I think Yannetti even went as far as to say, was it that hard to say that? That was my question. That's what I've been asking you. She's a smart lady. Every time she was asked the question, she couldn't hear it. Or, oh, you're talking about T53 evidence. It was weird how she skirted around that and just would not answer that question. Michael Proctor is the one who was handling it. That was a little weird.
Well, I don't see it that way, actually. I mean, we're assuming that Michael Proctor, like everybody knows Michael Proctor. If you walk around the state police in Massachusetts, then, oh yeah, Michael Proctor. Yeah, I know Michael Proctor. Everything's Michael Proctor. But She's a lab tech. She doesn't know who these people are. She wouldn't have known Michael. I don't think she would have known Michael Proctor's name from anybody else's. That she didn't realize it was until she actually went to her notes and read the chain of custody.
Until 2 days before the trial, when she's being prepared for the testimony by the DA, and he's telling her, if these questions come up, here's how I would like you to answer this. Maybe
that's not the way that works. They can do some prep, but they can't tell you what to say. And be quite honest with you, you're not going to hide it. It's literally written on a chain of custody, and that's the defense didn't necessarily ask that question. The chain of custody, who dropped it off the lab? Peter Pan's thinking, well, she didn't receive it. She was probably 3 or 4 in the chain of custody before she actually did her analysis. So she's thinking, did so-and-so drop it off to you? Well, no. Lucy from 3 seats down brought that to me and asked me about that. She's not thinking of actually intake of the evidence, I think. But you're not going to hide who brought it in the chain of custody. You're just not going to hide it. Everybody sees it. It's in every one of those forms. It's written on the bag who collected it, and then there's an actual form that goes with it that everybody who touches that piece of evidence must sign and date and the time and reason and location that they had this evidence and whether they open the seal on the bag. So, well, yeah, I don't see her being anything other than honest and maybe a little agreeing to testifying.
True. The finding smaller pieces in the first search, and then 3 weeks later finding larger pieces than you found in the other one, but you missed those larger pieces, but you found the smaller pieces in that search. That's one thing. And then the fact that the second time that you brought back these other pieces that fit into this puzzle, it just so happens to be 4 weeks later and Michael Proctor. That's the best takeaway I can see from this. As far as
I think if the jury took that away, that's a win for the defense, because they were able to use these photographs with actual measurements on it to show how large these pieces were and exactly when they were collected. So yeah, I think if the jury takes that away as well, that's a win.
Yeah. Brother John, are you back from Chick-fil-A getting your free iced tea?
Now, he mentioned going out and running some legitimate errands earlier. I didn't hear anything about I'm going to get some Chick-fil-A, some breakfast sandwich, or some free sweet tea, as he talked about.
Because I know Joe LaNue, and Joe LaNue likes some sweet tea, but he is very sweet tea picky, like most Texans are. There's only a certain brand and kind of sweet tea that LaNue will drink. I've seen it myself. Well, he'll drink it, but he'll definitely not say, "Oh, just go pick up any old gallon of sweet tea." There's a ranking system for sure.
There is a ranking system. If it's not homemade sweet tea, then there's a ranking system for commercially out there. And I'm not a paid endorsement for Milo's sweet tea, but Milo's sweet tea is the best jug tea that one can purchase from a commercial brand. If you're not making it from home, I suggest Milo Sweet Tea. Yes, Walmart carries it in all 50 states. As I traveled, you go to places like Colorado where no one drinks sweet tea, but if you go to a Walmart there, contractually, there'll be some Milos in the cold section.
Yeah, no. All right, so what do you think? I did see this lady sitting in the courtroom, but I didn't realize the backstory. So anyway, this Jackie D, let me share this tab here. This was the, I'm sorry, let me take off the overlay. This was the post right here where it's talking about, I want to make it known that the Twitter account recently circulated is not and never was me. This case has been brought out very worse than people on both sides. The blaming, shaming, and bullying is inappropriate. These words and actions are not mine. That's when she was claiming that she didn't send her threatening messages towards Karen Reed on X. She did it from an anonymous post. And then this was her saying it wasn't her. Apparently, Turtle Boy thinks that she was giving herself up.
So it hasn't been determined whether it was actually her or not. It's just an accusation at this point.
It's definitely an accusation. It was definitely an anonymous person who had apparently made a threat or like, what a harassing type of behavior. Turtle Boy definitely has been he's been charged with witness intimidation, and this is his personal story on his site that's saying that this other person was doing the same exact thing on the other side. So does he have a reason to kind of infatuate a story? Yes, but I don't know, that's just what he said, so you can take that with a grain of salt.
You know what? I actually respect some of the reporting and investigation work that Turtle Boy's done, but there's also a part of it. I think he's quick to go on the sensationalism side. That, like, obviously, you know what? Honestly, Kingdom, it's like when we talk about the plastic. Well, because the police broke it with a hammer, and then the police did this. When there's really not any physical evidence, it's all guessing. That these are possibilities of what it could have happened, but there's no breadcrumbs that lead you down that road. Now, are there some breadcrumbs that say that and on the minimum sloppy police work and incompetent police work was done? Absolutely, I will give you that. But beyond that, we don't have anything just of yet that I've seen that is just conclusive that law enforcement is completely dirty on this. But I think he does a lot of that. Connecting the dots when there's nothing there to connect the dots besides your imagination.
Well, it's just like the lady who just testified, the G.I. Jane or whatever you refer to as. This lady right here,
Peter Pan.
Peter Pan is putting the pieces back together. Peter Pan is putting the pieces back together. And you hear pieces like Haas Long to Dying Cold. You hear pieces like Brian Higgins is butt dialing back and forth to Brian Albert. And you hear some of these pieces that those clearly don't make sense. These major pieces do not fit anywhere in the puzzle of there wasn't something shady going on. These other pieces could fit either way. So her testimony in the taillight, it could fit either way. But these major pieces don't fit in that puzzle. So that puzzle, it's hard for me to believe that what the prosecution's saying when these major Haas Long to Dying Cold, you'd have to ignore that to still be open-minded and not biased to some of these future, witnesses that they're bringing, because these major pieces, you haven't explained how they make sense and how that was possible. Haas Long to Dying Cold and some of those other major pieces.
No, I don't disagree with you. It definitely leaves questions, but the questions themselves don't make an answer. If that makes sense,
right? No, but I'm saying you're trying to be like non-biased. I'm trying to say who won, when we're talking about the taillight and how they collected it, or this little teeny issue of the second bag was brought later, and there were bigger pieces that were found later, and Michael Proctor brought it. It's like, okay, I mean, on its face, there's no evidence to say one thing or another. How could you just be jumping to a conclusion that Michael Proctor is a bad person and whatever? But it's these major pieces. If they're true, then what must have happened? Or if she really ran into him with it, then what must have happened based on these pieces? The pieces seem to fit the other puzzle better. That's what I'm trying to say.
You mean their collection and how they arrived there fits the narrative that crooked law enforcement.
If the evidence was planted, then walk me through the scenario of how they broke the taillight and what must have really happened as the story, if based on this evidence and how they brought it at different. If they were planting the evidence, walk me through pieces that fit, the story that this is what happened. Or if they just did shoddy police work, but she really did hit them and they just really did shovel up and they really did find it on the bottom of the snow, walk me through a scenario of how those pieces fit. Like I said, I think the other puzzle fits better of they planted the evidence, but that's just my opinion.
No, and I get it, and I won't dispute it, to be honest with you. I'm not saying that this is...
I want you to say
best
Michael
ever.
Proctor dropped it off.
I don't know. I think Michael Proctor's character's definitely got some shadows on it and and explaining to do, so to speak. I'll even go back to the search team, this crack search team that they sent out there. If that's your job, is a special duty, is to go collect evidence and find people. And I'm trying to remember back. I believe that lieutenant said that a lot of the officers there, it's like an additional duty, but it was his full-time duty as a lieutenant. That's all he did was manage this team. And you don't have a LED light. You don't have lights on a tripod where you can set up and illuminate an area for a search. Come on.
And
that's just not acceptable.
The funny thing was when he was describing like what is the CERT team, he was like, it's like some better than the other team stuff. What I mean is we specialize in these specific things. And he even went as far as to say the Boston Police Department, the training that you get just to be like an officer, these days it's not really that good. That's why I have my special training where we really train exactly how to take care of these situations. I mean, he testified like that, like he was some bad son of a bitch. And then he started talking a little further and you're like, oh, what?
No, and you show up, you arrive in the darkness. It's not like you got there at noon and were there longer than you thought. You arrive in the hours of darkness. You brought shovels out of your garage, snow blower or leaf blower out of your garage. You don't show up with any type of real command post. You're sitting in your car. You're turning your headlights onto the crime scene to try to search it like it's a kid's kegger in a field somewhere. Don't give. And here's where I go back to: is it dirty cops? Or are they just incompetent? Don't forget incompetence is a very strong possibility that they just not very good at what they do, which makes them look criminal when they're not criminal. They're just dumb.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this Karen Reed murder trial, I know that we probably have another 2 months. It is very exciting, but if I was David Yannetti, just to kind of bring to the jury's attention, how many times have you heard the name Michael Proctor? He said it about 3 times, Michael Proctor. So Michael Proctor gave this to you. Michael Proctor I would have said it maybe 3 or 4 more times and have the jury say, well, stop talking about that man behind his back. Let's hear from Michael Proctor himself. Why are we not calling Michael Proctor to the stand? I mean, that's what you're trying to point out. And there is a reason he's not being called to the stand. But I would let the jury know, as you're listening to this, I want you to realize one person who has not been called. And there's a reason for that. I would definitely have and be emphasizing that by saying his name more and more.
Yeah, and I think that's a defense tactic. I think you're seeing in that. So we'll find out. Yeah, there's no way that the defense doesn't call Michael Proctor to the stand. There's no way.
The defense will, which is even more odd. When you know he's going to be called anyway, why would the prosecution not call unless, I know Vet's like, let's hear from him already. Why would they not call him when they know the defense is calling him? Why would the prosecution not call him?
Well, you know what he's going to say, or maybe not what he's going to say, what you're going to expose him to when you put him on the stand. Everything that the prosecution or the direct examination brings up, it's called opening doors. That during the cross gets an opportunity to cross-examine each one of those points. And I don't think that he's going to stand up under scrutiny very well. So rather than bringing him up twice, they're going to let the defense bring him up once. And that's the thing too, because you could bring him up as a defense prosecution's witness, and then he's so good for the defense puts him on the stand again. That's putting Michael Proctor up there twice. So they may be looking at, if we got to hear from him, let's just hear from him once.
Well, if you get to control,
it's not a good sign. First off, it is 100% not a good sign if that man does not testify for the prosecution, since he was their star lead investigator and his name is on everything.
That is a little suspicious, but correct me if I'm wrong. The jury cannot listen to Michael Proctor plead the fifth. They cannot hear that. Correct?
I believe that is correct. They don't want to impugn the witness's testimony by the fifth. In some places, the judge will instruct that the fifth doesn't mean anything other than that. Don't read anything into it. Other times, they will stop and remove the jury and have a discussion about everything he's going to plead the fifth, and the judge will just try to remove that stuff out so it's not asked in front of the jury. But no, that's actually not true. Sometimes the jury will hear the fifth, and they'll be given instructions that just like it's always in the jury instructions at the end, if the defendant didn't testify, that they're not to read anything into that they have a right not to testify, and it's not shouldn't be construed or taken as a sign of guilt or any evidence. It's just to be neutral, and they'll try to use the fifth as the same, but it doesn't look good when somebody takes the fifth.
Yeah, I mean, and then another point I thought was, if the prosecution is bringing up a witness, the defense is limited to what questions they can ask if it's not in the scope of questions that the person's laying out. I'm questioning him based on this, this, and this. You just can't bring up something that's outside of that scope until the defense possibly could call the witness and say, this is the line of questioning that I'm going to be asking based on this theory, right?
Yes. The way that works is, if you call a witness, you've got to establish foundation as to what let's say it's an expert witness. Like, you see these experts like Peter Pan got on the stand. The first thing they talk about, what university you go to, what credentials do you have. So you see they're laying foundation as to why you should listen to this person, is why this person is an expert, what this person did in relation to this case that we're here talking about. So when they bring Proctor up, they'll have to bring him up, and they'll have to lay the foundation as to why his testimony is pertinent to either the defense. And the thing of it is, pertinent to the case, but the thing of it is, they give a lot more latitude to the defense, since it's your defense. There's more latitude as far as how wide that foundation can be to put someone on the stand. So it's not great. It's not great when the defense is, if you're a cop and the defense is calling you, but the state's not good.
No, I mean, at a murder trial, and you're calling everybody that really doesn't, like saying, these guys really know a lot about the case, but show me the list of people who don't know as much as those people. Let's just call those people instead. That seems to be like the around the edge attack so far that the prosecution has brought. But when the prosecution rests their case, I would not be surprised if the judge says, I don't think that we made a case here. There's no reason to move on to the defense part. What do you think?
Well, there would have to be a motion for summary judgment. You probably see it between the prosecution and the defense. I don't know if the judge would give it or not. It's rare the judge to give that.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see hear the medical examiner, and the other one is Michael Proctor. Those two, I'm just really looking forward to seeing both of those people. Well, the medical examiner apparently has a story. The story is pretty iron tight, and I agree with Range Minded Podcast the other day that she's probably going to go last, because she's going to be convincing, and she's going to tie it up in a bow, and it's going to be like, how could you say something against what the medical examiner is saying? So that's going to be the grand finale. But Michael Proctor, man, I would just love this. I just cannot wait to see him on the stand and to witness that testimony. That's probably going to be my favorite of the trial.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely looking forward to Michael Proctor. I do think the medical examiner is going to be last, because it's going to be like this Peter Pan that was on the stand. You know, are you arguing those pieces fit together? No, you can't argue those pieces don't fit together. The defense didn't even try. They just went into chain of custody. The medical examiner is going to bring forensic evidence, receipts, so to speak, for what they testify. You don't have to really believe her as much, because she's going to have some receipts. She's going to be able to show you the wounds. Now, the difference in the two testimonies is the ME's examination could actually bring up more questions as far as what injuries were there versus what physical evidence is said. So there's going to be there'll be some back and forth on that, and I don't think the defense is going to go light on the medical examiner when the medical examiner hits the stand. But once again, if we don't see the medical examiner and we don't see Proctor, I don't know how. I think a summary judgment at that point could be likely from the judge. I don't know how you do a murder case when no one there can tell you how John O'Keefe died except for the medical examiner who determined the cause of death. No one else can say to this jury.
And allegedly, according to Turtle Boy, he says in a recent post, there is such a noticeable difference with the jurors when the defense questions witnesses and when Lally does. All eyes are fixated on Yannetti. Most are taking notes. When Lally speaks, none of them take notes, and most don't appear to be paying attention. If they had any intention of winning this case, they'd have the ADA who can at least keep the jury awake. But for the purpose of this trial, isn't to convict Karen Reed. It's to protect McAlberts and to make the O'Keefe family think that they at least tried. Yeah, I believe that. I don't know. Did you see the exchange between Alan Jackson and Yannetti at the end? Like, Alan Jackson's like, come on, man. I mean, I think she wasn't admitting this or whatever. And then you seen the look on Yannetti's face where he's like, I tried. It's like, bitch, that's the reason why you're number 2. I should have did all the questioning. And that's
I missed every bit of that. I didn't see that at all.
Oh, you did?
At the end of what?
At the end, when the volume turned off and they went to break. Let me see if I can grab that.
Yeah, no, I didn't see this exchange.
Yeah, it's right here. Let me share this right show. Maybe it's gonna take me a minute to find it.
And I don't know how much you can read in body language on a situation like that.
Yeah, let me share this tab right show. That exchange right there.
Do it again. It's so quick. You've got a lot of information out of that really quick exchange. So I'm have to do this slow motion.
Oops. Let me run it back again.
Yeah, you're gonna have to. It was so quick. I haven't seen it yet. You got a lot of information off that.
Right here. He's telling Karen, like, you didn't do it Yannetti didn't really get that great of a job.
Boy, you're drawing straws. You have no idea what they're talking about. He could be saying, he's like, yeah, no, I'll bring you back a latte. We're about to take a morning break. You have no idea what they're saying there.
Yeah, I know.
That's weak, man.
No, there's
I do. I used to do.
No, watch this. Watch this. Yeah, maybe I might have.
Yeah. When I used to do, I was a project manager for multifamily housing, like re-roofing, and we'd have Hispanic crews come in. Oh, who's this?
We're back. Oops.
Holy shit! Is this Miss Handley?
No way.
Yes, this is Miss Handley. Her reputation precedes her.
She
I wanna see
breathing
that hand.
heavy.
Was that hand extremely red, or is it my
Oh, yes.
monitor?
Yes.
We caught red-handed. You want to put some volume to that? Is there a reason you have no volume on?
Began
sorry, it was
working
clicked off.
There we
at
go.
the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in 2008.
And from your work there in 2008, what did you do next?
So I began as a chemist 1 in the drug identification unit. Once I completed my training in there, I was promoted to a chemist 2. In 2009, I transferred into the trace unit as a chemist 2, which is the equivalent of a forensic scientist 2 currently. And in 2017, I was promoted to a forensic scientist 3 in the trace, arson, and explosives unit.
And if you could describe for the jury sort of the difference between a forensic scientist or a chemist 1, forensic scientist 2, forensic scientist 3 within your lab.
Sure. So forensic scientist 2 is considered like a bench analyst working on casework.
Hey, Ms. Hanley, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up really loud, okay?
Well, you see, Anna, in the lab, we got to keep our voices down. So I'm not used to speaking up like that, you know.
Supervisor,
She is
and I
red-handed.
also perform casework.
And how long is it you've been a forensic scientist 3 or a supervisor within the trace unit?
I have
And her name is
a
Handley?
supervisor for
Miss
since 2017
Handley.
for approximately 7 years.
Keep your voice up, please.
Now, Ms. Hanley, with reference to
Keep your voice
starting
up
in
and
general
hand
terms of
down,
the trace
please.
unit, if you could describe to the jury what is the trace unit
She's
and
been
what type
caught,
of
you know.
analyses are done within that unit.
Yeah.
Red-handed.
Sure. So the type of examination that we do in the trace, arson, and explosives unit,
I'm surprised your suspicious
examine
mind hadn't jumped
and
in on that. Well,
compare
clearly, she's
trace
guilty. She's got a red
evidence
hand.
such
Red-handed
as
caught her.
paint, fibers,
I think
hair,
we're reaching a little there.
glass, tape, miscellaneous items, and I also do physical match examinations as well as serial number restorations on firearms.
What type of training did you receive at the lab?
So I received in-house training as well as some external training. The in-house training consisted of required readings, exercises, observing other analysts working on casework in the lab. I was required to successfully complete a written exam, a competency test, and a mock trial.
And if you could describe to the juries for what your duties and responsibilities are with your current position at the lab.
Sure. So I'm responsible for the daily operations in the unit, training other new analysts in the unit. I perform technical and administrative reviews of case files. I also work on casework, like I had mentioned, examining trace evidence such as paint, fibers, hairs, glass, tape, miscellaneous items, and physical match examinations and serial number restorations on firearms.
And was your lab, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, is that accredited somehow?
Yes, it is.
And can you describe to the jury what that accreditation means, essentially?
Sure. So an accreditation, it's a formal recognition that the lab is in compliance with certain accreditation requirements.
And is the lab that you work for, is that currently up to code or up to speed with regard to accreditation?
Yes.
Now, as far as you mentioned that you work as a supervisor and review other people's casework, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when it comes to this specific area, as far as trace analysis or comparison of items, who, if anyone, reviews your work?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
When it comes to this type of analysis, as far as comparison of items, who is it that reviews your work?
So depending on the type of case, currently we do have an external technical reviewer who is authorized to perform that technical review.
And is that external review, is that essentially as a result of there's no one else at the lab that can do what you do?
With some of the disciplines that I perform casework in, I am the only one. So when I do those types of cases, we utilize an external technical reviewer.
Are you familiar with a proficiency test?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is and how that plays into either your work at the lab or the accreditation process that the lab goes through?
Sure. So a proficiency test monitors an analyst's performance. It's a quality assurance process, and I am required to complete at least one external PT annually. Due to the multiple subdisciplines in trace, I do typically perform or complete more than one proficiency test per year.
And are the proficiency tests that you take, are they required by the accrediting body, ANAP?
Yes.
And have you passed each of those proficiency tests that you've undertaken over the years?
I have successfully completed my proficiency tests.
Now, turning your attention to this case, at some point, did you become involved in an analysis in reference to a lab case number 22-02184?
Yes.
And the name of the suspect on that is Karen Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury, again, just in a general sense, in any sort of case, when items come into your possession at the lab, how is that done, and sort of what do you do with those items when you first receive them?
Sure. So evidence is submitted to the lab through the evidence unit. It's assigned a unique lab number and barcode. The information for the case is input into our LIMS system, which stands for Laboratory Information Management System. And a chain of custody of the items is tracked in that LIMS system. When I take an item into my custody, I then document it with photos and notes. And then I proceed with sampling and microscopic examination and instrumental analysis.
Now, specifically when it comes to you mentioned you have a variety of sort of subdisciplines or different types of testing or casework that you do, is that correct?
Yes.
Specifically as it applies to an analysis or an examination of items of glass, what, if any, experience or what types of cases would it be that you've looked at those types of items in the past?
So I have examined glass numerous times from a variety of different types of cases. For example, a hit and run or a B&E.
And as far as the types of, are there different types of glass that you've performed examinations on in the past as well?
yes, I mean, there could be a variety of type of glass that I could come across for examination.
And with respect to examination of glass, what are some of the steps, or what is the process, or what, if any, instrumentality are you using to conduct your examination?
Sure. So when I examine an item that is glass, I document it with photos and notes, making general observations of appearance, color. I examine a portion microscopically and observe certain optical properties. And then I will also check to see if it fluoresces under UV light. And I also will sample it for analytical analysis using a GRIM, which stands for Glass Refractive Index Measurement.
If you could explain to the jury the GRIM device, how does that work?
Sure. So it measures the refractive index. Your refractive index. Your sample is placed into an oil of a known refractive index, and that then gets placed onto a hot stage of the microscope of the GRIM instrument. And it goes through a process of cooling and heating, and it looks for the match point temperature. And from that match point temperature, we're able to determine the refractive index of the glass sample.
Now, as far as that determination of the refractive index of a glass sample, how is that? Is that something that you're viewing, and how are you viewing it? What are you viewing?
It's viewed through the software that the GRIM instrument uses.
And how does that appear as far as visually when you're looking at it?
So it essentially, you watch the cooling and heating process of this sample, like I had mentioned, and it determines the match point temperatures, and it takes an average, and it then calculates the refractive index for the sample.
Now, is there another device that you utilize in the lab called an FTIR?
Yes.
And can you explain, first of all, what that term stands for?
Sure. It stands for Fourier Transform Infrared Spectrometer. Sorry.
And what is that device, and how is that used in your examination?
So it's an analytical technique that's used for certain types of analysis. Basically, your sample is exposed to infrared light, and it reacts in a certain way. And what's produced is what we call a spectrum or a graph. And it's just a series of peaks and valleys that are representative of the sample.
Now, turning your attention back to this case, 22-02184, starting with, were there some glass pieces that you examined in reference to that case?
Yes.
And what were the item numbers associated with the glass pieces that you examined in this case?
Sure. So the item numbers it was item 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14.
And if you recall, as far as starting with item 3-2, was there any other sort of label associated with that beyond just item 3-2?
3-2 was a clear, apparent drinking glass.
And item 3-3?
Item 3-3, I believe, was the clear, apparent glass pieces recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
And then item 7-12?
That was some clear apparent glass that was recovered. It was recovered from the ground.
In the ground at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And lastly, item 7-14.
7-14 was also a clear apparent piece of glass that was recovered from the road.
Now, with reference to item 3-2, the drinking glass, what, if any, observations did you make or did you note during the course of your examination of that?
Sure. So it appeared to have broken, irregular edges. And that was all I had noted at that point.
Did you take measurements as far as height and width?
I did.
Do you recall what those were?
I would need to refer to my notes for that.
Yes, you can use your notes.
And some breaking news with the Hunter Biden trial.
So the diameter of the bottom of the drinking glass was 2 3/4 inches. Approximately 2 3/4 inches, and it measured approximately 2.5 inches in height.
In addition to the measurements that you took, what, if anything else, did you note as far as the interior and the exterior of that glass cup?
That there was some dirt debris material noted on the exterior and interior of that item.
Now, as far as item 3-3, the apparent glass on the rear bumper of the vehicle, what, if any, observations or measurements did you take in reference to that, or how many pieces were there?
Sure. So it consisted of 5 clear pieces of apparent glass with broken irregular edges. The largest piece measured approximately 7/8 of an inch by 5/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece measured approximately 3/16 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch.
Now, within those 5 pieces in items 3-3, were they then given each of those pieces respectively an additional label or marker?
Yes.
And was that an alphabetical one, essentially A through E?
Yes, I labeled them A through E.
Now, with regard to piece E from item 3-3, what, if anything, in addition, did you do with regard to that piece?
So what I labeled as piece E, I also used the GRIM instrument for analytical instrumentation.
Now, with regard to item 7-12, or the 14 pieces of glass and clear plastic, what, if anything, did you observe in your initial observations or initial examination of those pieces individually?
So in item 7-12, it consisted of 5 pieces of clear apparent plastic and 9 pieces of clear apparent glass, all with broken irregular edges.
Now, specific to the 9 pieces of broken glass, what, if any, examination did you do of them initially?
So the 9 pieces of apparent glass were examined microscopically.
Now, lastly, with regard to item 7-14, the pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, did you note during your initial examination of them and observations did you make in regard to that?
Sure. So item 7-14 consisted of 1 clear piece of apparent glass with broken irregular edges.
Now, as far as the microscopic appearance, so when you're putting something under the microscope and you're looking at what kind of things are you looking for? What kind of characteristics are you looking for when you're examining something microscopic?
So I look at several things. So initially, I look at the color, whether there are like flat, smooth surfaces to the glass, whether it's flat or curvature. And then I may sample some more to examine under a polarized light microscope and check to see if there are certain optical properties under a polarized light microscope that are characteristic of glass.
And in addition to looking at each of these items individually, then what, if any, comparison did you do between those various items, 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14?
So between those items, I first examined them to see if there was a physical match between item 3-2 and item 7-12 and 7-14. And then I also did a comparison of
John, are you taking notes here?
3-2 to item 3-3. And then I also compared item 3-3 to 7-14 for possible physical match. And in addition, I also sampled some pieces for use for examination on the Grimm instrument.
Is it me?
Let me ask you,
or does she just have a really good memory?
just as far as classification goes, are you familiar with terms as far as a class characteristic versus an individual characteristic?
Yes.
Can you explain what those terms mean and how they relate to each other within your specific forensic field?
Sure. So a class characteristic is when a material can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics. Like for example, fibers or tape. An individual characteristic is when a material can be associated with a single source, for example, a physical match.
Now, with reference to your analysis between items 3-2 and 7-12, what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from your examination or comparison of those items?
Sure. So, right, there are several items that I'll just have to refer to my conclusion, if that's okay, my report.
Yes, you can go ahead and look at your notes.
Hey, Kingdom, can you check your private chat there?
Yes. So item 3-2 was found to have a physical match with 6 of the pieces of clear apparent glass from 7-12. But there was no physical match with the 3 other pieces from 7-12.
Based on that physical match that you determined, what, if any, conclusions can you come to with regard to those items that were physical?
Sure. So item 3-2 and the 6 pieces from 7-12 were at one time together as one unit. So then item 3-2 and all 9 pieces from item 7-12 were examined microscopically. However, there was no physical match found with the piece of clear glass from 7-14. Item 3-2 and all 9 pieces of clear apparent glass from 7-12 were examined microscopically, but no physical match was found with 2 of the pieces from the clear apparent glass from item 3-3.
Now, with reference to item 3-3 and item 7-14, what, if any, comparison examination were you able to do in reference to that?
Sure. So item 3 so two of the clear glass pieces from 3-3 were examined microscopically. No physical match was found with the piece of clear glass from item 7-14. One of the pieces that I had labeled as piece E from item 3-3 was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties with examined portions of the piece of clear glass from item 7-14. So accordingly, the examined portion of the piece of clear glass that I labeled as E from item 3-3 could have originated from the examined portion of the piece of clear glass from item 7-14 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Now, Ms. Hanley, you used the term in there as far as instrumental properties. Can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to your examination in this case?
So the instrumental properties, that's referring to the Grimm analysis that I did. So in comparing the refractive index from 3-3 versus 7-14.
So the clear apparent glass from item 3-2 that was recovered from the scene was a physical match for 6 pieces from 7-12, which were additional glass pieces found from the scene, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sure. So the drinking glass from item 3-2 was a physical match for 6 of the pieces from item 7-12, which was glass recovered from the scene, correct?
Correct.
And then the 2 of the pieces from item 3-3, or one of the pieces, excuse me, piece E from 3-3, which was from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle, was consistent with a piece of clear glass from 7-14, which was found on the ground, correct?
Correct.
Now, Ms. Hanley, in addition to that trace analysis that you performed with regard to the glass pieces, what, if any, other, excuse me, additional examination did you do with regard to items of debris?
Sure. So I also examined item 3-1 and 7-18.18.
Now, starting with item 7-18.18, what, if any, other description did you have as far as what that item was or where it came from?
So 7-18.18 is scrapings, trace material recovered from the victim's clothing.
And that would be both an orange t-shirt and a gray long sleeve shirt, is that correct?
Correct.
And those particular items, as far as the debris, that was provided to your unit within the lab by whom?
I believe it was Maureen that did the scraping of the clothing and had those scrapings transferred to our unit for further examination.
And that would be Maureen Hartnett, is that correct?
Yes.
And then as far as what, if any,
AKA
items,
Peter Pan.
the other item was 3-1, is that correct?
Correct.
That was the actual sort of taillight housing from the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And according to your notes, who, if anyone, provided that piece of evidence to your unit or to your lab for that comparison purpose?
I would have to double check who, I believe it was Maureen, but I'm not, I would have to double check in my.
Go ahead, you can go ahead.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It was Trooper Christopher Moore that had that item delivered to the lab.
Now, with reference to item 3-1, the passenger side taillight from the vehicle, what, if any, observations or things did you note in regard to your sort of initial examination of the taillight?
So I did notice that there were portions of the taillight and red that had broken irregular edges. It appeared to be that there was damage to it.
Now, with reference
Sure. So during my examination, I used a stereo zoom microscope, a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, as well as a FTIR with a microscope attachment and a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
Now, the Graham and the FTIR, I believe you've already discussed in your testimony. As far as the microspec is concerned, can you explain to the jury sort of what that instrument is and how it's used and how you used it in this examination specifically?
Sure. So a microspec is used to examine items that have color. So essentially, your sample is exposed to visible light, reacts in a certain way. Some of the light gets absorbed, some of it gets transmitted, and we get a spectrum, and it's representative of the dye or pigment in the sample.
Now, with reference to item 7-18.18, that being the debris from the victim's clothing, what, if any, observations or measurements did you take in reference to that particular item?
Sure. So I noted that there was some clear plastic material, as well as some red plastic material. And I would have to refer to my report for exact measurements of those items.
You can go ahead and do that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the piece of clear plastic measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And the largest piece of one of the red plastic pieces measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece from that measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
As far as measurements go, as far as your examination, as far as the lab is concerned, is 1/16 of an inch sort of the bottom row as far as measurements go?
Yes.
So if something is less than that, it's just sort of noted as less than 1/16 of an inch. Is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to that debris, the clear and red plastic from the debris, what, if any, examination or what, if any, instruments did you use to conduct your examination just for those pieces?
So I examined a portion of the clear plastic, as well as one of the pieces of the red plastic. I examined them microscopically. and I analyzed portions instrumentally using an FTIR and a microspec.
And based on those examinations, starting with the clear plastic material that you observed, what, if any, conclusions did you come to with reference to comparison of the clear plastic material to the taillight housing?
So the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the examined portion of the clear plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
Now, similarly, with from your examination of the red pieces of plastic in the taillight versus the red pieces of plastic contained within the debris, what, if any, conclusion were you come from your examination of comparison of those items?
Sure. So the examined portions of the red plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, instrumental properties with the examined portions of the red plastic from the taillight item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1, the taillight, or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. May I have one moment, Charlie?
Yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Right. Actually, Mr. Jackson, before you begin, why don't I see you go to the sidebar vote?
Before you start making this person look like an idiot, let's go to sidebar. I don't want to hear another word about Michael Proctor. What's up, John? What do we got here?
I don't know. So I was just reading a few minutes ago. Apparently, Turtle Boy, and this may be old news. Apparently, he has reported that Higgins helped the chief of police raise money after he turned in the last part of the tail light. But I don't think he turned any of it in. Correct?
So it's my understanding the chief also found some pieces of taillight and then retired soon after. And is that Bukaki?
What?
I think it's Bukaki. He's going to be testifying next. Was he? I don't want to misspeak or mispronounce his name. So
sure.
We might want to clarify that. I've seen that pop up a couple of times. I wasn't sure the reference.
Stick to that story there, Mr. Kingdom.
It's riveting. We'll find out after Alan Jackson.
Yeah.
Oh, Chief Berkowitz. No, this is Bukaki. I think he's another officer.
Yeah, Canton cover-up. ATF agent Brian Higgins helped raise money for Chief Berkowitz's party after he, quote, found, unquote, tail light fragments.
Which one?
All right, let's see what kind of money cross-examination about you. Or what kind of cross-examination money about you. In Dante 5x5 or V by fees,
Thank you.
He's got this down too. He says it's trooper
Well, almost
It is
afternoon.
triple the document.
Good morning.
I'd like to show you a document just to begin our conversation this morning, if I may. May I approach?
Yes.
This has been previously identified as VV, as in Victor Victor. And I'd like to ask you, first of all, to take a look at that and tell me if you generally recognize what that document is.
Yes, it appears to be a chain of custody of several items.
Okay, and is that a chain of custody document reflective of the crime lab's case number in this case? Sort of a clumsy question. Do you understand what my question is?
It is the chain of custody for 22-02184.
And is that the case number that the Massachusetts State Crime Lab, Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is still assigned to this case that you're testifying about today?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've seen reports like this before, correct?
Yes.
They're routinely used in
And
the
it's
crime lab
trooper
to track
document.
evidence and maintain chain of custody, at least at the crime lab. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the information contained in the report is entered at or near the time of the event that's memorialized.
Yes.
Okay. And it's relied on generally by the crime lab as a business record, correct? As a record of the event memorialized.
Yes, it's a record of the chain of custody of items within the lab.
Okay. And my question is it relied on by the lab for truth and accuracy, as best you can maintain it, to track items of evidence within the lab?
Yes, it does track items.
And the information contained in the report is presumed by you and other supervisors at the lab to be accurate. Is that right?
Yes.
Then I would move for the admission of VB as an exhibit.
Objection.
See that, we'll see you inside.
Yeah, Alan Jackson is doing a better job at jumping down on the chain of custody and the lab being. What they're going to try to portray is that the lab doesn't have a dog in this fight. You can believe what they say. They believed it as well, but essentially they were fooled by the police. That the dirty business happened prior to the lab. Not that the lab is engaged in this cover-up, as the defense asserts, but that the cover-up happened prior to the lab, and honestly, the labs are pawns in this cover-up game as well, which I think is smart. I don't think you're going to have make any inroads on attacking the analyst there.
I agree. I don't think that they're involved in it. I think their preparation probably are steering them, is what the judge is doing now. She is trying to steer them into, let's stay within these parameters of the questioning. But there's clearly, if you start connecting dots, there is, it's hard to say for them. But then again, they're also testifying, is this the glass that was found on the lawn of 30, in Fairview Avenue?
Are unmuted.
And then they're like, yes.
And I'm sorry, my request.
I gotta defend that.
Yes.
But as far as they know,
May I
it was.
inquire?
Yes.
Exactly.
Ms. Hanley, I want to draw your attention specifically to the glass pieces that Mr. Lally asked you about. Would you agree that there's a lot of numbers that were discussed, correct?
A lot of.
I compared 3-2 to 7-12, and sub A, B, C, and D of 712 were compared with 3-2 and 3-3. A lot of numbers, right?
Yes, there are a lot of numbers, items.
Okay, I want to try, if I can, see how well it goes, to clear that up and categorize those.
Sure.
Perhaps, would you agree that we could put the items that you compared and examined in your analysis in 4 categories: 3-2, the cup or the glass; 3-3, the bumper glass; 7-12, the 9 pieces of glass recovered by a trooper named Buchnick at the scene, and 7-14, a single piece of glass recovered by a trooper named Proctor at the scene. Would you agree that those 4 categories are basically what you analyzed between and among each other?
Yes, there's 4 total items.
Okay. And within those items, there were some subcategories of items in some of those, correct?
Yes, because some of the items had multiple pieces, so they were labeled just to keep track of the pieces.
Okay. So if I could ask you to take those one at a time, pardon me, 3-2, under that column visually, that would be a single item, just the cup, correct?
Correct.
3-3, under that single item, the bumper, there would be 5 sub-items, A, B, C, and D, and E.
Yes, that's correct.
Public school education. Under 7-12, the third column, there's 9 pieces, correct? A, B, C, D, E, F as in Frank, I, K, and L are the 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
They're close to being alphabetical, not quite toward the end, right?
Correct. I would have to look at my report for the exact letters, but
Sure, go ahead and look at your report.
He's got his story down. He's definitely delivering it with great precision. But why the skipping in the alphabetical letters? What do you think that's about?
He's going to try to point out any
So,
inconsistency
so
in the chain
the-
of custody that something untoward was when they put these pieces of evidence together and submitted them.
the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass were labeled as A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Okay. And then, of course, the last category would be 7-14. That's a single piece of glass that was recovered at the scene by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Objection, Your Honor. Just
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute on this.
What did I tell you about mentioning Michael Proctor? Do not mention his name.
I think that the state is challenging the defense on essentially foundation. Like, this witness doesn't know anything was recovered from the scene. They only know what was listed on the evidence envelopes. They weren't there to recover, with the exception of some of the glass that was taken from the vehicle. I believe there was a lab tech there that actually did some of that recovery. Maybe that was Maureen. Dante, maybe you can help me with that.
Well,
I think
wasn't this the same woman when she first started? She was talking about what pieces were found in the road, what pieces were found in the yard, and all that.
But she gets that information from the chain of custody and the envelopes that
You are
mention where it was from. She didn't actually collect them herself.
All right. So
okay.
the last category we were talking about, 7-14, that was a single piece of glass, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. First of all,
That
I'm
was
gonna
found by Michael
ask
Proctor.
you to take your comparisons one at a time, if I can. You compared
We may have to invite Dante to the show.
3-2
He knows the characters.
to
Yeah,
the
Maureen
9
was in the
pieces
Sally
recovered
Port and removed,
at the scene.
collected the
A,
evidence from the vehicle.
B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L, correct?
Is that 7-12 you're talking about?
7-12. Thank you.
Sorry, can you say the letters again? I just don't know if I heard all of them.
A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, L.
Yes, that's correct.
Of those pieces that I just mentioned, the cup was a match to A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Pieces E, and I were compared to each other and you matched them, correct?
So I believe I'd have to look further in my notes, but I believe E and I were found to fit together by
properties, meaning mechanical properties.
yes, but I would have to check my notes, but I believe it was the previous analyst that looked at 7-12 that found the physical match between E and I.
But that wasn't you?
Is it okay if I look at my notes?
Sure, I don't want to get bogged down, but yes, please.
Yeah, they only have a half a day today, so he doesn't want to get bogged down and have to continue this another day. He wants to get this done.
I don't think he's gotten to where he's trying to get with this yet. I think he's still laying some of the foundation, which I think he's been advised on the sidebar that he will have to do. Otherwise, the judge is not going to allow it. I'm curious to see where he's going with it.
Clearly, he's going to Michael Proctor's the one that gave that one big piece at a later time or something. And somehow with the alphabet mix up and the two pieces not consistent with the glass or taillight or something, it looks like he's going there too.
Well, having the alphabet out of sequence would indicate that there are some pieces of evidence that were in the same envelope that aren't being considered. Now, whether that's true or not, but you could draw that inference from there. Why would you skip letters in the alphabet when you're labeling something, like numbering something, so to speak? And I've got 10 items that initially came in, but I'm only talking to, I'm missing 7, 6, and 4 in the sequence number. Then you would want to know where is 7, 6, and 4, and where did they go, and how come they were in the same package but labeled differently? So I think that's where he's
Okay,
going.
so item 7-12 was previously examined by another analyst in the trace unit. Specifically, E and I received, when I opened this item for examination,
she's nervous.
E and I were taped together.
Everyone said it would take years to earn a respected MBA. With WGU, I can graduate in as little as 12 months. Learn more and get started at wgu.edu.
All right. You also compared the cup in 3-2 to the 5 items recovered on the bumper in 3-3, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
You also analyzed the cup in 3-2 against the 5 items, A, B, C, D, and E, in 3-3, the bumper glass, correct?
I did examine I compared item 3-2 to 2 of the pieces marked as A and B from item 3-3,
And those
which
were
was
deemed not to match the cup, correct?
correct.
And you did not analyze C and D, correct? I'm assuming that's because of size.
So the rest of the items were not used for physical match examination due to size and condition.
So as you sit here, none of the items on the bumper were deemed to match the cup, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you did end up analyzing one of the items on the bumper, item E as an echo, and you analyzed that against the single piece of glass found at the scene in 7-14, correct?
Correct.
And you used both, well, you used a variety, it sounds like, of analyses, including microscopy, UV light, the glass refractive index, GRIM process, correct?
That's correct.
You also use the FTIR, is that right? Infrared spectrometry?
That's incorrect.
Okay, you did not use FTIR in this analysis?
I did not.
Okay, but in the analysis that you did use, you found that there was a match between item E on the bumper and the single piece of glass in 714, correct?
They were found to be consistent. They were found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties.
Okay, so importantly, you also compared the single piece of glass in our sort of visual column 4, 714, that single piece of glass, to the cup. You found that it didn't match, correct?
Correct.
All right. So lastly, you tested the single piece of glass found in the fourth column, 714, against the 9 pieces of glass found in 712, A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L, correct?
I did compare item 714 to item 3-2 and the 9 pieces in item 7-12.
So another way to put that would be you analyze column 4 against column 3 now, correct?
I examined them for a possible physical match.
And they did not match, correct?
There was no physical match to item 714.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay. Want to show Mr. Lally what you know?
Sure. I'm looking for the one that was already labeled. I don't have it. May I approach the clerk magistrate and ask if he's got WW by chance?
No, I do.
May I borrow that from the court? Thank you. I'd like you to take a look at that document. Just glance it over for a second and let me know when you've had an opportunity to study that.
Okay.
You've taken a look at that single page document?
Yes.
Does that appear to accurately reflect in sort of a visual manner what you just testified to about your analysis of each of these pieces, irrespective of the text on the item, just the analysis of the items specified in that document?
I'm not quite sure what I've never seen this before. I'm not quite sure what.
She doesn't look as red-handed right now.
I think you have to move along, Mr. Jackson, for all the reasons we talked about at sidebar.
I understand. My question is a relatively simple one. Is this and if you don't understand something on the document, just say so. Is this a visual representation, an accurate visual representation of what you just testified to in terms of what matched and what didn't match? Where the green matches, the circle with the red through it doesn't match.
I would need to go through my conclusion and compare to confirm.
Fair enough. It is accurate to say, we'll use a cheat sheet for a second. It is accurate to say that the cup was not found to match any items that were found on the bumper. That's correct, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Also, it's fair to say that the piece recovered under 714, a single piece of glass recovered under 714, does not match either the cup, nor does that piece match any of the 9 pieces in 712, correct?
And you can look at your notes if that's easier for you. We just want the right answer, Mr. Jackson, right?
Of course.
So take your time with your notes if that's easier for you.
I will say Miss Handley is good on the witness stand. She is a seasoned forensic analyst, I believe, whatever the title is there at the crime lab.
I'm sorry,
She's
can
good.
you just repeat the last question that you asked for?
The single piece of glass under 714 neither matches the cup, nor does it match any of the 9 pieces found in 712. In other words, it stands alone.
And that's a very good point the defense is bringing up. If you went through all the menagerie of testimony, you'd think that the glass found on the bumper matched the glass in the yard. So every arrow points towards the state's story. But there's glass found on the bumper that didn't match the glass that they found on the scene, the cup. Then where did that glass come from? It's a question that's unanswered by the state. Very good.
It was planted.
So that's correct. So
okay.
714, there was no physical match between 714 and 3-2 or any of the pieces in 7-12.
Thank you, Scott. And then my final question is, the only piece of material, glass material, that was recovered from the bumper, item E, the only thing that any piece on that bumper matched was the single piece of glass found in 714. Correct?
So piece E from item 3-3 was the piece that I examined microscopically and instrumentally. It was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties with 7-14.
And that's the only piece of material on that bumper in that section. In other words, in 3-3, that matched anything else in your analysis. The piece that was found singularly at under 714, correct? The only one.
Yes, it was found to be consistent.
Thanks. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Lally?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Wow.
Yeah, the prosecution tries to clean that up.
Ms. Hanley, within item 7-12, there were 9 pieces of glass and 5 pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the comparison analysis that you're conducting is concerns, why is it, as far as the pieces of plastic are concerned, Why is that not part of the comparative analysis?
I did not examine the plastic pieces for physical match because there were no other plastic pieces for comparison for physical match. So I examined the glass pieces for possible physical match.
What are some of the differences between, from an elemental standpoint, as far as plastic versus glass?
Plastic is it's a type of polymer. A different type of analysis would be conducted if I was examining plastic versus glass. Something like a plastic, something that we refer to as anisotropic, or glass is isotropic. So they are different types of material.
Now, as far as characteristically speaking, from plastic and or glass, what are some of the commonalities of those items as they're found in general?
Objection.
Beyond the scope?
Yes.
Sustained.
Now, again, from the drinking glass that was recovered on scene, that was a match for 6 of the pieces of glass that were found on the roadway or on the ground at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
I believe it was 6. I just would have to confirm in my report.
Go ahead and you can go ahead and look at your notes.
Yes, it was 6 pieces from 7-12.
And then it was piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle that was found to be consistent with clear glass that was found on the ground at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Hanley. You are all set.
We appreciate you, Miss Hanley. Thanks for showing up. You did a good job.
She did an expert job. So what did we learn here? What did Alan Jackson make a case whatsoever, or what?
Jim.
Yeah, no, he did a very good job on clearing up the fact, kind of a summary, is that all the stuff we talk about on the bumper, all the glass we've talked about on the bumper, it didn't match anything that was found on the scene. So there's a lot of pieces of glass there that the state can't say came from the glass cup that was found broken on the scene. So I think that was a win for the defense, to be quite honest with you. Everything else is going to be glazing. I mean, you start talking about the instrumentality and spectrometry and polymers, that stuff's going to glaze over a jury. I think Alan Jackson did a good job of bringing that in to let's get down to the basics. This piece of glass didn't match that piece of glass, right? No, it didn't. And I think that's what the jury's actually going to leave with. The state, I don't think, did a good job cleaning that up. They went back to talking about plastics when the real question was, you've got glass on the bumper that doesn't match the glass at the scene, and you as an analyst are not saying that. She says, yeah, that's correct. I'm not saying that.
So if the glass on the bumper doesn't match the broken cocktail glass from the scene, then that could mean what?
It doesn't mean anything. Now go to the opposite. The glass on the bumper does match the cocktail glass found on the scene, then that's incriminating to Aaron Reed. Other than that, now the question is, well, there's glass on the bumper, but where did it come from? Nobody knows. They even included that straw in there to
Yes, Your
a
Honor,
little
call
cocktail straw.
Sergeant Yuri Buchanan to the stand.
Okay.
Here's Bukaki
And I
Buchanan.
do have that envelope, Mr. Lally. I have that.
So this is the Bukaki interview?
I don't think we should disparage this man's name.
Buchanan.
Buknik.
Stuff for me?
The reason why he's called Bukaki is because as they were testifying earlier, this lady referred to him 2 times as Officer Bukaki.
I'm just saying I'm not going to disparage this man's name, especially in this manner.
Okay, fair enough. This was the guy who brandished his gun and flipped off Turtle Boy as he was leaving the courthouse, being berated by questions. And Turtle Boy's called him, "You piece of shit, you son of a bitch, you worthless." This and
Whenever
that.
you're ready, Mr. Lally.
I'll play the video after this.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, sir. My name is Yuri Buchanek, spelled Y-U-R-I-Y, last of B-U-K-H-E-N-I-K.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
I've been a trooper since 2012.
And prior to being employed as a trooper with the state police, excuse me, what, if any, other employment or background do you have as far as law enforcement is concerned?
My law enforcement career began in 2003 when I graduated from the military police school in Fort Leonard, Missouri, while I was enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. From there, I was stationed at Quantico, Virginia, with the Marine Corps Presidential Helicopter Squadron. I provided security for the presidential helicopter and assets, attaining a top secret Yankee White clearance. I was promoted meritoriously to corporal and sergeant and had a platoon of 44 Marines. From there, I was stationed in Camp Pendleton, California, where I was a patrol supervisor on base as a military police officer. Once my enlistment ended, I decided to come home and pursue a law enforcement career here in Massachusetts in the communities that I grew up in. I first worked for the VA Hospital Police, where I attained a secret clearance, which was a requirement of the employment. After that, I worked at the Attleboro Police Department in uniform patrol, as well as the SWAT team with Attleboro, Massachusetts Police Department. In 2011, I applied for the Massachusetts State Police, graduated, and worked at the Sturbridge Barracks, Millbury Barracks, and Foxborough Barracks. In 2015, I was selected to come to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the detective unit and worked homicide cases as a trooper. 2021, December, I was promoted and took on a supervisory role within the unit.
Now, with respect to your work within the unit of the detective unit at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work there?
I've attended numerous homicide conferences, training in various aspects of digital device analysis and investigations in major crimes, homicides, drug investigations, and so forth.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the State Police Detective Unit on January 29th, 2022?
I was.
And were you on call that day?
I was on call as a supervisor.
Now, can you explain to the jury as far as the on-call system within the detective units? Well, let me ask you this first. What, if any, duties or responsibilities do you have as a sergeant or as a supervisor with reference to on-call duty and sort of how that works?
As a supervisor on call, responsibilities include answering the detective that's on call, any questions that might arise. Obviously, we don't all have the same experience, so we put our heads together, and if it's a situation or case, a scene that they have not been exposed to before, they call the supervisor for guidance, suggestion, or bounce questions off of them in order to help them navigate that case.
And who was the on-call detective on this particular date of January 29th?
January 29th, the morning hours up until 7 a.m., it was Trooper Michael Proctor.
And do you know Trooper Proctor?
I do.
And how long have you known Trooper Proctor?
since he came into the office in 2019. I believe it was September, October 2019.
And have you supervised Trooper Proctor sort of throughout his work within the office?
I have supervised him throughout my supervisory position. So his entire time in the office, while I was a supervisor, I've supervised him directly, yes.
And as far as that on-call system or that on-call rotation is concerned, how is that determined, or how does that sort of come into existence?
The on-call system is formulated, it's compiled the month prior. So for example, if it was December, beginning of December, the troopers in the office would submit their days requesting not to be on call due to trials, training, personal reasons, or vacations they had planned. Those days are submitted in the beginning of the month, and then if it's in the beginning of December, for example, the on-call schedule for January is then compiled a month in advance, really.
So these are generated well in advance of whatever specific date a trooper is on call, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the detective unit within the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, who, if anyone, is your supervisor?
Currently, my supervisor is Lieutenant Fanning, and the unit commander is Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully.
In that sort of pecking order, if you will, was that the way that it was set up in January of 2022 as well?
Yes, it was.
Now, on this morning of January 29th, 2022, at some point, do you get a call in the morning, and from whom do you initially get a call?
I received a call approximately 6:44 in the morning or so from the H Troop headquarters, which is the field headquarters for the Metro Boston area, which also covers our county. And they advised me that there was a body in the snowbank in Canton. I asked for further details and advised them that I was not on call, but I would call the on-call trooper and let them know that there was a call out requesting their assistance. So that's what I did. I called Trooper Proctor and advised them to contact Canton Police.
And following that initial contact that you had from the H Troop and then your call to Trooper Proctor, what happened then?
Trooper Proctor began making phone calls, gathering information.
Sustained. Next question.
What was the next thing that happened as far as your involvement was concerned?
I was advised of the circumstances under which the body was located and what was transpiring. And I told Trooper Proctor that I would start shoveling out during the blizzard and then proceed to meet him in Canton to begin our investigation.
And where was it that you and Trooper Proctor first met up on that particular morning?
We met at the Canton Police Department.
And do you recall approximately what time it was that you arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 9:15. Due to the amount of snow that was on the ground, the time that it took me to shovel out the main roads, actually no roads were plowed at the time during my track. So I decided to drive my personal truck to Canton Police Department because it was a 4-wheel drive and meet Trooper Proctor there.
Now, as far as your personal truck versus you have a work vehicle as well?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that the truck is 4-wheel drive. What is the difference between your personal truck and its capabilities in weather versus the work vehicle?
Well, at the time, there was approximately 10, 15 inches of snow that had accumulated already. My work vehicle is a sedan, low to the ground, low clearance, front wheel drive. It would not be able to navigate the road conditions at the time. My 4-wheel drive vehicle is higher clearance from the roadway and was able to navigate the conditions at the time.
And sir, when you arrived, so at approximately 8:22 in the morning or so, where is it that you were at that point in time, if you know?
At 8:22, I would say I was still blowing the snow out of my driveway, clearing the path for my truck to leave the driveway.
And when you arrive at the Canton Police Station, you mentioned that you met Trooper Proctor there. Do you recall who arrived first?
Trooper Proctor was in the parking lot in his vehicle, and I pulled in, backed in next to his, and we walked in together into the police department, I believe.
And when you walked into the Canton Police Station on that morning, sometime after 9 a.m., where is it that you went? Who, if anyone, did you talk to when you first got there?
We walked into the police department, were guided to the detective department division of the PD, and we met with the detectives from Canton and Sergeant Good, who was the uniform patrol sergeant and having been the first responder to the scene as well.
Now, without reference to anything that was communicated between the two of you, at some point prior to getting to the Canton Police Station, did you have conversations with Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I did.
And did Trooper Proctor make you aware of conversations that he had had with other people prior to getting to the Canton Police Station?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that. That's a yes or no.
Yes.
And so you get to the Canton Police Station, you and Trooper Proctor then proceed to talk to Sergeant Good, is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, without any reference to what was said to you by Sergeant Good, he relayed some information to you as well?
That's correct.
No, I'll allow that.
That's correct.
And if you know about how long was the period of the conversation that you had with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station?
The conversation with Sergeant Good was 30 minutes. He walked us through his...
Next question, please, Mr. Riley. I'm going to stop you from answering that, Sergeant.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Sergeant Mechanic, in reference to, at some point, did you learn the name of the body or the person that was found on the lawn on Fairview Road?
Yes, I did.
Who did you learn him to be?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
And in reference to where Mr. O'Keefe's body was at that point, what, if any, information did you receive about that?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
We learned that Mr. O'Keefe's body was transported to the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And in reference to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, who, if anyone else, were you told had been taken to that facility as well in relation to your response that morning?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
The defendant.
And just to be clear, at some points over the course of your investigation, have you had interactions with Karen Reed?
Yes, I have.
And to be clear, when we say, as far as Karen Reed, the defendant, you see her in the courtroom today.
Yes, I do.
Can you identify just as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between her legal defense team wearing the white blouse.
Your Honor, does that record reflect identification of the defendant?
Yes.
So upon having that conversation with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
From the Canton Police Department, we proceeded to the McCabe residence.
And that was over on Country Lane, is that correct?
That's correct, number 12, Country Lane.
And when you arrived there, as far as transportation to that, is it you and Trooper Proctor in the same vehicle?
Yes, I made the decision to drive us. That way we only take one vehicle. In addition to Trooper Proctor being able to make phone calls and facilitate other logistics as necessary, allowed him that freedom to do so while I operated the vehicle in the dangerous snow conditions.
And the snow conditions that you were talking about as far as clearing out your driveway, the drive to the Canton Police Station, did those conditions persist throughout the day of the 29th?
Yes, they did.
And so you make your way over to the McCabe residence, again, without anything that was said. Who, if anyone, did you speak with at the McCabe residence that morning?
We first spoke with Miss Jennifer McCabe. We then spoke with Mr. Matt McCabe. And then we spoke with Mr. Brian Albert.
And with reference to each of those conversations, were they done collectively or separately, or how were those interviews conducted?
Each interview was conducted separately. We first interviewed Ms. Jennifer McCabe with request of Mr. McCabe to give us privacy. He proceeded upstairs. Once we were done with that interview, Mr. McCabe came downstairs, and Ms. McCabe gave us the same courtesy. And once that interview was over, Mr. Brian Albert had arrived, and we interviewed him briefly.
Is that sort of the typical process of how at least your unit conducts interviews with respect to civilians?
Yes, with cooperating civilians, we typically advise them we schedule an interview. We proceed to their location of convenience and separate them and get their version of recollection of events that we are inquiring about.
Now, after you spoke with those three individuals, yourself and Trooper Proctor at the McCabe residence, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
We proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And where within the Good Samaritan Hospital did you go?
We went to the emergency department.
And within the emergency department, were you led to a specific room?
Yes, we were.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you were in that room?
Once in the room, we observed Mr. O'Keefe's body on the medical bed or gurney, and his clothing, which had been cut off of him, were on the floor at the foot of the bed, a couple of feet away at the foot of the bed.
Now, first, with regard to the clothing, what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
After viewing Mr. O'Keefe's body, we proceeded to identify the clothing items and bag them into evidence bags, notating which item and a brief description about each item of clothing.
So let me ask you just a little bit about that as far as that process is concerned. So when an item of evidence is collected by you or by your units during the course of an investigation, is there sort of a policy or a protocol, or how are things, what do you do with things when you collect them and take them into custody and evidence?
If we deem an item to be of evidentiary value, we identify the item, we take a brief description of it, and we label the evidence bag with that description. We notate who's taking the item into custody, typically who located the item, the time that it's located, and the location from which it was seized or taken or collected.
And with regard to items of clothing, is that something that would be placed in just one big bag of clothes, or like how would those be packaged in evidence bag?
Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, which was already in one big pile on the floor, we packaged all.
Okay, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
What do we got here? What do we got here? Bukaki wants us to believe that he told Matt McCabe to go upstairs to his bedroom while they interviewed Jen McCabe downstairs. They didn't record anything. Normally this is done at the police headquarters, but state police treated John O'Keefe like a piece of trash, unworthy of a proper investigation. I thought the testimony was Brian Albert and his wife, Julie Albert, and then Brian McCabe and Jennifer McCabe were all sitting in the living room together, but he's saying something completely different.
Yeah, and even when they interviewed Alex Murdaugh while it was in the car, it was still video recorded and audio recorded. And you have to ask yourself, how many more agencies investigate deaths like this? I already know of one, now I know of two. But,
wiretapping. Why did you pursue? Why were you talking about me during your whole interview with Lucky Laughlin? What have you done to follow up on the Ford Edge? What have you done? What have you done to follow up on that Ford Edge that Lucky Laughlin told you about? Why did you not interview? Why did you not interview? Why did you not interview? Why did you not interview Lucky Laughlin, why did you not interview Lucky Laughlin, sir, until August 10th? After, are you ashamed, sir? I mean, is this why you went to the academy, to cover for punks like Michael Proctor? You're Michael Proctor's bitch. That's all you are, son. You're Michael Proctor's little bitch. You're a fucking pig. You're a disgrace. You're a fucking disgrace. And these two guys here, they know it. They're looking at you right now like, this guy's a fucking joke. I can't believe I have to wear the same uniform as this clown, as this corrupt pig. Look at you. Look at you. You freaking pig. You disgust me. You disgust me. You loser. You loser. You freaking loser.
Wow.
And so I'm sorry, Sergeant Buchanan.
Kind of
When you
aggressive, I
come
would say,
into
huh?
The hospital room where
Just a tad.
there's clothing items that are on the floor. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall how those clothing items were in relation to each other, in relation to the floor?
They were positioned on the floor in a pile stacked on top of each other, and they were in the condition of being soaking wet.
And with respect to those clothing items, do you recall what those clothing items were individually?
Yes, sir.
And what were
They were a plaid pair of boxer underwear. It was a orange colored design print t-shirt. It was a blue pair of Lucky brand jeans, a belt, two-tone gray, light, thin hooded sweatshirt, and a right sneaker, black in color with white design and a Nike brand.
And how many sneakers were there contained within that property?
One right sneaker.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the condition beyond them being soaking wet?
I also recognized, due to the aroma and visual observations, traces of vomit on the clothing.
And with regard to those items that you observed on the floor, what, if anything, did you and or Trooper Proctor do with reference to those clothing items?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Once we went through the clothing, we collected each item and put it into a large evidence bag. We double bagged it due to the wetness of the clothing, so it would not seep through. We also identified the fact that there was only one sneaker. So I requested that Trooper Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe from 34 Fairview to the hospital and have them once again check their ambulance to see if there was another sneaker inadvertently left behind in the ambulance vehicle.
Now, prior to sort of physically touching this or any other piece of evidence, what, if any, other sort of precautions do you take prior to handling, tactile handling any piece of evidence?
Anytime we handle evidence, which obviously we take great caution not to destroy, alter, or discard any evidence, we also put on gloves in order to help preserve that item.
And in reference to these items or items of anything of evidentiary value that you seize as evidence, once you take it and secure it into an evidence bag, what happens to it from there?
Once it's secure in the evidence bag, it is sealed and logged into our evidence storage facility at the office. And then as necessary, it is signed out, shipped off for processing, review, or court proceedings.
And as far as that sealing is concerned, how are bags or boxes of items of evidentiary value, how are they sealed?
Once the bag is...
I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once the bag is sealed, it's utilized, we utilize tape, typically red or yellow tape. Once it's secured, we initial and date the tape on the edge. And that procedure helps identify the time and date it was sealed and by who with the initials.
And then once that bag or box is sealed, if that bag or box is subsequently opened at a later time, what if any notation or what if any recordation of that is made?
Anytime a piece of evidence is signed out for review, it's logged in the tracking system. In addition, anytime a piece of evidence is open, with a container being a bag or a box is open and the tape is cut, it is then resealed, reinitialed, and dated by the trooper or an individual who's signing that evidence out and then returning it.
As far as the evidence bag or box is concerned, when it's been opened, is that something that is noticeable based on the sealing and resealing of that particular receptacle?
Yes, sir. It is definitely noticeable, and it's noted in the systems.
Now, with regard to, you mentioned or made some mention earlier in the testimony in regard to evidence storage facilities at your office.
Yes.
Can you describe what those are and who, if anyone, has access to those evidence storage areas?
Within our office, we have 2 troopers that are designated as evidence officers. Those individuals have access to the secure rooms designated strictly for evidence storage. Those rooms are inventoried and kept under not just lock and key, but also digital access control and alarm systems. They are the only ones that have access to those facilities, in addition to our unit commander. But I'll tell you that our unit commander does not access that room without the evidence officers. I myself, even as a supervisor, do not have access to that room.
You don't have access to that evidence room, is that correct?
That's correct.
Trooper Proctor, is he one of those evidence officers? Does he have access to that room?
He does not.
As far as at the time in January of 2022, who were the troopers within your office who did have access to that?
In January 2022, that would be Trooper Jeff Kakowski and Trooper David DeChico.
And that would be in addition to Lieutenant Tully, is that correct?
Detective Lieutenant Tully, I believe, has access to it, but I cannot speak to that. I just believe that he does as a unit commander to facilitate any next assignment.
Now, with reference to any items that you were physically present for that were taken into custody or taken into evidence, including that clothing from the hospital on January 29th and any other items throughout the course of this investigation, when they were taped and sealed, what happened with each of those items once they were taken back to your office?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Each item that was sealed, it was processed in, it was logged in, and then it was stored. After processing, it was stored in the evidence room.
Now, returning back to the Good Samaritan Hospital, within that hospital room, you made mention that you secured items and that you made observations of Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you describe for the jury, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's body, what were those observations that you made?
Mr. O'Keefe's body was laying on his back. The observations I made were of bruising to the eyelids of his face. Based on my experience and having cases with head trauma, I can tell you that during subdural hematoma,
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. You can build a foundation if you can, Mr. Lally.
Over the course of your work with this unit in particular, if you know about how many homicide or let me step into it this way. As far as your work within this unit, as far as it's concerned, what, if any, jurisdiction does the State Police Detective Unit of the District Attorney's Office have with reference to not only homicide, but death investigations within Norfolk County?
By statute, Chapter 38, Section 4, each county, the district attorney's office is provided jurisdiction over all death investigations. As a result, the law enforcement entities that are assigned to that Norfolk or that district attorney perform the investigations. In Norfolk County, those individuals are members of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to the State Police Detective Unit within our office.
And so as far as death investigations, what exactly or what type of investigations would that encompass?
Death investigations that we have jurisdiction over are all unattended deaths. Unattended death means that a physician, a doctor, is not overseeing the individual that passes. Those deaths would be suicides, homicides, overdose type deaths, natural deaths, accidental deaths, and so forth. Any type of death that is not overseen by a doctor at a medical facility or in a hospice type situation.
So as a result of your assignment to this unit and that sort of exclusivity of jurisdiction over unattended deaths within Norfolk County, if you know approximately how many death investigations have you been a part of over the course of your work with the State Police Detective?
Over the last 9 years, I would venture to say it's over 500 death investigations that I was a part of.
And Sergeant, over the course of your involvement within those investigations, if you know how many of those investigations involved some indication or some type of head trauma?
Scores of investigations that involve some sort of head trauma.
And through the course of your investigations, in those cases that have involved scores of head trauma, have you been privy to information as far as medical findings, autopsy reports, things of that nature in relation to those prior investigations?
Yes, sir, I have been.
Now, with regard to your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, with regard to his eyelids, what if any observations did you make, and what if any? Well, let me start just with physical observations. What if any physical observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe's face and body in general?
His face, I observed the swelling and the discoloration being produced through the blood pooling in the eyelids.
Yep, so just your observation, so the swelling and discoloration.
Move to strike.
I'll strike the remainder of what you've said.
I also observed a cut to his nostril and an eyelid, which was very small in size, which would have been produced by a...
Objection.
Yeah, so we'll leave it at that. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Based on your training experience, what if any conclusions or what if any opinions that you have in regard to the swelling around the eyes?
Objection.
Yeah, I'll see you at sidebar here.
What do we got here, John? Joe?
I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of like Joe in one way. It's kind of boring, but at the same time, I think he's opened or maybe cracked the door open a little bit, that maybe some other people had access to the evidence room. I don't know that that's really going to go far, but it's interesting that come up and that question was asked.
Yes.
You do not.
So, Sergeant Mechanic, with reference to your prior death investigations, have you had occasion to make observations of bodies that there was a later determination of some sort of subdural hemorrhage?
Yes.
I'll allow that. Have you made those observations? Have you been part of those investigations?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
And what you observed in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, was that consistent or inconsistent with what you had observed on those prior investigations?
Objection.
That I'll allow.
Karen Reed's like,
it was
shaking
consistent.
her head. No.
Now, in
Yeah, she's
addition
laughing,
to
right?
the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe's face, what, if any, injuries did you observe to his extremities?
I missed that.
His extremities produced abrasions to his upper forearm and lower bicep area on his right arm.
And just as you use that term, I'm not asking for any sort of medical definition, but as far as you use that term abrasions, what do you understand that term?
I understand that term to be a injury sustained through blunt force trauma or friction to the epidermis of the skin, where a crushing of the vascular system occurs and produces that type of sign on the skin.
And from your observation of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, which arm was this again?
It was his right arm.
And as far as your observation of those injuries to his right arm, what, if any, as far as the consistency of those injuries, what, if anything, did you note or observe in reference to those?
Objection.
Consistency with what? With the,
Let me rephrase this.
Yeah.
How were the abrasions that you're describing positioned in relation to each other?
Each abrasion appeared to me to be linear and concentrated in a specific location on the arm. It didn't go any further north of a point and did not go any further south of a point. So it was concentrated in the elbow, a few inches below the elbow, a few inches above the elbow on the right arm.
Now, while you were at the Good Samaritan Hospital, did you endeavor to speak with Ms. Reed?
We did attempt to, yes.
And was she present at the hospital at that time?
No, she was not.
And at some point subsequent to that, did you receive, or what, if any, information did you receive as to her whereabouts?
We were made aware that she was located at 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton at her parents' home.
And where did you go from the Good Samaritan Hospital once you left them?
We proceeded to that location.
Now, sir, with reference to the items of clothing that you recovered from the Good Samaritan of Mr. O'Keefe's, do you have those items of clothing with you here today in court?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to retrieve those items and display those items.
okay, are they in the courtroom?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, yes,
May I approach?
yes.
Here's John O'Keefe's dad, and as Officer Cooper Bukaki was coming into the courtroom, was just pointing at him like it was you.
So is his family, is O'Keefe's family of the same opinion this was set up?
I believe O'Keefe's family, honestly, from what I've heard.
How many items are we talking about? Okay. Jurors, if we go a little past one, my intention would be to still just take a half-hour lunch today and come back. So I'd rather just go through this if we could.
I thought today was a half day.
No,
Sergeant,
taking a half
presenting you
lunch.
with this item, do you recognize that?
That's what
Yes, I
heard.
do.
And what do you
something
recognize
they
that to be?
obtained.
The sweatshirt from the hospital room where Mr. O'Keefe was located.
And Your Honor, the call will seek to introduce and admit that as the next exhibit.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
Sort of need to see what's in the bag before I can object, but I'm
So,
principled no.
okay. All right, so you've received photos of all of this, right?
I assume what's in the bag is what's been photographed, but until I see it, I won't know.
All right, so let's go ahead and open it.
With the court's
This
permission.
is the most
Yes.
amount of objections that I've heard from Alan Jackson since the trial started. And Trooper Bukaki, or whatever his name is, he's actually Michael Proctor's boss and just as guilty because he's supposed to be the one who holds Michael Proctor accountable for any mistakes that he made. But he's still an active duty police officer today.
And interestingly enough, totally different subject. But that's the same kind of evidence bag that the agency used for my stepson's stuff. That's kind of ironic. So now, why are they using this again?
No objection.
He's gonna testify.
So Ellie, why don't you come take the bag?
Because he's the one that took it from John O'Keefe from the hospital.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Okay.
it's in evidence, and we'll put that back in the bag.
If Joe Lanew's available, I think this has something to do with chain of custody.
Yeah. I didn't catch that he was the one that collected that evidence. But yeah, he's testifying that is what he
Well,
collected.
either him or his person who works for him, Michael Proctor. So one of the two, but I think it was him. But either way, he's responsible. He's the boss.
I mean, you another item, sir. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Says it's a one orange T-shirt.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the witness could remove that item and display it for the jury as well.
Yes.
Looks like it's been opened a couple of times.
Yeah, it's been reopened a few times.
That's got to be hard for his parents.
No objection.
Okay.
Was it 4:38?
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Another item, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's the right sneaker recovered from the hospital room.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the witness could remove that item from
Yes.
the bag. Display it for the jury. May we approach, please, sir?
Okay.
So as I take a quick break, I'm going to show you. This is Julie Albert, Brian Albert's wife, when she's asked about the name of this trooper. Here's what she had to say.
Me, my husband, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Bukaki
You take place.
at my home in Canton.
Who was present for that interview?
Me, my husband, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Bukaki.
So she testified under oath that his name is Trooper Bukaki, but then she corrected it to Bukaki. So that's why he's Trooper Bukaki. Yeah. Must be his nickname.
That's O'Keefe's brother.
Yes. Yeah, he doesn't look very happy, but to answer your question that you asked before, to my knowledge, the O'Keefe family all think that Karen did it. And Jennifer McCabe has been going to these fundraisers and functions, and they've been supporting any kind of remembrances and things. So even the nephew and the niece, they're all against Karen Reed that she did it. But I wonder at what point are they going to say, damn, something does sound fishy about that Haas long to die in cold.
And this is not to go down another rabbit hole. This is what I have said for years. I get so aggravated when something happens, whether it be on a civilian side or a law enforcement side. People jump into conclusions based on what other people say. Have some patience and wait until all the evidence comes out, because you never know. I mean, if there's going to be an investigation, they're not going to tell people everything they've got. They're going to hold stuff and see what happens. If there's possible charges coming down the line, they're going to hold certain evidence. They're not going to lay all the cards out on the table. And it's like the general public doesn't. I know they know this, but it's like they're trying a man or a woman before the investigation is even completed, and they don't know everything. And I get so aggravated at that. I mean, it's just like the deal with the Minnesota State Trooper.
You are unmuted.
He dropped the charges because new evidence came forward about how he was going to testify.
This is the shoe that was planted, or the shoe that was actually he was wearing at the hospital?
I think that's the shoe.
All right, Mr.
This
Lally.
is the property that he got at the hospital. That
return
was
that
the
to the back.
shoe he was wearing.
Introduce
Is
him.
my understanding.
Yes, I'm going to,
No objection.
thank you.
May I approach one at a time? My apologies.
That woman's got some patience.
Your Honor, I guess I should have said no objection with what we discussed.
I understand.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Then you with, from that set, you recognize that?
Yes, it's a bag containing a blue jeans, black belt, and plaid boxer shorts.
And, Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove just the jeans and the belt from the back?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, they magically found the belt?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now, Brian Albert said that he didn't even know who this guy
So
was.
are you not displaying the third item, but it's going into evidence? Or is it just the jeans and the belt going into evidence?
Jeans and the belt into evidence, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
So we can mark the bag and we'll remove the third item during a break. Thank you. All right, so Sergeant, you'll be with us this afternoon. Why don't we take our lunch and recess? It's only going to be about a half an hour.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so folks, we'll see you back here, let's say no later than 1:40, okay?
Court, all rise for jury.
You are muted.
Okay. Well, clearly they feel good about it.
Well, it definitely appears that They know that this is going to be a great testimony. He's done backed himself in the corner. He's clearly done lied, and they have these, and they're about to expose him. That's my interpretation of the facial expression. But after Joe Lanou pointed out last time, that could have been way off.
Yeah. True. Oh, there's the infamous ceiling fan.
There is the fan.
Where you at, Joe? He said in the text, BRB, be right back. That was like 15 minutes ago.
So, I mean, so far what we're seeing here is I think that he's definitely saying things that contradict many other testimony that we've heard so far. And this is going to be, it ain't going to be like a Michael Proctor, but this is going to be the next best thing because Buchanek, is that his name?
Yes.
So Lanou doesn't cry about me mispronouncing his name. Buchanek, he is just as responsible and he is just as aware of this kind of sketchy chain of custody and when you found this, but then you found that later, but then this happened. And then you interviewed the McCabe's here, but then the Alberts weren't there when they said they were there. And there's a lot of pieces and a lot of things that he's saying that's contradicting. And if you know the details of the case, what he's saying right here is going to be a very interesting cross-examination.
Yeah, I agree. I was listening to y'all earlier when y'all were discussing the dates on when some of the evidence was either sent or received at the crime lab.
Mm-hmm.
And when I first heard that, I have to be honest and say I was like, "What?" But then I heard Joe say, "Well, that I wouldn't put a whole lot into that." And I got to thinking about that.
About what?
I don't know that I'd put a whole lot of thought into it, but I would want to know why. What was the delay? Because usually you want to try to get everything to the crime lab at one time. I mean, I understand there's going to be evidence that comes up later on. I can vouch for that. But I mean, if you've got the stuff, why not send it all at the same time?
Yeah, I agree 100%.
I don't know how big of an agency that is, so I'm not going to say that it's not uncommon. But for the chief to be out there looking for evidence, I don't know that I'd put a whole lot into that because, I mean, our sheriff, hell, he stops cars every day. And you wouldn't, we've got a big county, so you wouldn't think that the sheriff or the police chief would be out stopping cars. But at the same time, people also want to see that, he's not any better than anybody else. But for him to, if the chief of police is out there collecting evidence, was that before it was turned over to the state police, the investigation?
No, the Canton Police Department only had the scene for 2 hours. And then the Massachusetts, as Lanou likes to refer to it as, disparaging the Massachusetts state name, Massachusetts is they took over after 2 hours. But true, Michael Proctor did find some pieces of taillight, and then they found there's like a week later, and then they also found some on that initial CERT team, and then like 3 weeks later, somehow on a hunch, the chief of police Ken Berkowitz drove by and just seen some more fragments of taillight. So those are a little shaky, but I think the important thing is when you're talking about you receive this piece of evidence, and then you receive this bag of evidence, and then you receive this portion or bag or collection of evidence. This one that we're having some questions that, this one was given to you by Michael Proctor himself. I think those were the key points that were making a clear distinction of the ones that kind of don't make sense or are over the top. Those are being contributed by Michael Proctor. 2 weeks later.
Yeah, and that reminded me, what was the trial? The other, the prosecution during the Trump trial. You know, they put, of course, they didn't have this many witnesses, but they put Alan Cohen on last. What I've seen in the past is usually a prosecution and defense, for that matter, will put in their eyes their best witness or the best testimony or statements, because you know, the old saying, you know, that sometimes the jury, the last thing they focus on is what was the last thing they heard. I mean, that's going to be the last thing in their mind. Yeah, they're going to go back and look at everything in its in a whole, but that was the last testimony per se, and that's gonna be fresh in their mind. So that may be why they're holding Proctor. I don't know.
I think you're giving them a little too much credit. I don't think you want to put Proctor up here, but let's see how Buchanan does, because I don't think he's going to do very good.
No, I don't know. I mean, it does sound fishy. I just don't know who the dirty fish are.
Yeah, so there's a video of the defense team walking out of the courtroom with a bunch of supporters outside, you know?
Yeah.
A bunch of supporters. I mean, you have a bunch of people supporting a person that's being tried for killing a cop. And there's just crowds of people out supporting Karen Reed. I seen earlier that there was people who traveled all the way from London just to be at the trial to support Karen Reed. I know it's getting national attention, but supporting a cop killer, you would have to be pretty convinced that she was not guilty to actually show up and support someone accused of killing a cop.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, but it's like I was saying, even last week, and I've not been following the trial from the get go, but just what little bit I've been following it. I mean, it's maybe I come in at the right time, but I think that they've already put reasonable doubt in the jury's head. She may not, but I would not be surprised at any day she just doesn't come back, or the defense comes and says, you know what, I mean, or even the prosecution or prosecutors for that matter say, you know what, this is, you know, in light of new evidence and witness testimony, we're dropping the charges, because I just don't see how they can tag her for this at this point.
How they can attack her or tag her?
Tag, TAG. I just don't see how they can say that she done it. There's in my opinion, there's a lot of reasonable doubt already.
Yeah. Range Minded Podcast asked, what did I miss? What did I miss, if anything? He hasn't been able to tune in because he's got something called a JOB. And that JOB is what you go to during your employment and employable years, and you earn a money to provide for your family and the roof over your head. And so he was busy doing that instead of watching this. He needs to get his priorities straight, in my opinion. But
no doubt.
Just in case, you know, you do have these obligations where you have to work and provide for your family, let's fill in Range Minded Podcast about what he missed up until this point.
Yeah, so Steve, I'm not sure where you dropped off. I had an errand to run, a Walmart order, so but I was listening. So we've had the state crime lab, 2 witnesses testify as to what pieces, basically in a nutshell, matched up, what pieces didn't. Overall, in Kingdom, you correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I got, the pieces of plastic found on the bumper did not match with any of the pieces that was collected as evidence from either the remaining tail light assembly or on the scene of the crime. None of the pieces on the bumper matched. now we're into Trooper Bucknick.
Oh, Butnick, that's his name now?
I can't remember. Anyway, it's not what you said it was. He's basically testifying to what I missed from Sweet Tea on. Yeah, so I'm on my second one. Thank you. So he went to the hospital, collected evidence. He was talking about who had access to the evidence room. I don't know why they're honing in on that. I mean, maybe it's just a general question, but he testified who has access as far as his knowledge, who has access to the evidence room. Then they opened the bags that had the evidence in it. He testified that that is what he collected. And now they are on a 30-minute lunch break.
Yeah, that was very thorough. From just to give you a brief summary, in my opinion, which is not going to be as detailed, they had the Miss Handy who literally had the red hand, and so they actually did get more matching the rest of her body towards the end. So she was fairly nervous and her hands were red. But anyway, she kind of testified to all the bags coming in and this kind of glass and that glass coming in. And she kind of gave a more detailed explanation of the tail light and who brought what and what time did they bring each evidence, which ones were the bags and which ones, more importantly, did Michael Proctor submit and which ones matched to what. And I think one of the takeaways was there was glass that was on the bumper. It was not plastic. It was actually glass. And all of this glass that you've seen that looked like the taillight was shattered, they're saying that the glass found on the bumper was actually from the cocktail glass. And both of these pieces of the glass that was allegedly on the bumper and the glass, the fragments that were in the crime scene in the front yard in Fairview, both of these matched, and Michael Proctor's the one that submitted them both, of that particular piece of evidence that ties the car to the yard. So that was pretty interesting. And then now you have Michael Proctor's boss, Mr. Butnick. We'll call him Butnick for now. So Butnick is pretty much laying out a lot of testimony. Unfortunately, it's very contradictory of other testimony like Brian Albert and Brian Albert and Julie Albert and Jennifer McCabe and Brian McCabe, where they were interviewed and what happened immediately when you got to the crime scene. And then the next place you go is straight to the McCabe's house. And they weren't really together. First, what it was is Brian went upstairs and Jennifer stayed downstairs and wasn't present, even though they testified that they wasn't present for the interview. And Brian Albert, and Julie Albert, they didn't get there until after the interview was over. But they all testified that they were all sitting in the same room together during the interview. So it's clearly like that part, those details you think you would know for sure, even though it sounds terrible. So he's like sweeping it up and he's saying something and contradicting what these other officers are saying. It's a big mess. And I know that my notes are not going to be as thorough as Alan Jackson's notes, and this cross-examination is going to be epic.
Yeah. And for clarification, his name is Yuri, Yuriy Buchanek, Bukhenik, Buchanek.
All right.
Oh, so a while ago you said you had some breaking Hunter Biden news. What was that? Where'd you forget? And while you're looking that up, so I posted in the comments.
So,
What?
So anyway, the thing about Hunter Biden that you need to know, let me turn the volume off of this one. I'm still hearing the pronunciation of his name, but Buchanek. All right, Buchanek sounds great. Buttkinnick is what Range Minded just said. But yeah, so Hunter Biden He not only was sleeping with his late brother Bo's wife, but you also see that there has been evidence now submitted that she was or he actually got her hooked on crack cocaine also. So that was the breaking news. Not only is he sleeping with his brother, late brother's wife, but he also got her hooked on crack cocaine. So that is, I don't know if that's breaking news, but that's news that you may have not heard of yet.
Yeah. So on the same note of the Bidens, 45 lawmakers sound the alarm on Biden's decline as cognitive struggles in meetings are exposed.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, look, a vet has something to say here. Let's see what it is. I thought they said the glass sound on the bumper didn't match the glass from the cocktail. Oh, you know what? I think you're right. I actually stepped away for a minute. I was hoping that John would have filled me in on that. But yeah, so it's like, so the glass on the bumper doesn't match the cocktail glass. Do you think they were thinking, you know, glass is glass? So if I found some glass, it'll be the same as the cocktail glass. But unfortunately, they cleaned that up in Brian Albert's basement. So they didn't have something else to complete the puzzle. So he just took some kind of glass, not realizing it wouldn't be an exact match. And it was delivered by Michael Proctor. That sounds a lot better. That sounds a lot better. Or
Yeah,
worse.
But you know, even if you're a civilian and you're trying to set somebody up, why would you put real glass and to try to make law enforcement think that it was polycarbonate? I mean, that's just, I don't know.
All right, I have something right here. And Lanu's not here to defend himself. But I will say this. Okay. So you run this polycarbonate tail light into a human being, and let's say you do it at 25 miles an hour in reverse because you just maliciously backed up and hit someone or however it happened, you did it. The glass, do you think it's going to break in these tiny, tiny, tiny microscopic pieces of shards that were found on his sweater? Because obviously the pictures of when they found the sweater from the hospital, you don't see any glass. So the only taillight fragments of plastic pieces or something that's consistent with a plastic piece, you know, as they're observing it, they found these plastic pieces, microscopic pieces inside of his sweatshirt. Now, how the hell is the taillight going to bust to the point it makes microscopic pieces in your sweatshirt? That does not make any sense at all at that speed.
No, in early, me and Range, we were discussing that in the comments because I've been doing some research on polycarbonate. So polycarbonate doesn't even become brittle until -4 degrees and then starts breaking down. I think it was 248 degrees, 243 degrees. So even if, it's not even going to do that in those temperatures. I mean, it would, I guess I could see it if it was -4, but that's what we were talking about earlier. The way polycarbonate's made up, you're not going to have little bitty microscopic shards of polycarbonate glass. You're going to have, if it was even possible, you're going to have big chunks or, the pieces like they did show. My other thing on that is if you compare, if you look at that gash in his head and you say, yeah, the tail light did that, you're going to have DNA, you're going to have tissue, you're going to have, scalp, skin, all kinds different things in the tail light, or at least on some of the pieces. You're
Yeah.
going to have that. And I've not heard anybody testify that there was any.
True that. I'll tell you another thing that's interesting is, like I said, that Jennifer McKay, they said that they were all there at the table together when she got interviewed. This is a clip of that. I pulled it up.
I can't hear anything.
Were when you were in the dining room?
Yes, they were in my bedroom.
And at some point later on that day, those same officers talked to both your husband and your brother-in-law, Brian.
Yes,
And during each of those respective conversations or interviews, do you know where you were in the house when those were going on?
in my bedroom.
Now, at some point after the officers from the state police came over, you spoke to them, is that correct?
Yes,
And do you recall where in your home you spoke to them?
in my dining room.
When you spoke to them, was it both of the officers that were present?
Yes,
And was there anybody else present in the dining room when you were talking?
no.
And as far as your husband or your brother-in-law, Brian, do you know where in the house they were when you were in the dining room?
Yes, they were in my bedroom.
So,
See, and that's the other thing. You don't interview, number one, you don't interview people without it being recording. The second thing is you're not going to interview potential witnesses and or suspects with other people. You're going to interview them separately.
so
That
that's
way
why
you
they came
come
up
and
with the
say-
story. He was up here, and this guy didn't come until after the interview was over. Which that's not what that's not what Albert's testified to. I
Yeah.
believe.
See, Lord, stuff like this drives me crazy.
I mean, but if you're covering it up, there's going to be some lies that you're going to have to tell because some of the stuff ain't going to add up because it's called evidence in forensic science. So you're going to have to sweep a few things under the rug and you're going to have to get your story straight. And you have seen some, I wish he was in the house. You have seen a consistent across the board. Anyone involved in this case have consistently said the same statements in many different cases, especially when Higgins and them were, being asked questions. They would both consistently say, like, can you rephrase the question? Even little punk ass Colin Albert, even he was saying the same type of word track that everyone else was.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Lord knows how much time they've had to make sure they've got their story straight and rehearsed it. And I mean, you've got seasoned law enforcement officers, where they're going to ask this question. This is how we need to answer. They're going to ask this question. This is how you need to answer. This is what you need to say because I'm going to say this. I mean, they've had plenty of time. And I'm not trying to throw law enforcement under the bus here. I'm not. But you poke a fire, long enough, it's going to start raging. And I don't know.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think if there's a cover up and you're really just waiting to hear someone who actually collected the evidence and was one of the persons who's the spearhead of the investigation, if you can't have Michael Proctor that's taken the stand, having his boss that was with him and did go to the hospital and did participate in some interviews, especially the ones who we think should have been the suspect, and then listening to how he actually conducted the interview, how unprofessional it was, and how most police officers would say, that's not how you do it. Listening to him say that, and this is just answering the questions from Lally, DA Lally, when Alan Jackson talks with him later on today, this is going to be a fantastic interview. This is going to be a climax of today's testimony will be right here when Alan Jackson has his chance with him. And there is no chance that anyone but Alan Jackson is going to be the one asking the questions, in my opinion. What do you think about that?
Yeah, no, I agree. And I hope he does. And I was thinking while you were talking too, I would love to see the Massachusetts State Police policy and procedures on interviewing. Let's just see if they violated policy and procedure.
But wouldn't that would be something the defense would have to bring up, right?
Yeah, no, I know. That's what I'm saying. I'd be interested in hearing that.
Is that something? I mean, that and one of the coolest things that you said, as far as something that would prove what happened, in a sense, was the Lexus has a sensor that would be able to tell you, was it in a collision? How fast was it going? Where was it during that time? The Lexus would actually have that information. It'll be interesting to see if they can still recover that, or they have access to that, or they have it in possession and they're just waiting to fire that bullet.
Yeah, I mean, I would be shocked if they have not pulled that data. I would be shocked. I mean,
yeah,
because I've got State Farm insurance, and they've got this little hell, for all I know, it may be a tracker, but it's about the size of I think it's probably about 2 inches by 2 inches, and you can put it, on your dash or in your glove compartment. You can put it anywhere in the vehicle, but it's got some kind of little technology built inside of it. But it helps. It reports back to State Farm. If I've got hard acceleration, if I've got extreme braking, if I bump into something, I mean, it picks all that up, and it's basically to help me get a cheaper insurance rate, that I'm driving safely. I'm not, flying or, all that stuff. But like I was saying, so, the Lexus, and even any of the newer vehicles now, the ECM, the electronic control module, I mean, it keeps up with all that stuff. I can't tell you how many accidents, fatalities that have been investigated where they pull the data from the ECM, and they say, well, you were going X amount of miles per hour at this point, and then there was a sudden braking, or that would indicate you hitting something, or whatever the case may be. It's there. I'm telling you, it's there. So I would be shocked if they did not pull that.
Oh, it's going to be classic. When the defense finally starts making their case, it's going to be absolutely classic. All right, what do you got? Range Minded Podcast Vet. What y'all got? Y'all got any kind of questions or comments? Let's hear them. Like and share this one. This next part, if you've only watched one part of this testimony, it'll be the one that's coming up right after lunch, as soon as the DA says no further questions, and then we're getting ready for the defense to do the cross-examination. This will be the most exciting part of today's testimony by far. By far. And I do have a poll for the audience while we're sitting here waiting. Let me load this one up. It will be, who do you think is more trustworthy as a doctor, Dr. Pepper or Dr. Fauci? So this is the poll that we are asking right now. We'd love to hear your comments after the Senate testimony that Dr. Fauci pretty much admitted that the 6-foot social distancing was all BS. They had no scientific backing, that the United States of America actually funded the lab in Wuhan where the coronavirus started. And then after the coronavirus started, we continued to fund that lab. We knew about that lab. We knew it originated from that lab. The whole vaccination, it was all to prevent future illnesses, to find some vaccine. And that's what the whole thing was. It got out of hand. But they had evidence and tapes of Dr. Fauci talking about, well, we'll make sure the whole entire world gets it as soon as we can get people to, you can't get a job without it. You can't get your driver's license without it. You can't do this without it and that without it. And then you heard him, saying words that had to be bleeped out about every fucking person's going to have it. And that's where we're going to make money. There also was evidence showing that Dr. Fauci was getting kickbacks from the big farm and the Moderna. So Dr. Fauci, my friend, who is more trustworthy, you or Dr. Pepper? That would be my question. And let's see what kind of comments we have here. Oh, Roger.
Yep. Roger is on it.
Roger is not messing around. He's definitely going for Dr. Pepper is more trustworthy, that it has 23 flavors.
Dr. Akula. Yeah. So Range Minded Podcast says he's going to be touching on the Hunter Biden trial. So go check him out at rangemindedpodcast.com, or you can find any of his podcasts wherever you get your free podcast at.
Yeah. Or paid podcasts. I'm sure if you paid.
That's right. I'm sorry. I botched that. Your paid podcast.
Yeah. I think the better way of saying it is, come check us out anywhere audio or video content can be found.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100.
Steve does have some good stuff on that.
See, look, Vet knows that Dr. Pepper, that's what he says. I mean, this is really a toss-up. When you're talking about Dr. Pepper's been around for years and has been consistent. And through the years, whether it was 15 years ago, Dr. Pepper has tasted pretty consistent. You can trust that Dr. Pepper knows what they're doing. But Dr. Fauci, I can see why people are leaning towards Dr. Pepper versus Dr. Fauci. What's your opinion?
Yeah, I have to say, Dr. Pepper is a little bit older, so it's a lot more wiser.
Okay.
And the secret is still a secret with Dr. Pepper. It has never been released. The secret on COVID in the Wuhan has been mysteriously released.
Revealed, yeah, and
Yeah,
it's
revealed.
it's unfortunate, but another thing they were talking, I know that we're at the Karen Reed trial, and you're not going to miss one moment. I'll put that bumper up in a minute. You're not going to miss one moment of the Karen Reed trial. As soon as they're back from break, we will be back watching it. But but the thing that's a real travesty is the children that weren't allowed to go to school based on this 6-foot social distancing that Fauci's like, well, that really doesn't have anything to do with me. It was the CDC who did that.
Yeah, I like how he said, I didn't make that decision. Well, who
I
did?
gave that advice to the CDC, who their job is to come out with some kind of guidelines, and they're the ones that prevented all these children. But the big picture is all of these children that missed 1 year or 6 months. If you live in Texas, the school was only shut down for like half a year, but some it's one season or it's 3 years of school that people, and some people are still homeschooling their kids today because they're worried about coronavirus, and they're injecting their kids with, booster 2, 3, 4. And then now there's reports out that that the booster shot is actually hurting people, that is making people sick. There's been fact checking on Facebook and YouTube and everywhere else talking about your opinion of the coronavirus is bad. Tucker Carlson, you're fired for your opinion of January 6th and what you're saying about the coronavirus, which is clearly untrue. There's accounts that have been suspended on Twitter and YouTube based on their views of what they thought was going on with the coronavirus. And all of those people are not going to get an apology letter.
No.
But all this happened.
So this is a true story. So my ex-wife, she's in the medical field. She was they were basically forcing her to do it. So after her first shot, I think it was the Moderna, she was sick as a dog. And then the second one, she was also sick. And then you start hearing about, and I don't remember which one it was, but it was one of them now, or apparently it's people with new heart conditions, new diagnosed heart conditions, and they're saying that it was related to that. But yeah, going back to Dr. Fauci, he's like, when all that was going on, it was him, and our studies are showing. I'm finding this, I'm finding that. So I watched a little bit of it the other day, especially when MTG got a hold of him. He was like, no, I didn't. The CDC did. And she was like, well, you said you're a scientist, you're a doctor. And she was referring to him as Mr. Fauci, not doctor. She said, I will not refer to him as a doctor because he's not a doctor. Yeah, I don't know if you saw it or not, but he got heated. But
I saw the
so I'm staying with Dr. Pepper.
Yeah. I also seen something today in the testimony when Butnick or whatever, when Butnick was doing his testimony, he was asked, and you found, what did you find on the lawn, if anything? And he said, Mr. John O'Keefe. It's like, not officer, not deputy, not trooper, not Boston police officer, John, like most people would like to inject in there. Like, hey, I didn't just find a person. I didn't find Mr. O'Keefe. I found Boston police officer John O'Keefe killed on the lawn. And then that would be something I would say. But when he downplayed it and said, Mr. John O'Keefe, you're like, oh. I mean, because at some point you have to sleep at night and you have to rationalize that you are protecting one cop. As a matter of fact, you're protecting 4 or 5 or 6 and family members and fathers and relatives and, ATF agents. And now there's FBI and all these people that you're protecting, all these people versus one person who's dead, so you are siding with the police, just the wrong ones. And I just thought it was kind of tasteless when he said, John O'Keefe, Mr. John O'Keefe, in my opinion, considering the circumstances.
No, I agree. And, and the sad thing of it is this, even if at the beginning, when he walked in the door, and I say he was in the house, when he walked in the door, if there was an argument, a beef, things got heated, they got into a little scuffle, and whatever the case may be that happened, just freaking own up to it, because now if this ends up the way I think it's going to end up, and I've been wrong before, I may be wrong now, but this ends up where I think it's going to end up. It's going to be, you know what, you'd have been so much better off. You just been truthful. And how many times do you hear law enforcement officers pull somebody over and it's like, hey man, just be honest with me. I can work with honesty, and stuff like that. But then you got this hypocrisy. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it's crazy. Speaking of which, right there in Boston, there's a post. I might as well just share it so I don't sit here and let's share this screen right now. In Boston, from the Boston 25 News, authorities say that they arrested a suspect accused of broad daylight shooting outside a grocery store on Tuesday. It was the Stop and Shop there in Revere. So that's news that's happened right there in Boston. And there is also a police cam. They have some footage that shows the shooting and everything from that. So maybe we would even see something like this on Night Court on the Friday edition, where it shows body cam footage of shootings or evidence of shootings.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's something that's going on in Boston.
People are getting brazen now.
Yeah, I would say for sure.
I don't understand it, but
all right. So where are we going from here, brother? What's going on with how did you get? Lanu was really dying to know, how do you get free tea at Chick-fil-A?
So
wait, before you testify, I need you to raise your right hand and repeat after me. I'm just joking. Good.
Well, that was my left.
Yeah,
that was my left.
You left my high five unattended.
No, I just I actually passed it as I was leaving Walmart. I was like, you know what, I'm gonna grab something to eat. So I made a big circle and a circle back around. And they're doing it a little bit different now. They've tore down the old building and built a new one, and they've got a mobile order line, and then they've got a drive-through line. So I'm sitting here, I'm trying to, I know it's simple, but I was trying to figure, I was like, well, damn, which one do I need to go in? So anyway, I went to the right line, drive-through, told the girl what I wanted, and I get around there, and then another girl's bringing me the food, and I see her, she's got this drink holder with 2 drinks in it. She's like, John? I'm like, yeah. She said, here you go. And I was like, she said, no. She said, we're giving you a complimentary tea. She said, I see you're law enforcement because I've got a blue line license plate on the front of my vehicle. And I was
okay,
like, well,
okay, hold on, back up a little bit. So they seen from when you were ordering it that you had what on your license plate? The
blue line license plate on the front.
So they seen your license plate, so they're trained eye looking for the blue line on your license plate.
Well, see,
while you're in the drive-through,
they've got the drive-through, and the girl was standing under this great big awning or covered area. So she's standing out there taking orders.
So you didn't say one word about,
no,
hey, ma'am, I don't know if you noticed or not, but there's a blue line on my license plate, and according to your company policy, which I have right here.
No, I've never pulled that card. So, and then this sticker,
I'm just joking.
No, this sticker was on one of the cups. I don't know if you can see it or not, but
yeah,
it's got my name and a number. It says vehicle ID, black truck, and then Chevy. So like they really pay attention to what kind of vehicles are ordering.
Well, I think most Chick-fil-A's, there's like a 2-lane ordering system, and then those 2 lanes merge into one. So it could, like if you order a bunch of stuff and then all of a sudden you jump in front of the other person, you don't know, was it this person? So they have to identify the vehicle that you
Yeah.
drive, in those
Well,
cases, I would imagine.
Yeah, and I get that, but I mean, black truck. I mean, okay, but then they had Chevy. I was like,
Oh, the fact that they distinguished, just in case there might have been multiple black trucks. We're talking about the black Chevy.
Right.
A little bit more description. Yeah, that sounds
yeah, it was
suspicious.
all, yeah. So I was very observant. I mean, to see the license plate, and I mean, yeah, because they're busy. I mean, but she picked it all out.
Yeah. We have an actual report that just came through, hot off the press, report of racism. Apparently, Vet LT3 has veteran license plates, and when he goes through Chick-fil-A, he doesn't get anything but a smile and have a nice day. He doesn't get like, oh my gosh, thank you so much for your service. Can I get you a tea? So it must be something special about law enforcement that Chick-fil-A likes to give a tea. Maybe you help make the place safer.
Well, so and I've been we've not talked about it lately, but there was a Kernersville police officer. He got into a scuffle with a guy several years ago, and the guy got his gun and shot the officer twice. It was a bad deal, but most of the restaurants in Kernersville, they got together and started doing little fundraisers and stuff like that, and they really got behind law enforcement. It was kind of neat, but if you, and to Vet's point, I'll be honest with you, is I started seeing these yellow lines, the green lines, and other colors. Now I knew what blue line was, I knew what the red line was because I was in the fire department. But I was like, what are these other lines? I mean, I didn't have an issue with it, but I had to go do my own research to find out what's what. And you could ask me right now, what's yellow? I don't know. I know one of them is for tow truck drivers or vehicle recovery and whatnot. My point is I don't think people are as aware of what these other ones are as opposed to blue and red. That being said, I stopped at a little convenience store the other day, and I walked in to get a drink, and I had come back out to grab some change, and the guy stopped me. He's like, "What's the blue line for?" I said, "Law enforcement." And then I spent 15 minutes talking to him about it. But so not everybody knows about what the different colors are.
Interesting. But apparently Chick-fil-A is has nothing to do with, because I know that you did volunteer. Well, they didn't just say a black truck. They said Chevy. They must be paying attention to what cars law enforcement's driving. Like they must have, like you're giving another piece of evidence that if in fact they didn't see the tag, maybe they recognize that black Chevy obviously means John's truck and he needs a free tea.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds a little suspicious. I'm just saying.
Well, and the thing about it was, though, I looked at the receipt, and I left the receipt in the truck, but I looked at the receipt and I was like, well, did they just add it to the order and maybe didn't charge? It wasn't even on the order.
It wasn't even like a pay it forward situation.
No. And so I don't know. I mean, she had one of those little headsets on. Maybe she told them. I don't know. But my point is like she didn't put it in with the order, free tea, like complimentary.
Right.
Free
They
tea
didn't charge it and then put complimentary on it.
Nope.
They
It is
just
not on the receipt.
Somebody make a tea real quick. We have a blue line license plate, black truck, Chevrolet, a gentleman who, he looked like he possibly could have been a police officer at some point.
I wanted was a chicken
bring him
sandwich.
a chicken sandwich. So here's the telltale though. Here's the telltale. So did you order a chicken sandwich and then nothing to drink?
No, I actually
whoa. This is where the mic drops. So what was
I actually ordered a combo.
You did order a drink.
Yeah, it was a combo. The chicken sandwich. I thought I was going to get waffle fries, but I guess because it was breakfast, they gave me.
So they brought you a free tea in addition to the tea that you paid for?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, I see. So they brought you 2 teas.
Yep. I had 2 teas.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, that clears that up. That up. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. I don't want to be judge and jury here, but I would just say Chick-fil-A is very friendly to backing the blue.
Well, and most of the restaurants in Kernersville are. I give them that.
But maybe not the red, white, and blue veterans, but
No.
they are definitely backing the blue for the law enforcement, supporting law enforcement with a nice beverage as they drive by on patrol. Yeah, that's cheap security.
I thanked her, and she said, "My name's on the ticket," and it is Olivia. Thank you, Olivia.
Yeah. Well, there's a shout out to Chick-fil-A if you're in Cornsville or wherever in
Kernersville, North Carolina.
If you're in Kernersville, North Carolina, and you're going by
27284.
Chick-fil-A, then make sure you get your free tea if you have a blue line on your license plate, Cam.
The armpit of Forsyth County, North Carolina.
There you go. Hell yeah, bro. Well, that's good news. So back to the Karen retrial. We are looking forward, anticipating this cross-examination of Michael Proctor's boss. This is going to be great. And we do have a comment before we get into one little commercial. I think Range Minded has the opinion that possibly that this young lady was making a move on you.
Well, she appeared to be probably 19 or 20, and I'm 54, so she's a little out of my age range.
Does anyone notice John's cheeks appearing to be blushing at this moment?
That's my camera. I got to fix my camera.
All right. So then there's that. So just a little 30-minute break. Let's go to a little commercial. Do I have any little commercials up here? Do you have any commercials either?
I don't. I'm not that coordinated.
Yeah. I know that you have your own podcasting equipment on StreamYard.
I do. So I was reading something a minute ago. Apparently, and I didn't read the whole article, but apparently some of the Democrats are coming to terms with their president not being mentally competent, and they are now clashing with Democrats that think that he is mentally competent.
This is something that they just noticed in the last week.
Well, I think this is something that they've finally admitted in the last week. Kind of like his executive order yesterday. Oh, we got a problem. I just realized this after 3.5 years, but even his executive order is going to allow 1.5 million illegal crossings. But there's a problem at the southern border. In case y'all didn't know, Biden picked up on it yesterday.
Interesting. Here's something from a Karen Reed supporter. This is an isolated clip that comes from Law Crime TV. They're asking, why does Karen Reed consistently flip off jurors? And it's coming from this tape right here.
Oh, my Lord.
I can see that. She sees someone walking in and she just has to give them the middle finger, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. So there was a trial several months ago. I can't remember the judge's name. It was a publicized trial. And apparently there was one of the attorneys on the defense was doing that quite often. And the judge picked up on it and they had words over it live on TV. I'll have to find that, but the judge picked up on that. So I can't say that that's not. I don't know.
No, Sergeant Bukaki, Sergeant whatever his name is, he was clearly flicking people off. Let me show you this one without the audio, and tell me if you see a middle finger. Make it up. What the hell happened there?
See, look at SpongeBob.
No, this is the pro version. Let me see here. It's right about here, though. Does that look like a middle finger to you?
It does.
This is the kind of the indirect kind of middle finger that we would be referring to when we say, oh, I didn't flip them off. I was just grabbing the steering wheel. It seems like the same
Yeah.
kind of thing.
I don't use my middle finger to turn the steering wheel when I'm trying to get out of a parking spot.
And
But
his hands surely aren't at 10 and 2. So that's an
no,
interesting
they're not.
way.
He's not a Dr. Pepper fan.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get out of this one and find out why I can't watch the rest of it. But that I tell you what, when you listen to Turtle Boy and he's walking after Bukkake, we'll just say that he referred to him as. He had some pretty aggressive things to say, and then he grabs the megaphone and he's sitting there shouting at him and saying a lot of inappropriate things. And it seems like the people that were surrounding Officer Butnick, they were saying other things that were kind of in the same line of comments of, why are you doing this? And you're a bad person and blah, blah, blah. So clearly Turtle Boy finds something very offensive with Butnick. Officer
Oh,
Butnick.
so I found it. It was the attorney for Nicholas Cruz.
Yeah, what happened there?
So the attorney was giving somebody the middle finger in court, and the judge called it, or somebody brought it to her attention, and she went off on him.
All right, let's hear this exclusive interview that Turtle Boy Daily News, TB Daily News, did as he was following Officer Butnick out of the courtroom. Why does this thing keep freezing? What the hell is going on here? I promise I paid the bill.
Sure.
Are you trying to arrest me for wiretapping? Why did you pursue? Why were you talking? Why did you? Sergeant Bukkake, are you trying to arrest me for wiretapping? Why did you pursue? Why were you talking about me during your whole interview with Lucky Laughlin? What have you done to follow up on the Ford Edge? What have you done? What have you done to follow up on that Ford Edge that Lucky Laughlin told you about? Why did you not interview? Why did you not interview? Why did you not interview? Why did you not interview Lucky Laughlin? Why did you not interview Lucky Laughlin, sir, until August 10th? After, are you ashamed, sir? I mean, is this why you went to the academy, to cover for punks like Michael Proctor? You're Michael Proctor's bitch. That's all you are, son. You're Michael Proctor's little bitch. You're a fucking pig. You're a disgrace. You're a fucking disgrace. And these two guys here, they know it. They're looking at you right now like, this guy's a fucking joke. I can't believe I have to wear the same uniform as this clown, as this corrupt pig. Look at you. Look at you. You freaking pig. You disgust me. You disgust me. You loser. You loser. You freaking loser. Bukkake. Bukkake loser. Bukkake loser.
Dang. Hey,
Yeah.
I shared I'm trying to share a screen for that video if you want to accept it and all.
Yeah, let's hear it. Maximize it.
When these people are upset about specific things that have gone on from that table, like shooting the middle finger up at this court and laughing and joking, Ms. McNeil, be quiet. When these people have sat in this courtroom and watched this behavior from that table, and they want to say that they're not happy about it, what is the problem?
Judge, I have no problem because I have thick skin. But once you bring in my children, I think that's highly improper.
I didn't even know you have children. I don't know what you're talking about. Your children? What about your children?
Yeah.
What about his children? Did she say something about his children?
I
He
I
was
didn't
playing the
watch the
children
whole
card.
thing, but
Yeah.
so I didn't catch that part of it. But yeah, I think he misunderstood or misheard her or something. But I don't.
Yeah, they were clearly flipping the bird, though. I think that's undisputable. Flipping the bird. Where's old Joe Lanou at? Where the hell's he
I
hiding
don't
at
know.
these
I think
days?
he's eating a chicken salad sandwich or something. I don't know.
Oh, chicken salad sandwich.
Lord.
Well, what other news do we have? We definitely covered the Dr. Pepper or Dr. Fauci. We definitely covered that in great detail. Here's another one. If you've heard the story about the kids testifying about Karen Reed, here's one right here that shows. I'm going to share this one. This one where the kids are telling Karen Reed, "Happy birthday. Thank you so much for everything you do for me. I really appreciate it. I can't believe it's only been 1 year that I've known you, but it feels like forever. I can't imagine my life without you. You are the most amazing person I've ever met, and I hope 39 treats you well. Can't wait to make more amazing memories." This is completely contradictory of, well, she got mad at me one time when I didn't finish my dinner, as the prosecution paraded those kids up there to say. This is just something that Karen wouldn't, they didn't want to cross-examine and try to, get the kids to say, just like, "I'm sorry that you had to be here." But that's just one thing I thought you should probably see there.
Yeah, I was doing some research on that yesterday, but I can't help but wonder if they wasn't groomed.
Oh, 100%. Well, especially when your parents or your legal guardians or John O'Keefe's parents definitely think that he's done it. I'm sure every casual conversation throughout the day is like that. But then again, you see John O'Keefe's dad, that's pictured in the top here between both of us, and you see him pointing at the Michael Proctor's boss, and he's pointing at him. It almost looks like you're the one responsible, or you're going to start making the prosecution look good by your testimony. Thanks for coming. Or what would you read into that photo there?
Well, that's why I was asking, is the O'Keefe family of the opinion that Karen did do it? Or, I don't know when this picture was taken, but.
Well, when he was walking into the court today is what the picture had read.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. I mean,
I'm of the opinion that they still think Karen Reed did it, and all the defense is doing is making noises, from what I understand. But this picture, I don't know what you would take from that.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the facial expression of the lady behind him to his right. I mean, she's kind of got a little disgust as well. But I also wonder too, I mean, everybody's different. I mean, is part of the family saying Karen done it, and the other part of the family saying, "No, I don't believe she did." Now, I mean, family's going to have their differences. I don't know, but that face right there, I'm almost believing that they're pointing a finger at him, saying he knows something.
Yeah, if we're talking about, excuse me, that's Karen's dad. I'm sorry. Damn, Dante knows a lot, man. Jump on the show. That's Karen's dad.
Oh.
That's Karen's dad. So Karen's dad's definitely going to be pointing in a very accusatory fashion towards Bukkake, 100%. So Dante, man, jump on the show with us. Someone get Dante
really
on with us. Dante seems to know more facts. We definitely need to hear from him. Another one, Dante, maybe you can explain this one over here. Michael Albert said he had no idea. Brian Albert. What am I saying? Brian Albert said he had no idea who this gentleman, Butnick, Trooper Butnick, he had no idea who he was and has no recollection of who this person is. And here is some pictures that you've seen from, obviously, this was Big Book 13. This is in 2019 in DC, where these guys are pictured together, but you're telling the court that you have no idea who this guy is. Seems a little fishy as well.
Yeah, that does.
Seems like they may have. Well, I'd known them a few. I mean, I've seen them a couple. I might have had a beer with them once or twice. It seems like they're wearing the same T-shirt. They might know each other a little bit better than he's claiming.
Yeah, I was trying to read what that says. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. Whenever you say something, maybe back in the day when we had to go through our photo albums, but now that we're on social media, you pretty much can find anything at your fingertips in like in just a few seconds. You know, oh, I never did this. I mean, there's just you posted something 6 years ago on some platform, and then oh, here it is right here. Now, what were you saying? I mean, that's how real time things are getting fact checked, even in the courtroom with amateur reporters. You know, everything that you say, it's like they have the answer and everything like the same day, like right away. Range Minded says it looks like a couple of ducks looking for some balls. And there you have it. But psh. All right, so that's what I got there, and we already covered the Hunter Biden. I did see the this guy right here was Brian's FBI forensic lab person. The post was on this one that the forensic lab expert, this guy's name, I don't have his name right in front of me, but he's the one that also testified in the famous Patriots tight ends Aaron Hernandez's murder trial. He testified about destroying the evidence, destroying a phone and SIM card so no evidence can be found. So this is the guy that testified in the Aaron Hernandez trial that is pictured there, and is the same person that Brian Higgins said he went to go speak to his friend at the that worked at the FBI crime lab. He was in the ATF. He's in the ATF, but he works at the FBI crime lab, and that's what he does: forensic science in the phones and deleting phones. That's his specialty. That's the person that Brian Higgins contacted as he was getting instructions on how to delete evidence and pull evidence off of his phone, extraction. So there's a picture of that.
That's not incriminating, is it?
They both worked in the ATF. It was a coworker. Oh, and Range said it's a stupid spell check. That wasn't ducks.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. I mean, these are law enforcement officers. You would think that, I mean, they're sloppy even trying to do a damn cover up.
Yeah. If you're going to have the audacity to do bad things, at least do bad things well. Like if you're going to be a criminal, just be a good criminal. Like whatever you're going to do, be good at it. These cops did a shitty job at covering it up. They left so many trails of evidence that were easily found. And as a police officer, ATF, sergeant, ranking member, lieutenant, you think they would say, okay, guys, let's put this story together, because what you're saying right now, I'm having a hard time believing it. We have to come up with a better story than that. And all of this evidence of how they went through trying to figure out what the best story was, it's all documented. It's all right in front of you, and it looks suspicious. It definitely makes them look guilty. But the final narrative that they're going with, it just doesn't make sense that you would have those small little pieces of taillight shards that were in that sweater that was not found when they originally took pictures and took the evidence in there, and microscopic pieces of taillight that you could hit someone so fast and with so much force to someone's head that their eyes go black and blue and they have scratches on their eyes and on their back of their head, and you hit them so fast that little microscopic pieces of the taillight is found in his shirt. It's a lot of questions. I mean, something's planted. And then you go up to the car and you see on the left side, you see a hair that is on the car, still attached to the car after traveling almost 70 miles on the back of a tow truck through a blizzard. They all been uniquely saying blizzard. It was like a foot of snow is not a fucking blizzard.
Yeah.
3 inches of snow to by later that night, 18 inches of snow, almost 2 feet, but 18 inches of snow was a snowstorm, but it wasn't a fucking blizzard. I mean, they're using the word blizzard to kind of cover up the shoddy things that they did. Not getting the green light to go out there and investigate the scene until after they had time to get the taillight. When it was almost dark at 5:30, they still hadn't received the green light to go out there at 5:30. The CERT team, that right there is very suspicious. But on the left side, you see the hair that made it onto the car, and then the same piece of hair just in the garage. Maybe someone opens a door or something, and there might be a slight breeze, that the hair already changes on the right side of the picture. You can see how the hair is in a totally different orientation, and it looks like it was placed back onto the car. It fell off the car and it was placed back onto the car, as John told, kind of pointed out yesterday about the salt marks or the saltwater stain marks, of how it's not even in the same spot where the curve or the middle would be. It's actually looks like it's been replaced on the car, so they can get another picture of it at a different time, because it had fell off when they originally placed it on there. And the second one looks like maybe there was something smeared onto the car, like a little swipe, so that way it would stick to the car and they can get another picture of it. That's what it looks like to me, and it's hard for me to determine that that's not what it is. I mean, what do you think?
No, I agree. And I was looking at that yesterday, or last night. I'm trying to make it make sense of how it's not been tampered with, but I mean, you can't. I mean, I'm using other saltwater marks as references, and you just can't. I mean, that has been messed with.
100%. 100%. Just with the saltwater mark, that's clearly in relation to the sticker, an evidence marker. And then the way that it's positioned on there tells you it was removed and put back there. And that little smear that you see that's not in the first one, it's definitely not, it's a different camera angle. They smeared something to make that hair stick on there.
Yeah.
And looks like it to me. And the part I thought that they glazed over and they wouldn't let the defense talk about is the little pieces of glass that were on the bumper. That how the hell did they make it on the bumper? First of all, how do you smash the glass, and there's such a collection that is on the left side of the glass that's right there on the bumper. How is there a collection of so much glass on there that wasn't swept up and kept up unless you smashed that glass while it was in that garage? How the hell did it make it that far?
Yeah,
right?
I can't. I agree 100%. I can't wrap my head around that. That's just. And now that I've seen that other picture with that big piece of polycarbonate sticking outward, I mean, even if, I mean it appears to be sticking out.
And another thing that's super interesting is if I smashed out my taillight, and if you're gonna, let's just say I believe that the glass, some of those glass, little small, tiny, microscopic pieces were in his shirt and they were on the bumper. If we're believing this, that those little pieces stayed on that bumper and that one big piece was still on the bumper. Remember that? The one big piece was still on the bumper, like that made it on the bumper. How are you going to tell me that you were able to recover enough pieces to put that puzzle together like you did right there? How are you going to tell me that not just maybe one piece of red fell off while it was being towed? Maybe one piece kind of fell somewhere else when she was driving home or when they were driving around looking for John O'Keefe, because per their, theory, this happened and then she drove home and then she drove, around looking for him. And then she drove to her mom's house that was 15, 20 minutes away. Then they drove and got the wrecker and got it. There's no other pieces that fell anywhere else. No other pieces anywhere.
Yeah, and I'm gonna bring up another picture. So, and my other thing of it is how did the pieces even get on the bumper? That's not over the bumper. So they would have. It would have had to go. The pieces would have had to been, I guess, blown to the left. If you hit somebody or something hits it, the pieces are going to fall straight down. That's not where the bumper is.
Or maybe inside the light.
Yeah, exactly. And
I'm
it
with you.
looks like
That piece that comes up, that's kind of on the left, that it looks like there's kind of a gash out of it. That's the incomplete piece of the puzzle that's not there. That little shard that seems like it's missing. It looks like that piece on other pictures we've seen during the testimony. It looks like it had been pulled out as if you smashed a hammer in there, and that might have been the claw. It looked like that piece was kind of pulled out and it was bent outwards from there, is from what I see.
Yeah. Looks like Mr. Lanou might be getting some bad weather.
Really? What happened?
Well, I'm looking at excuse me, weather.com and AccuWeather, and there is a flood warning. It says river flood warning. Apparently they're getting a lot of rain right now. And
Yeah, it's always a storm or tornado. We were getting it pretty bad here in Houston as well. But that shouldn't be any reason why the cell phone doesn't work.
Well, this is true.
Yeah. You can come on with the cell phone if you're sitting there in the dark. Here's another thing. Check this out.
Because I've texted him. He's not texting me back.
Turtle Boy shows up with this T-shirt on today. And he was told if he is going to be allowed in the courtroom, he's going to have to turn it inside out. What kind of Lexus was you driving, John?
It is a 570.
570.
I think that's what it was. Lexus or 750 Lexus. Yeah, Lexus 570.
Yeah, I want to hear Dante. Are you from England? Is that the guy from England?
Oh, I have no idea. I saw him in here the other day, but
yeah, Dante knows what the hell he's talking about. We need to hear from Dante. Someone get him something where he can come on here.
Dante is exclusive.
He's exclusive.
Yeah.
All right, let me walk down here and see what the hell we're talking about. So,
Yeah, range. I think it, and I may be off on this, but I think it was a 2021 Lexus 570. I'm not sure on the year, but it is a 570.
yeah, it's definitely a nice car. It's like a top of the line. I guess all Lexuses have leather interior, but it appeared to me that it was a top of the line SUV. I mean, this thing had to have been $90,000 Lexus SUV. It was not a small one. It was a top of the line type of vehicle that a professional would be able to afford. Because Karen Reed is actually a college professor, or was, I guess, at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm doing some research on the 570 ECM.
Yeah, I'm gonna post right now. I'm gonna post this on Kingdom Radio at Kingdom Radio Texas. I'm gonna post the link. Let me see here. Post, not everyone. I'm gonna post the link to come on here on the StreamYard. So this is for the Karen. This is for the Karen Reed coverage. Join us live. So I just posted this on StreamYard. Excuse me, on X. So if you go to X under Kingdom Radio Texas TX, I have a link to come on with us onto the show and share some commentary. Definitely would like to hear from. Definitely would like to hear from Dante. 100%. He seems to know more than I do for sure. All right. So following this case, is the prosecution is Lally? Is he done, or how much more do you think?
No, she said that. She said he would. They would need him when they come back from lunch.
Well, they're going to need him for cross-examination, but
I get. I know what you're asking now. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't know if Lally. I don't remember hearing him say no further questions.
Yeah, I didn't hear her infamous, "You're all done."
Let's see what we got here. This is. I thought it was interesting that that professional, she did not want to say. She did not want to say that it was from Michael Proctor's the one who delivered it. That was obvious, right?
Delivered that.
Yeah, that's true. Yes.
She didn't.
Which state trooper was it that delivered that?
She's looking at the
Do you
DA.
know? Sorry, that's an odd question.
Don't know if you wanted to repeat it, Kennedy. You have to repeat that, please.
So evidence is
No,
submitted to.
what you just said that he missed.
Oh, I said that's kind of an odd question.
Oh.
Huh?
So.
Do you have a record of that?
A record of what?
A record of which state trooper delivered that debris to the lab?
So it wouldn't be delivered as like debris. It would be delivered as the individual piece of clothing, which then got assigned item 7-18, I believe. And then as someone analyzes it, each offshoot of that piece of evidence gets a 7-18 point something. So the debris collected from that shirt is 7-18.18.
Okay.
When those several, actually, let me strike that. That's where I was.
I'm trying to get you to say, did
Take your time,
Michael
Mr. Liddy.
Proctor? Can you say Michael
So I
Proctor
want to
delivered
know,
that?
when you were assigned to this case, you were aware that the date of the incident was January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. And it's your testimony that you don't know which state trooper delivered the shirts to the lab, correct?
I could look at my notes because I have a printed chain of custody.
Sure. If you would check your notes for that, please.
Okay. Okay, so submission 7, which is everything that's item 7- in this case, was submitted by Trooper Michael Proctor, I believe.
Oh, that was the answer to my question. Thank you.
That seemed like a long time for her, knowing that he's just trying to get her to say Michael Proctor. Seems like she changed the subject. I mean, maybe I'm just looking into it too much.
And she seems like the kind of person that's like very shy and can't talk in front of people. I used to be like that, so I kind of understand that to a degree.
Well, the only really way to gauge this person's responses is when she was asked questions that clearly were not incriminating. She was asked from the DA, Lally. He asked her questions and she got nervous and she was like, but she was, answering them. And if he was guiding her into a question, even though she's nervous and her cheeks are getting red and she's having problems breathing, she was getting through them. But whenever he started asking about the tail light, you can tell whatever nervousness she had was enhanced, where they had to take a break and give her a break so she can calm down or whatever. And then she came back and then she was still very nervous. But then when the when the defense had an opportunity to question her, and then they're just trying to get her to say Michael Proctor, she just has the hardest time trying to figure out who delivered this, and like she changed the subject. It seemed to me like this was a shorter clip, but it was 2 or 3 times that she kind of answered a different question that she wasn't even asked to avoid saying Michael Proctor delivered this particular piece of evidence because she knows the backstory about what matches and what doesn't match and all that. She understands the big picture as they're laying it out piece by piece for us. But she really was hesitant, in my opinion, of saying the name Michael Proctor. And every time she was asked that question, if you notice, she looked over at where the DA would be. She was looking at him as he was asking, and then she looked over at the DA like, you can tell there's an exchange there where she's looking, and I don't know what facial expression was being made, or, we already had before the trial, I'm preparing you of what to say when this question's asked or whatever, and these are the questions that are going to be asked, and this is more than likely what the defense is going to try to make you say, just so you're aware of that. I mean, however they presented that, you can tell at that moment she's looking over at him, maybe as to jar her memory of what's supposed to be said, or clearly looked like there was more than just, I don't know what the question is. Looks like she was hesitant of saying the name Michael Proctor, in my opinion.
Yeah, I picked up on that, and maybe I missed something. She said that's an odd question. I didn't think that was an odd question.
It's an odd question who delivered it. I don't think she really knows the big picture, even though she might have been prepped.
Yeah.
She doesn't know the big picture that the defense is alleging that Michael Proctor did this big scheme and he's, planting evidence and all that. I don't think that they're in on it. I don't think that they know. So it's an odd question in a normal trial to who delivered it. Can you tell me who delivered this piece of evidence right here? I think for them, they're not thinking in the wavelengths of, I'm trying to tell you that someone is planting evidence. I can't tell you that. All I can do is ask you is what trooper. Like, that's an odd question, which it is. It is an odd question. But in this case, if you know the details, it's not an odd question. You're painting a picture that Michael Proctor was tampering with evidence. But I think she's not in on it, so she didn't know that. But yeah. I did see a hesitation, and but her laughing tells me that she didn't know that she was unintentionally saying Michael Proctor's name, even though I did see a little hesitation.
Yeah. So I was digging on this ECM thing, and I did not catch the beginning of the trial, but it said in opening statements, Adam Lally said forensic evidence from Karen Reed's Lexus SUV coupled with O'Keefe's injuries proves that Reed struck him with her car, hit him again when he was down, and left him to freeze. Lally said crime scene reconstruction data indicates Reed's car reversed 60 foot at a speed of 22 miles per hour around the time she is believed to have struck O'Keefe with the car. And then there's a link to court TV. I didn't catch that. That's why I was saying earlier I'd be interested to see that data.
Interesting. Yeah, Turtle Boys made another comment. I'll share this with you. Update. This is something he just hit. Update. Despite the best efforts of dozens of losers who wasted the court's time because they saw me on TV using my phone to go on Twitter and watch the live stream, I'm still in court. The court officers pulled me aside, and we all had a good laugh about how stupid these people are. I even offered to let them look through my phone, but they said no. Everyone is grateful that Grant Smith/Ellis isn't here because it smells so much better without him and his victim. Jesse Machado is no longer in danger. So that's a little backstory on the old Turtle Boy. What's going on behind the scenes, I guess.
And I have not been following him until now.
Who, Turtle Boy?
Yeah.
That's
I meant to the other day, and I forgot.
That's surprising.
I know. Well, that's what I meant to the other day, and I just forgot about it. So has he been charged with witness tampering or something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Wow.
Absolutely. He was charged with witness tampering. He actually went out and organized protests, peaceful protests, in his opinion. Peaceful protests in front of Jennifer McCabe's. He's followed around Jennifer McCabe to charity events, those sporting event games. He's calling family members and trying to get the story, and then they hang up and he call again and hang up and he call again. I did listen to this podcast, where I seen him doing that one. He said, see, this is where they said, this, and I said this, and based on this, they charged that. And you heard the one that just was with the police officer with the megaphone, and he's talking about he's doing peaceful protests and he's not harming anyone. He's not being loud, but you heard the one that he just did with the megaphone. To say that he's putting pressure on these people and he's making a spectacle and he has a crowd that's following him over there, I don't think you can dispute that.
Well, but how is that any different than what we saw with the protesting and stuff going on back 2 years ago?
Yeah, it's just when the person who's a victim of it is also tied to law enforcement, I think the complaint is handled more seriously. Not that there's a level of seriousness that we handle complaints, but when you say it's a he said, she said situation, I think filing charges for witness intimidation, I think they're able to connect the dots on that. Here's a Jen McCabe, house long to die in cold. 6:34 a.m. It's a little timeline for you. Jen McCabe walks into house. 6:35. Jen calls Matt McCabe, answers 19 seconds, deleted from the phone. 6:38. Lank calls CPAC. Trooper Michael Proctor calls back within minutes. 6:39. 2 lights turn on 34 Fairview. It's like a little, it's just everyone has their own stuff that they're contributing now. I'm on X Pro. If you have X Pro, you have a blue check and you have X Pro. If you go to the premium features, go to X, do a search, have one of those tabs as Karen Reed. It's just full of good content and just different stuff and people bringing up from different channels, bringing up different things. So that's usually what I'm looking at during the trial. It actually looks like this. So the Karen Reed one would be obviously the second one, and just scrolling down here and just seeing different people's posts about the case, their comments and things. It's interesting to see, not just Turtle Boy, just everyone from. Also, if you're looking at the Boston News is also doing a live stream of it. They're it's kind of similar to what we're doing, and they are making comments. People are making comments on theirs. There's a lot of platforms who are covering this live, but
it has gained traction. Oh, yeah, there's all kind of free Karen Reed.
Oh, the hashtags.
Well, no, there's actually a X page, free Karen Reed.
Mm-hmm. There's not many people following it, but yeah, there sure is. Yeah. This whole thing is crazy. I want to see some fireworks though. Now, what's this? Someone's acting like they're doing the red Solo cups. Like entering the twilight zone of evidence.
That blows my mind. Excuse me, I know it's early in the morning, but I need to borrow some red Solo cups.
Yeah.
Grocery bag.
You wouldn't by chance have a snowblower, would you? And some red Solo cups. We were playing beer pong in the house last night, but we clearly ran out of Solo cups that don't have DNA on it. Do you have any from the neighbor? That way there's no DNA from the house mixed with anything. So they got the Solo cups from the neighbor, and then you're dipping the blood out of the snow. There should be way more.
And you know, if I roll up on that and I realize I don't have any evidence collection bags or whatever, I'm gonna call somebody. Say, yo, can you run by the office and pick some of these up and bring them out here?
You're gonna do this in the middle of a blizzard?
Oh,
when
yeah.
you're in the middle of shock and horror.
Yeah, and then I ask other officers as they pull up, "Hey, you got any evidence bags? I'm out." Something. I would have never thought to go to a damn neighbor's house and get stuff to
And I'm
collect.
pretty sure that when you look at the evidence, around the same time. I think we heard that on the last day of testimony. 6 officers and 6 different cars showed up around the same time with the CERT team. And they kind of first parked on the wrong side of the road, and then they kind of pointed at the crime scene and kind of blocked it off in a way. And they had their headlights shining towards where they would be digging. I think that was the what I heard. And then Dante, of course, he is always on it. He is I think the neighbor was a police lieutenant. Yeah, the neighbor across the street to the corner there when they were talking about the Ring camera. This one's the one I know. This guy was the assistant chief of police. Or what is it called? The deputy chief of police?
Yeah, I mean, different agencies have different names. Like,
yeah,
our agency had deputy chief, and then, I'm sorry, assistant chief for police. But with the sheriffs, it was some call it under sheriff or whatever. But yeah, police, I think it's like deputy chief or assistant chief or something like that.
Yeah, and he lives across the street, and his Ring door camera is like pointed right where the body would have been dropped off, or the body would have been hid, or the car would have struck somebody, or whatever the narrative is. There's a camera that's got a front row seat. And then, so the deputy chief of police, the next door neighbor, says there was nothing of you. This is like a quote, nothing of use found on the camera. But I will say that Dante is on it again when he is talking about. He's not sure if it makes it official. That should make him official solo cups. Toby Keith would actually be proud, God rest his soul, of the Red Solo Cup investigation.
We should make a meme with that song in the background.
Yeah, Toby Keith, Red Solo
Have a bunch of
Cup.
police officers bending over, collecting evidence, putting them in the cup.
Yeah, tampering with evidence. And how do you feel about the I'm shoveling snow? So the fact that the taillight piece is found on top of the snow, but I have my shovel smacked right on top of it, proves without a doubt that it was dug up. I mean, you would have had, think about this. Think about this. If anyone who has ever been in snow before, like you have a set of balls and you're somewhere near where it snows. Here in Houston, Texas, it never snows. But if you're in the north, where I used to live, and it snows, you know that to take your snow shovel and to put it into the snow in such a way that you get where there is no snow between that taillight fragment and your shovel. It's not in the snow, an inch below the snow. You shoveled under it, but it was, maybe whatever. It's like you got that where it was so clean when you shoveled that, and then you smacked it over where there is no snow. There is just a taillight on top of the snow and a shovel mark. No way. If you really scooped it out of the snow, there would be snow that's kind of covering it that you'd have to remove a little bit to see the taillight. It wouldn't be positioned like that on the top. My opinion.
No, and you're right. And they may have said, but I wonder how much it snowed from the time they think he was hit to the time he was found.
It was 2 inches when the first initial people came, and then there was 18 inches, approximately 18 inches that night. So it snowed about a foot. I mean, they call it a blizzard. So it snowed, I don't know, 16 inches between between the two times, somewhere around there. But when the body was on the ground, allegedly, if Karen Reed had hit him, there was no snow. So they would have had to dig into the point they were getting some grass. You would see some grass or some dirt or something if they got that intrusive into the shovel.
Yeah.
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense either. Another one that doesn't make any sense. The whole thing is fishy. The whole thing shows that the crooked ass police are covering it up and everyone's trying to cover for their boy and no one really cares about John O'Keefe. I mean, just to think that the narrative is that it was a cover up, to say without even knowing about the taillight until later on, until Karen Reed cracked it when she was backing out, to say, hey, just get this body out of here, and then you just take them out and then throw them by the flagpole like a piece of garbage and just throw them down on the ground. And there's going to be no justice and no further investigation. The police refused to investigate what happened. They just had their tunnel vision and focused on Karen Reed. That part right there is troubling, man. It's troubling.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you've got corruption on the local level, I mean, are we looking at corruption on the state level as well? And if so,
Oh
why?
yeah. Well, the state took over after 2 hours, and you have Michael Proctor leading the investigation from the state police. You have the chief that's connected with Higgins from Canton Police. And then you have this guy who's the boss of, I mean, there was plenty of state police. There were 6 of them out there and stuff, and they're all saying something similar. The guy that testified the other day, he didn't sound very convincing or believable. Clearly, he's covering up a lie. But now you have Michael Proctor's boss, Bootnick, whatever his name is. He's up here testifying right now, and I'm hearing some contradictions. I think when Alan Jackson gets a hold of him, he's going to point out a lot of stuff that we've been missing, and he's not going to look as a shiny coin representing the state police department.
Yeah, that's true.
But
I guess even at this point, especially if you've got an audit going on, why haven't they asked? Because like here in North Carolina, we've got SBI, State Bureau of Investigation, which is next in line from the Highway Patrol, but the Highway Patrol don't investigate criminal stuff unless it's motor vehicle. But my point is if you've got all this stuff, or what appears to be a cover up, why haven't they asked the FBI to do this? I mean, I know the FBI is questionable right now with everything else going on, but on the state, local level, I mean, they can investigate it. Or why haven't they? I guess is a rhetorical question.
True. I'm with you on that one. The FBI is already in the federal grand jury. Most everyone, including Michael Proctor, has testified in a sealed, closed federal grand jury that they have referenced in this trial several times. Didn't you say this? Didn't you say that? Referring to what they said at the federal grand jury. So the federal grand jury and the defense also has the feds, FBI, did a reconstructive with a independent professional panel of 3 different people, and 3 out of 3 said there's no way that these damages came from that on John O'Keefe came from that car. And the defense didn't even hire anyone. The FBI volunteered the findings of these 3, since this isn't a criminal trial, and all of them, without even paying like a whore. You pay money to say whatever I want you to say. You're an expert, and you just pay money for whoever pays money. You'll say whatever they want to say. These people are independent, working with the FBI, working as a contractor through the FBI to do these reconstructions. And these people are saying there's no way the car did it. The FBI is involved. They're not getting involved because it's an active investigation and it's a murder trial, in that sense. But the FBI, they are investigating. And then, of course, you have the town that's doing an audit into the Canton Police Department. It's only going to be a matter of time before new evidence can say, can we stop looking for Karen Reed? I think I have evidence where we're pointing at someone who may have done it. But this taillight surely says Karen Reed did it. The taillight that's on the ground, the same taillight that belongs in a car, they reconstructed the light that clearly shows the fragments of this taillight that was found here fits. If you put the puzzle together, it fits to this car, case closed. They're definitely trying to put that as evidence, but I ain't buying it.
And I would be interested to know, and maybe they have, but I'd be interested to know whether or not somebody can testify that the plastic found it did come from that vehicle.
It's
Like
interesting
on
how
the
they
bumper, on the bumper. I know the other stuff that there was some match, the mechanical matches there was, but the plastic on the bumper, if somebody could testify whether or not it came from that vehicle or not. Because remember, she backed into his vehicle, but did she break anything on his?
You know what? That's a good question, man.
And that may have already been covered. I don't know. I was just
Yeah, I don't know. Here's something right here. Turtle Boy's claiming, I don't know what's happening here, but while showing this video from the Sallyport garage at CPD, Karen Reed and her attorneys were looking at it like it was the first time they were seeing it. They began whispering to themselves that seemed shocked by something. They called for a sidebar immediately, not sure what's going on.
Huh.
You definitely see some people in the Sallyport. You see where the car was parked, and then you see where the snow had fallen off the car.
Yeah.
But it didn't dislodge the hair from the side. And what is that punching? Is that a punching dummy on the right there? What is that?
Yeah, it's like a little mannequin, like boxing or something like that. And actually, that's what we used in when I went for my POPAT, my police officer physical agility training. They just laid it down, and I had to reach down and grab it and drag it back. Them damn things are heavy.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that they have a punching bag a punching bag right where the car is about to come up there. It's like, I know that's I'm sure that's a coincidence, but
Hey, let's back this car into it and see if we can crack a tail light.
Yeah, I mean, there's a push broom over there. There's a bunch of snow on the ground. This must be when the car, I don't know if that was from Karen Reed's car before, during, or after. I'm not sure, but yeah, this is going to be so interesting. I'm looking forward to this court coming back. I mean, what time did they break? It seems like it's been 30 minutes already.
I know that's what I was looking at a minute ago. It was I don't remember. I texted Lanu at 5 after 2, asking where he was.
5 after 2?
My time.
Oh, so that would be definitely 30 minutes ago. It's got to be starting here very soon.
Yeah.
I have it loaded up. Believe me, you won't miss 1 second of it. The second that it comes back, we'll be back to trial. And I have some phone calls to make also. So looking forward to this to come back. Let's play a little video. What do you got, John? Did you submit a video?
I did not. I need to get on that. So I was looking at the defense witness list.
Tell me about it.
Well, so they've got let me get back to the defendants witness list. I'm not saying they're going to call all of these, but they've got some officers from Dighton Police Department. Former police chief Kenneth Berkowitz. They've got Trooper Brent from Massachusetts State Police. Buckenick is another witness. Kelly Dever from Boston PD. Got another officer from Dighton. They're calling Brian Higgins again. Then we've got some witnesses from Canton Fire Department. So Teri Kun, Kun, from the Davis Veterinary Lab. I'm assuming that is a female, Teri. She is on the defense witness list. So there's that question answered about the saliva or anything left on the sweatshirt from the dog bite. Norfolk County District Attorney. I mean, there's a ton of witnesses that are on the list. Not saying they're all going to be called. Oh, we got Holly Price from Google.
Yeah, Google. That's gonna be a good one.
And Michael Proctor is on the defendants list as well.
Yeah, Michael Proctor for sure. He's going to be called up there. I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to be pleading the fifth 100.
Yeah, we have Sergeant Michael Lank from Canton Police Department. There's a couple from the fire department, couple from Boston PD, couple from Canton. There are some troopers from Massachusetts State Police that I did not see on the prosecution list. That's interesting. Yeah, she's got and John O'Keefe's father.
You're watching John Cox with 2A Talking Tactical on We the People Live. Pay attention, folks. He's got something good to share with you.
See, wasn't that nice?
That was.
Yeah.
So they've got 71 on the. Then let's see, we've got under expert witness Scott Klein, Andrew Rentschler, Daniel Wolf, Richard Green, Chris Van E, Frank Sheridan, all forensic pathologists, ARCCA, I don't know what that is, out of Pennsylvania. And then we've got the Chris Van E, PhD, expert in biomedical and mechanical engineering, out of Novi, Michigan. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, as soon as the prosecution's done setting their foundation, if you will, as soon as the prosecution's done, that's when you're going to see the fireworks, and it's going to get very interesting, and you're going to have a lot of people that are jumping in there wanting to know some more. Let's see what we got here. After seeing the striking dummy in the Sally Port, it kind of makes me more suspicious. And Dante is like to let us know that he thinks the defense's animal witness already testified she was out of order because of availability. When the trooper today, Bootnick or whatever his name is, he definitely said that he gave some scientific description of the lacerations that were on O'Keefe's arm, but in no way did he stop for a second to make it sound like it could have been from a dog. I mean, there was nothing that, he tried to confuse you with some big words so you wouldn't say consistent of a dog bite. There was nothing like that.
Yeah, and I don't have a dog in this fight, no pun intended, but that's been brought up. So I would have at least addressed it.
Well, since he's Michael Proctor's boss, I mean, he knows everything. If there's skeletons in the closet, if I was that man's boss, and here we are 2 years later, and this information's coming out, you're like, look, dude, I have sided with you. I was with you at the beginning. If you get fired, I'm going to get fired. So look, let's just stop right here. I want you to tell me every damn thing that you know and you've done so I can help us out of this. Is that the kind of conversation you think you would have heard?
Yeah, most definitely. And I get hung up on stats and records and stuff, but I was just thumbing through this Massachusetts State Police complaint database, and I'm still, and I said this the other day, so I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but I am shocked at some of these allegations that were sustained, and they've got under punishment, letter of counseling, forfeit 7 days accrued time, 7 days holiday time. I mean, and these are
Oh, dude.
I mean, these are bad offenses. I mean,
what's wrong with that picture?
Oh, what in the world? Oh, that's his?
That's the Lexus
Well,
going
that's
into the Sally Port.
That's the Lexus, yeah.
But didn't they have it? Am I wrong by thinking it was backed in there?
Well, so that's beside that old car. No, I think it was another camera view.
Okay.
Well, no, you're right, because that old car was in the bottom left-hand corner.
When you were looking at the back of the car and the taillight, the car was to the left, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And yeah. So this is when the car goes into the Sally Port?
Yeah.
But it looks like it was backed in the other one. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just talking shit. But you definitely can't see they're not going to show you any pictures or video that shows the tail light. And he's going to have to explain why the 4 hours or however much time was missing in the Sally Port where it doesn't show the tail light whatsoever. There'll be no video whatsoever of the Sally Port showing that tail light. All that video will be gone. I guarantee it. He's going to have to explain his way through that, among other things. This is going to get good when it comes back. Right now, apparently, they're not showing the trial because... Oh, my God. All right, it's back. Let's go right here. I was wondering that was a long-ass time. Let's get some sound here. That's right.
Okay, you can go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Buchanan, those items, as far as the clothing items that you displayed for the jury just prior to the recess, those were the same clothing items that you recovered from the hospital room of the Good Samaritan on January 29th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony that those items had been placed into one bag initially. What, if anything, happened with those items as far as their keeping or their bagging once you got back to the office or to your where the evidence room is?
Due to the condition of those items after they arrived at the office, the items were laid out on butcher's paper that we utilize for evidence viewing and allowed to dry naturally because they were soaking wet.
And as far as when they were done with that sort of drying process, how were they packaged from there?
They were packaged in the bags, sealed up and stored for transport and processing.
And so those would be bags individual for each clothing item, is that correct?
Each item that the way that it was packaged, the pants with the belt and the boxers, and then so on and so forth with the sweatshirt and sneakers.
And get to this a little bit more in a moment, but at some point there were pieces of plastic, red and clear plastic, that were recovered by you and other troopers from Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
At any point in time, were pieces of clear and red plastic that were recovered from 34 Fairview Road ever placed inside the same evidence bag as any piece of clothing that you recovered?
No, absolutely not.
Now, with reference to the hospital of Good Samaritan, in addition to yourself and Trooper Proctor, were there other members of the state police or other units of the state police that arrived at the hospital at some point?
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Mello came to the hospital to document the victim and the clothing, and he's assigned to the state police crime scene services section.
Now, as far as the crime scene services section, or CSSS, what, if any, role do they have with relation to your investigation in this case, or your investigations in general as far as documentation is concerned?
Crime scene services section assists us in documenting scenes through video and photographs. They also assist in collecting latent prints, fingerprints. They assist in collecting impressions, like foot impressions in mud or soil, and those types of missions.
Now, there are a number of different troopers that are assigned to that particular unit, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as over the course of this investigation, how many occasions approximately were there that a member of the crime scene services section responded to memorialize or photograph different scenes or different areas throughout the course of your investigation in this case?
Just off the top of my head, there would be 4, 5, maybe 6 instances where a trooper or sergeant from crime scene services responded to the scene to assist us in this investigation.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the investigation, when crime scene services troopers responded to document anything, was it ever the same trooper more than once?
No, it was not.
And so with regard to January 29th, back at the Good Samaritan Hospital, there were Sergeant Mello arrived to document or photograph Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
For the party where everyone wants their flavor, to the party of one, or just to make that party more special, we have got your buns. Buntini.
Get to this a little bit more in a moment, but at some point there were pieces of plastic, red and clear plastic, that were recovered by you and other troopers from Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
At any point in time, were pieces of clear and red plastic that were recovered from 34 Fairview Road ever placed inside the same evidence bag as any piece of clothing that you recovered?
No, absolutely not.
Now, with reference to the hospital of Good Samaritan, in addition to yourself and Trooper Proctor, were there other members of the state police or other units of the state police that arrived at the hospital at some point?
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Mello came to the hospital to document the victim and the clothing, and he's assigned to the state police crime scene services section.
Now, as far as the crime scene services section, or CSSS, what, if any, role do they have with relation to your investigation in this case, or your investigations in general as far as documentation is concerned?
Crime scene services section assists us in documenting scenes through video and photographs. They also assist in collecting latent prints, fingerprints. They assist in collecting impressions, like foot impressions in mud or soil. And those types of missions.
Now, there are a number of different troopers that are assigned to that particular unit, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as over the course of this investigation, how many occasions approximately were there that a member of the crime scene services section responded to memorialize or photograph different scenes or different areas throughout the course of your investigation in this case?
Just off the top of my head, there would be 4, 5, maybe 6 instances where a trooper or sergeant from crime scene services responded to the scene to assist us in this investigation.
Now, at any point in the time over the course of the investigation, when crime scene services troopers responded to document anything, was it ever the same trooper more than once?
No, it was not.
And so with regard to January 29th, back at the Good Samaritan Hospital, there were Sergeant Mello arrived to document or photograph Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Lally, do you want me to give my instruction now or in a few minutes?
Just about 30 seconds.
Okay.
So Sergeant Mechanic just placed 3 photographs before you. Do you recognize what's depicted in those 3 photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
That is Mr. John O'Keefe.
And what's contained within those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you saw of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan Hospital on January 29th?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, may I approach again?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce in the midst.
All right, so there's no objection, right? All right, so folks, the Commonwealth is introducing into evidence through this witness certain photographs that are not pleasant and may be considered graphic photos. Sometimes evidence is presented that creates an emotional reaction in jurors. For example, it's natural and understandable to feel sympathy and empathy when you hear about a person who was injured in some serious way or suffered in some way or who has passed away. But as jurors, you've taken an oath to follow the law, and I instruct you that you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the nature of some of the testimony, and you must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. You can't find facts or base your decision on sympathy, anger, passion, or prejudice or pity for or against either side in this case. Rather, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence and my instructions on the law. All right, with that, Mr. Lally, those photos will be in evidence.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish just briefly each of the 3 respective photographs?
Yes.
441.
Thank you.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2866. And Sergeant, directing your attention to the screen, is that what's displayed on there now has been marked as Exhibit 441. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And using the laser pointer on the desk before you, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this particular photograph of this rookie.
I observed the swelling of the eyelids, slight laceration of the nostril and the eyelid, the blood pooling on the bed, and that depiction of Mr. O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, could I have photograph 2857? Again, Sergeant, you recognize what's up on the screen and is now been marked as Exhibit 442.
I do.
And similar to the prior exhibit, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant to observe in this photo.
I observed the lateral parallel lacerations, abrasions, and markings on the skin of Mr. O'Keefe, limited between that point there and that point there, as I described earlier in my testimony.
And they're still invited at 2859. Again, Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It is now marked as Exhibit 443.
I do.
And this is, what do you see in this photograph?
It's the same abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, just further up on the bicep, tricep, shoulder area.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Now, Sergeant, taking you back to January 29th, 2022, after you left the Good Samaritan Hospital, where is it that you went?
I went to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton.
And that was the residence of Ms. Reed's parents, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, on your way from the Good Samaritan in Brockton to the residence in Dayton, what, if any, communication did either you or Trooper Proctor have with regard to the Dayton police?
I advised Trooper Proctor to contact Dayton Police Dispatch and advised them that we would be responding to the location, 345 Country Hill Drive, and seizing a vehicle. And we were requesting uniformed patrols to assist us in that mission.
And why was that request made of the local PD?
We were going into their jurisdiction. There was a blizzard going on. We were considerate of the circumstance and wanted to be courteous to the Reed residents and not just show up without any uniform presence. We have never met the Reed family. They have never met us. And with the clothing that we were wearing, it would be difficult for them to see that we were law enforcement.
And so as you arrive in that area of the residence in Dayton, where did you position yourselves and when did you arrive in relation to the marked unit from Dayton?
We called them while we were still on the highway and gave them an approximate time of arrival. GPS was not accurate due to the conditions at the time on the roadways. Once we arrived to Dayton, I positioned my vehicle at the top of Country Hill Drive, awaiting a marked uniformed officer from Dayton to meet us there.
And if you know, about how long approximately did it take you to get from Brockton to Dayton on that particular day?
From Brockton to Dayton, it took us about 45 minutes to an hour to travel that distance.
And if you know, about what time was it that you arrived at the residence in Dayton?
We arrived approximately on the street at 2:30 or so in the afternoon, and we waited for a significant amount of time for the uniform patrol to arrive.
And when the uniform patrol arrived, at some point, did you learn the name of at least one of those officers that arrived at the residence with you?
At the time, I did, yes.
And was that an Officer Barrows?
Yes, it was.
And so when Officer Barrows arrived, where did you then proceed with Officer Barrows on his way?
Well, the road was only plowed the width of one vehicle. So even though he and his partner were in a F-150 or 250 marked police cruiser, we could only travel in single line. We traveled up to the cul-de-sac, turned around and positioned our vehicles facing back out to the way that we entered the roadway or that street. We parked on the roadway since the driveway was not plowed, and we waded through the snow to the front door of the residence.
When you say the driveway was not plowed or you waded through the snow, can you describe to the jury sort of the condition of the driveway as you made your way from the street to the house?
With the blowing winds and the drifting snow, there were locations along our walk to the property with snow varying from knee-high to up to my waist. For reference, I'm 6'1", so it was quite deep in some locations.
And as you made your way to the home, what, if anything, did you observe in the driveway?
As we walked up to the driveway, in front of the garage, we observed a large Lexus black in color SUV bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684.
And subsequently, did you come to find out whose vehicle that was?
Yes, once we queried the plate, we learned that the vehicle was registered to the defendant.
And as you're going by this vehicle, what, if any, observations did you make of the vehicle as you were walking past it toward the home?
I observed a damaged rear right taillight fixture on the vehicle. From my vantage point, I also told Trooper Proctor to approach the vehicle closer and confirm what I was seeing, which he did.
And as far as that damage to the right passenger taillight area, can you describe sort of what it was that you saw during that initial phase?
Absolutely. During the initial phase, I observed snow compacted and caked onto portions of the taillight casing. There were pieces missing, and I knew that because the left side taillight was intact.
And as you made your way past the vehicle to the home, at some point, are you greeted or do you meet someone in the area of the home?
Yes, once we walked up to the front door, I rang the doorbell and Mr. Reed opened the front door with the storm door, glass storm door, unable to open due to the level of snow on the ground and on the front steps.
And so where were you directed to enter the home from?
Mr. Reed directed us to the garage door, at which point it opened up and Trooper Proctor and I entered the garage. We were once again greeted by Mr. Reed and invited into the home.
And Officer Barrows, where did he remain when you and Trooper Proctor went in the home?
He remained outside with the vehicle. During our time in the home, Officer Barrows came in and asked what the plan was and offered to have DPW plow out the driveway because the tow truck was not able to maneuver into the driveway in order to retrieve that vehicle.
Now, as far as during any time that you were on scene or at this residence in Dayton, did you yourself or did you observe Trooper Proctor touch that vehicle and at any point in any way while you were there?
No.
And did you observe Officer Barrows or any other personnel beyond the tow truck driver touch the vehicle in any way?
No.
And as far as the tow truck driver was concerned, did you observe that individual touch anywhere in the rear passenger side area of that vehicle at any time that you were there?
No.
So then you proceed inside the home, and when you get inside the home, where did you go and who, if anyone, did you speak to?
We were directed by Mr. Reed to the living room where the defendant was seated on the couch. She had her laptop on her lap and her phone resting on the right armrest of the couch.
Now, in addition to the defendant and her father, who, if anyone else, was present when you talked to Ms. Reed?
The defendant's mother, Mrs. Reed, was also present in the home.
And the defendant's mother and the defendant's father, were they present throughout the course of your interview or your discussion with Ms. Reed?
Yes, they were.
And at any point in time, did you ask them to leave or anything like that?
I did not know.
Now, with respect to, can you describe sort of the demeanor or the tone of the conversation that you had with Ms. Reed that afternoon?
It was polite, courteous. She had just went through a traumatic event, so we were, considerate of her losing her boyfriend. And we had a normal tone conversation. We were in the information gathering, fact-finding portion of the investigation. We simply wanted to collect her recollection of events that she remembered.
And so throughout the course of this interview, how are you standing, are you seated, or how are you positioned in relation to Ms. Reed, and how is she positioned in relation to you?
She was sitting on the couch. We were standing across the room, I don't recall if there was a coffee table, but if there was a coffee table, we would be standing on the opposite side of that coffee table if there was one present. I do not remember if there was one present, but that's the distance approximately from me to the defense table.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of how did that interview or how did that conversation begin? What was said?
First things first, we introduce ourselves, advise the individual we're speaking with who we are, where we work, and what we're looking to find out. The defendant was advised that we're looking to get a recollection of the events, what happened, what she observed, what she remembers from the night before, and to walk us through the last 24 hours or so of activity.
And
do I need to give an instruction, Mr. Riley? I'm not sure exactly. Why don't I see counsel at sidebar for a minute?
You back with us, Lanu?
I am back, folks.
Yeah, we're playing a little catch up. Unfortunately, I have to admit that to you.
All units cancel the bolo on one Joe Lanu.
Condition, including her intelligence, age, education, experience, and personality. Your decision does not turn upon any one factor. You must consider the totality of the surrounding circumstances. I'll instruct you about this again at the end of the case, but for purposes of, as you hear the testimony, that's the lens that you have to sort of hear it through. All right, with that, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Sergeant Mechanic, when you began to speak to the defendant, prior to any sort of substantive conversation, what, if any, conversation did you have with her about the conversation you were going to have?
I just asked her to recount any events and the history between the actions that were taking place.
And how did she initially respond to that?
She stated that she's willing to answer our questions. She just doesn't want to go into too much detail about what transpired. And given the circumstances that she had just lived through, I understood and gave her that courtesy.
And as far as that interview or that conversation went, can you describe that conversation or the contents of that conversation to the jury?
Absolutely. The conversation was normal tone of voice like I am speaking to you right now. Ms. Reed responded in the same tone of voice, answered questions. The content of the conversation began with her saying that, as I stated, she doesn't want to go into too much detail, but she was willing to answer our questions. We asked what she had for plans, what she had for as far as activity the night before, leading up to Mr. O'Keefe being discovered. She stated that she was in a relationship with Mr. O'Keefe that morning, meaning the 28th of January. She got into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe over what the niece and nephew were being fed for breakfast, or what they had for breakfast. She went on to say that she met Mr. O'Keefe at C.F. McCarthy's approximately 9 p.m. the night of the 28th of January, 2022. She stated that the gentlemen were drinking, consuming beers, Bud Lights, and she was drinking vodka soda. Prior to moving on to the bar at Waterfall, the defendant was asked where she parked her vehicle. She told me that she parked her vehicle on Washington Street across the street from C.F. McCarthy's, facing northbound. So the vehicle was on the side of Waterfall Bar and Grill. We went on through the conversation, the interview, to the Waterfall restaurant, at which point she was asked if she left C.F. McCarthy's with a beverage or a container from that establishment, to which point she stated that she did not. She also confirmed that Mr. O'Keefe did not have any injuries on him when she interacted with him at C.F. McCarthy's or the waterfall. He did not get into any verbal or physical altercations with anyone to have sustained those injuries. She stated that once at the waterfall, they stayed for approximately an hour, hanging out with acquaintances. And then they left the waterfall. She drove them to, after they were invited to a residence, she drove them to a location in Canton, where she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off. She was asked if she saw Mr. O'Keefe walk into the home at 34 Fairview, and she stated she did not. She stated that she made a 3-point turn after dropping him off and left. She was asked whether or not Mr. O'Keefe, excuse me, let me back up. She was asked if she knew, how she found out about the damage to her vehicle, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know, it happened last night," end quote.
Now, at some point earlier in the interview, what, if any, indication did she give as to who Mr. O'Keefe was with when she arrived at C.F. McCarthy's and sort of how long he had been with those respective people?
She indicated that Mr. O'Keefe was with Mr. Camarano, Kurt Roberts, at which point she was asked to provide contact information, meaning phone numbers for those individuals, at which time she picked up the phone on the right armrest of the couch, manipulated the device, entering a passcode, and provided that phone number to Trooper Proctor and I.
At any point in time in the conversation or interview you had with her, what, if anything, did the defendant say in regard to why she had not gone into the residence at Fairview Road herself?
The defendant stated that she was having stomach issues and did not want to enter the residence.
Now, what, if anything, did she tell you about the later on that morning of the 29th?
She stated that when she woke up, she began looking for Mr. O'Keefe. And when she found him in the snow, she began CPR on Mr. O'Keefe.
And what, if anything, did she say to you about any observations she made of Mr. O'Keefe later on that morning as far as any injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
The defendant stated that while she was performing CPR, Mr. O'Keefe had sustained injuries and was bleeding from the nose and the mouth.
And if you recall, what, if anything, did she say about Mr. O'Keefe's eyes at that time?
The defendant stated that Mr. O'Keefe's eyes were swollen.
Is that both eyes? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, as the interview progressed, at some point, did you ask questions seeking further details?
Yes, I did.
And details about what specifically were you asking?
Once we got to the point in time where the defendant told me she did a 3-point turn, I asked her to walk through step by step of her operating the vehicle and exactly what she did. Prior to that, I asked her, excuse me, so she was asked to give a step-by-step recollection of how she, what she did in manipulating the vehicle and leaving the scene.
And at that point, was the interview terminated?
Yes, it was.
Now, once the interview concluded or was terminated, what, if anything, did you do with reference to Ms. Reed's phone and the defendant's vehicle?
Once the interview was terminated, I advised Ms. Reed that her phone was going to be seized as evidence, and her vehicle was going to be seized as evidence as well.
And did you subsequently seize both of those items, sir?
Yes, we did.
And similar to the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, as far as evidence was concerned, was that packaged and taped and transported back to the office in a similar fashion?
The vehicle was transported via tow truck that was dispatched by Dayton PD on our request.
And so when you get back outside of the residence after the conclusion of your interview with the defendant, what, if anything, did you observe going on with regard to the driveway and or any other vehicles that weren't there when you went into the house?
During our interview, I glanced out the window and I saw flashing amber lights and a tow truck plowing the driveway. So the driveway was plowed and the tow truck was, plow truck was plowing the driveway, not the tow truck. And the tow truck was loading the vehicle onto the flatbed.
And at any point in time when you were outside of the residence, what, if any, observations did you make as far as cameras or anything like that on the exterior of the home?
I did not see cameras on the exterior of the home at that point in time.
Subsequent to that date, did you become aware that there were exterior cameras that record on the exterior of the home in Dayton?
Subsequently, yes, we learned that there was video recording of the residence and the driveway.
John, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a disc. You recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
I recognize it to be Dayton videos as it relates to the location where the interview and the vehicle was seized from.
And what's contained on that, as far as the video is concerned, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the defendant's vehicle being loaded onto a tow truck?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Can I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll look to see if you introduce the minutes of next exhibit.
No objection.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish those two short clips for the jury?
Yes.
Just tell me if you could click on it and then pause when it please. You could press on my
Stilali, you need to keep your voice up.
Yes. You want to pause right there, please? Now, the Sergeant Mechanic, from this particular point of the video, do you recognize the vehicle that was just pulled into the driveway?
Yes, I do.
Is that the same driveway that you had walked up from the street to the house in Dayton on that morning?
Yes, it is.
As far as the vehicle is concerned, what do you recognize that vehicle to be?
That would be the Lexus SUV owned by the defendant, Bear, Massachusetts registration 3 GC 684.
I'm going to take a press right in there. This moment, if you could pause right. Two individuals just exited that vehicle, is that correct, Sergeant?
That's correct.
Do you recognize who those individuals are as far as who they are, from what part of the vehicle they exited from?
Yes, the passenger side exit was the defendant, and then the driver's side vehicle was Mr. Reed.
That'd be the father, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just going to be the plans again. Now, Sergeant, towards the end of that video, did you observe the defendant and her father in any specific area in relation to that vehicle?
Yes, I observed the defendant and her father at the rear right tail light, gesturing or signaling towards the affected, damaged, and missing parts of the taillight.
Objection.
I'll allow just the direction that they were signaling out.
Move to strike the remainder.
Okay?
As far as that vehicle's position within the driveway, is that essentially the position that you observed it in when you and Trooper Proctor and Officer Barrows were walking up the driveway to the home?
Yes, it was.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have a second of those two videos. If you could pause it there, please. Again, Sergeant Mechanic, if you could describe to the jury what you observed of significance within this particular video.
This video captures the vehicle being moved into position to be loaded up onto the flatbed for transport from the scene.
Gentlemen, if you could play for me.
I'm sorry.
I just asked her to pause right.
Yeah, you really have to keep your voice up.
Yes. Sergeant Mechanic, from this still image from this video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe in relation to the vehicle at this time that is being loaded onto the tow?
The rear taillight is illuminated. You could see a white light coming from that taillight.
If you could, using that laser pointer you have before you, just direct the jury's attention to the specific area you're talking about.
Right there.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play this through. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Sergeant Mechanic, as far as when you left the residence in Dayton, where is it that you went?
Can we turn the lights on, Mr. Lally?
Yes, my apologies.
Once we left the residence in Dayton, we proceeded following the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department.
And was there anywhere else that either you or the tow truck went between Dayton and the Canton Police Department?
No, sir.
And when you say we, it's yourself and Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, once you arrived at the Canton Police Department, where did the vehicle go?
The vehicle was unloaded and put into a heated sally port located at the Canton Police Department.
And in reference to the Canton Police Department and putting it in the sally port, why was it that it was taken to that location?
It's a location that serves as a storage for a vehicle that would suffice for the size of the vehicle. The location is, as it related to the crime that took place was investigated, was in that town. So we utilized their facility. It was also a heated facility to help melt the snow that had been accumulating on the vehicle.
And at some point, well, as far as some point subsequent to this, did you learn that there are exterior cameras of the Canton Police Department as well as cameras within the Sallyport garage area?
Yes, I did.
And have you reviewed each of those respective cameras prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, I have.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
That's definitely not good testimony for the defense.
So I'm showing you a disc, just have to look at that, look up when you finish. You recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The Canton Police Department driveway video.
And what's contained on that is that fair and accurate portrayal of yourself and the tow truck pulling into the Canton Police Department driveway on that afternoon or early evening of January 29th.
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost seek to introduce the minutes of that exhibit.
They have just a moment, Councilman.
Okay.
Mike.
But was that was the right tail light that was intact that they were showing?
No, it's broken. You can see it broken with the clear white light coming through the side lens, which should be red.
But it wasn't completely, fully shattered like this one.
Well, you couldn't tell. It could have been.
Well, they never found the white pieces. They found the red piece, all the red pieces, all over the yard. And those red pieces are clearly on that taillight right now.
The one from the video we just saw? No. You can't see red pieces.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. No objection.
Okay.
I would say the pieces that were marked, put
Your Honor,
back
with court's
together
permission,
are missing out of that
please
video we
publish,
just saw.
that video to, your time.
Okay.
And just for reference points, in regard to this view of this camera, Sergeant, you're familiar with Canton Police Station?
Yes, I am.
And so where is this camera view in relation to the Canton Police Department and the Sally Port Garage where the vehicle eventually goes?
This camera is capturing the driveway entrance to the Canton Police Department. As viewed from Washington Street, that driveway there is on the left side of the structure. The camera itself is pointing towards the entrance of the driveway to the Canton Police Department. As you can see, the brake light illuminated in the shot. That is a Canton Police cruiser sitting at the edge of the driveway right by Washington Street.
So for orientation purposes, as far as the tow truck and your vehicle, is that coming from the top of the screen to the bottom and the bottom to the top?
It's coming from the top left to the bottom right of the screen towards the rear of the building where the Sally Port is located.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could. Pause there, Ms. Gilman. As far as what's depicted in this still shot of this video, Sergeant, what if anything do you observe?
That is the tow truck transporting the defendant's vehicle, arriving at Canton PD. My vehicle with Trooper Proctor inside, me operating, are following closely behind as we did the entire way from Dayton all the way to Canton.
Gentlemen, if you could play that to the end.
I am curious as to why neither one of those officers, maybe because it was a blizzard, but didn't take their cell phone out and snap a picture of the broken tail light as they walked up. I think I would have done that. Can't say I would have 100% done it. I think I probably would have.
I think that white spot you seen in the taillight was just a camera trick.
That's what you and Turtle Boy would like to believe.
Thank you. Now, as far as the interior of the Sally Port garage,
Put the lights. Thank you.
as far as the interior Sally Port of the garage, you mentioned that that is a heated area, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the heat within that, do you know how that is produced or how hot it gets in there as far as the time that you spent within there?
I do not know, but it was a standard garage heating system that blows hot air. As far as temperature, when the doors were open, that day it was freezing cold. It was, I believe, like 18 degrees with, winds blowing. So inside the garage inside the Sally Port with the doors open, it was quite cold. Once the doors shut, the temperature rose above freezing and the snow began to melt off of the vehicle.
And from the arrival of that vehicle into the Sally Port garage area, are you aware or have you reviewed video in reference to that?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you another disc, sir. Just ask you to review that one, couple of finished. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Does that contain the video that you were just testifying about as far as the arrival of the vehicle at the Canton Police Department Sallyport garage?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
How about proceed to introduce the minutes of that exhibit?
No objection, Your Honor.
Now, Sergeant, before we get to that video, if I could just ask, if you know, approximately what time was it that you left Dighton following that tow truck back to the Canton Police Department?
We left Dighton approximately 4:15, 4:20, and we followed the vehicle back to Canton, arriving probably around 5:30 or so p.m.
Thank you, sir. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish that video for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause there for a moment. Sergeant, direct your attention up to the video on the screen just for orientation purposes again. First of all, do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
That is the Sallyport two-bay garage at Canton Police Department with the antique Canton Cruiser on the bottom of the screen, and the open spot for a vehicle in the middle of the screen with the four-wheel drive all-terrain vehicle at the top.
Now, as far as, again, for orientation purposes, the driveway that the jury just witnessed in the prior exhibit, is that to the left of the screen, the right of the screen, or something else?
The driveway is to the right of the screen.
And this vehicle, the defendant's vehicle is sort of taken into the garage from the opposite side or from the left of the screen, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, wait.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay, could you pause that, Ms. Gilman?
You know, I didn't catch the medical opinion that the trooper testified to. What was she saying?
She's talking to Turtle Boy. Our Turtle Boy is actually to the left. She's talking to the other guy that does podcasts in the local area with Turtle Boy that's right behind her.
She just mouthed something to him.
Yeah.
Just for a moment.
Sure. Yeah, we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes, Sergeant.
They got to take a break.
You are unmuted.
Okay, so you want us to watch this now?
If it pleases the court, yes.
Ooh, there's a bone of contention in the video.
The defense is acting like they haven't seen it.
Well, since we're talking about a busted tail light, you'd think at some point somebody would have got some video or pictures of that before this point.
May I get just a little closer?
Sure. Can we turn out the lights, please, Dave? Thank you.
Now it looks like you guys taking the picture. The light looked red to me.
I will say it was more difficult to tell from this view, but when it was being loaded on the truck, definitely white light coming through.
But you seen red though.
Can't say that I did. Although the defense's assertion is that she broke that taillight backing out to go look for him sometime around 6 in the morning.
We just cracked it.
Be handy if somebody had a picture of that too, huh?
The fact that they didn't take a picture is just ridiculous. And they didn't know that there was broken taillight at the scene, but they impounded the car on a hunch to go talk to her and seen the taillight. It looked like the car was covered with snow to me.
Yeah, well, they didn't go talk to her on a hunch. They went there to, one, talk to her and seize the vehicle. They called the local police department and made that clear by having a marked unit meet them there and prepare for a tow truck. So they went there to seize the vehicle. They knew they were going to do that prior to heading out that way.
But prior to finding taillight in the yard, prior to seeing that there's a damaged taillight, they already knew they wanted to tow a vehicle that they had no idea had a taillight damage. And they hadn't found any taillight, so there was no reason to assume that it came from the taillight of that car. Would that be a fair assessment?
You know, I don't know the discussions between him and Proctor, who was the first officer on scene to start an investigation, but it didn't sound like they had much more than a working theory as to even why John O'Keefe was dead.
Because the taillight was found at like the CERT team didn't even get the green light to even go over there until after 5:30. At 5:30, they still didn't even have the green light to go to the house to even look for a taillight and a shoe.
Well, no, and this is about the time that what you're watching right here is happening. So you're looking at the CERT team is actually looking for taillight pieces right now, but they knew they were looking for taillight pieces because they'd given that instructions to the team when they arrived. The crack search team without any equipment.
And the tow truck was called at 3:10, and the tow truck grabbed the car at like 4 o'clock. So there is a chance that they had time to give it to somebody to plan it or whatever. But believe me, in the back of my mind, I'm saying, damn, hold on. Did she run into him? But that looks like a red taillight to me, but it's hard to tell. The picture's not very clear.
Because you sure got a lot of people involved about this taillight. If that taillight's not actually broken, it appeared to be broken when they putting it onto the tow truck. White light should not emit from the rear on a vehicle that's not in reverse. So I did see white light. So there's some damage to that light to the extent I don't know.
I believe so, yes.
Is that the end of it, Ms. Gilman? Okay. All right. Lights on, please, Dave. Thank you. All right. So I have a copy of the printed docket on 4/24. Paper number 347 was the Commonwealth's Notice of Discovery XL. I just asked Mr. McDermott to print it for me. Our printer up here doesn't work. All right, so that was before we impaneled. That was the day, I believe, of the long motion in limine trial. All right, so we'll take a 5-minute break, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to take myself a 5-minute break.
All right, cool. Sounds like a smoke.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert.
That vehicle when it came into the Sally Port garage.
Yes, it is.
It's going to be good play from there. So if you could just pause there for a moment. Sergeant's almost falling in the video.
All right, so keep your voice up.
Sergeant Mechanic, with reference to any individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals?
I can recognize Trooper Proctor myself. Other than that, I don't remember exactly who else was present at this moment in time.
If you could start using the laser pointer before you, just direct your attention to where you observe yourself and where you observe Trooper Proctor.
That's Trooper Proctor and myself. Yeah.
At any point in time when you were present with this vehicle in the Sally Port garage this evening of January 29, 2022, did either yourself or did you observe Trooper Proctor touch or manipulate in any way the right rear passenger side area of that vehicle?
No, we did not.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play from here. Gentlemen, keep your pause there just for a moment. Sergeant Mechanic, from what you're observing in this video, what you've seen or what you recall from this, what is it that you and Chief Proctor and some of the other officers are doing now?
We're establishing a perimeter around the vehicle with yellow tape in order to prevent or alert and advise anyone in the area to stay away from the vehicle.
Can you get this play to the end, please? Thank you. You can take that down, Mr. Officer. We can have the lights back on. Now, Sergeant Mechanic, are you aware of a warrant that was executed on that vehicle on February 1st of 2022?
I am aware.
And you yourself were not present for that, is that correct?
I was not present for the execution, no, sir.
Trooper Proctor was, as far as you're aware, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, the next time that you were within the Canton Police Department Sally Port garage with the vehicle was on February 2nd, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on that day, where did the vehicle go from the police station?
From the Canton Police Station, I escorted the vehicle to the Milton Barracks for safekeeping.
And why was it taken from the Canton Police Station on February 2nd to the Milton Police Barracks? Or what had occurred in the intervening part between January 29th and February 2nd?
The Canton Police Department had recused themselves from interviews and in that portion of the investigation. And now that the vehicle had been processed, we needed to free up the Canton Sally Port so they can utilize that facility for transporting prisoners to their facility and booking. So we stored the now processed vehicle back at the Milton Barracks in a unheated garage.
And Your Honor, if with the court's permission, if I could publish just a very brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 34.
Okay.
Which is the Canton Police Department Sally Port's garage camera.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, what you have up there, I'm sorry, February 2nd, 2022, approximately 8:09 a.m. I'm just going to ask you to play that through till about 8:10:26. If you could pause there briefly. Sergeant, just for orientation purposes, again, this is another camera from within the same Sally Port garage, is that correct?
That's correct. That's the opposite view from what we just viewed in the previous video.
And as far as any of the people in this video, do you recognize any of the individuals in there?
I believe that's myself and then another officer. I don't know who that other officer is.
And just again, using the laser pointer, if you could, direct your attention to where you see yourself. And as far as the condition of the vehicle from January 29th, when you saw it on that day, to February 2nd, when you saw it on that day, as far as the exterior of the vehicle, what if anything was different, or what if anything you noted or observed?
I noted the taillight removed and the evidence collected.
As far as the snow and the caked on ice that you observed on that prior day, was that still present on February 2nd?
No, that had melted away.
And Ms. Gilman, if we could again, I'm sorry, just play through to 8:10:26. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And you can take that down. And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you. Now, Sergeant Buchanan, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's house at One Meadows Avenue again, at some point did you become aware throughout the course of your investigation that there were exterior cameras affixed to that residence as well?
Yes, I did.
And those were Ring cameras, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to investigation, what, if any, steps were taken in order to secure any of that footage from the exterior of the house from the Ring?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it.
We applied for multiple search warrants.
Objection.
All right, I'll see you at sidebar on this.
Is recovered. That is what guides our investigations, and we then develop leads and process information collected. Sometimes information needs to be collected from third-party holders of data or service providers, at which point to access that data, we apply for search warrants, which are guided.
Okay, so leave it, move on from that.
Thank you.
So you apply for search warrants, we'll move on from that.
So, Sergeant, my question is more geared toward as far as individual personnel within your unit. How is an investigation conducted as far as one trooper does everything, or is it a collaborative effort, or how is that?
The reason I say we is because every investigation takes the entire unit typically to put an effort in to conduct interviews, analysis, and so forth. So it's a team effort each and every time. No investigation is a one-man show. That's why we call it a case officer, not a lead investigator, because the case officer organizes the individuals to assign different tasks and collect and organize the data that comes back from the third-party providers and from the interviews that are conducted.
As far as the interviews that are conducted through the course of this or any other investigation, is there ever an interview that's conducted just by one trooper or one person in any investigation that you've done with this unit?
It is, no. We conduct interviews with two people, whether it's a trooper and a local detective, or two troopers assigned to our office, other state police agent unit within the agency.
Now, as far as the case officer, who was the case officer on this particular investigation?
The case officer in this investigation was Trooper Michael Proctor.
And Trooper Proctor works under your supervision, is that correct?
That's correct.
So as far as a search warrant for the Ring video from One Meadows Avenue, who specifically sat down, put pen to paper, and wrote the search?
Trooper Proctor was the affiant.
And as far as from that search warrant, are you aware of the materials that were provided by Ring in response to that search warrant?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I am aware of it.
And have you reviewed both the material as well as the videos that were provided by Ring in response to that search?
I did.
Now, with reference to those videos, specifically, did you observe if you know, with respect to those videos, how were they sort of ordered sequentially when in the manner in which they were provided as far as date, time, things of that nature?
Ask it differently. Ask it differently, Mr. Lally.
So the videos that you received from Ring that you reviewed, correct?
Yes, I did.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that. So he's reviewed videos from Ring. Next question.
What, if any, information did they contain as far as date or time?
The data provided back from Ring provided videos. There was no date and time on the labeling of this the identifier, unique identifier for each video, but it was presented in a sequential order, knowing that the last video presented from the provider was the last video within the scope of our request, and the first one being the first in that timeline.
In the scope of your request, the scope of the request of the warrant, what time frame are we talking?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
The first warrant we requested from January 24th at midnight through January 30th at midnight.
And with respect to those videos that were provided, you reviewed each of those, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish certain of those videos for the public this time.
So are these, why don't we come to sidebar?
What do you think, Joe? This is what Karen Reed's car looks like when they're done with it. This is what Karen Reed's car
You are
looks like
unmuted.
with a piece that Proctor found weeks after is sitting here.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from what's been previously marked.
When's that
as Exhibit
photograph
6,
from?
First video, 119. If you could pause there, Ms. Gilman. Now,
Look at this. They're
with
showing a video
reference
that's
to
even the
this
video was
particular
connected
video
to
number
it.
119 in Exhibit 6, Sergeant, what, if anything, can you tell the jury as far as the timing of this particular video?
Based on the appearance of the driveway, we know that this recording took place prior to the blizzard of January 29th.
And as far as anything that you observe in this video, as far as vehicles or people within those vehicles, what, if anything, did you observe within this video?
I observed Mr. O'Keefe's car parked in the same location as he typically parked it, and then
Objection.
I'll strike the as he typically does.
and then a black SUV parked perpendicularly to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, adjacent to the entryway to the garage.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play on that. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause. At some point in the course of your viewing of this video or the video surrounding it, you'll be able to identify the operator of the vehicle, the black SUV.
Yes, that is the defendant operating her black and color Lexus SUV bearing Massachusetts plate 3 GC 684.
And if Ms. Gilman, if you could play.
Seems kind of desperate. That's obviously not the video where she backed into his car.
Well, the date range was the 24th, so I'm not sure what they're establishing with this other than they operate in and out of that vehicle.
Sergeant
with tight
McCann,
space.
you're also aware from your review of the ring videos from One Meadows Ave, another video depicting the defendant leaving the house sometime shortly after 5 a.m. on January 29th.
Yes, I am.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could also from Exhibit 6 ask for, video 153. If you can just pause there for a moment. Now, Sergeant, with reference to this video and the one just previously from 119, where is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle parked in relation to this video?
You see the white field? That's from your backup
Vehicle's
lights.
parked in the back
You see the red
corner
field
of
from the red lens?
driveway along the fence in the same location as it's parked in the previous video.
And at some point, do you see the defendant's vehicle back out of the garage in the same directionality that it did in the prior video 119?
Yes, you do.
Is that Ms. Gilman, if you could address it? Pause there for a second. Now, as far as the operator of that vehicle, are you able to observe who that operator is within that vehicle?
I observed the vehicle being operated. I cannot identify who the individual is, and then from that shot right there.
From at any point in the shot of the video that you observed?
King, you should mark this time in the video.
Not from that shot, no.
Now, with respect to the timing of this video, what time in the morning is this video?
The timing of this video is approximately 5:07 a.m. when the defendant left the home through the garage via her vehicle.
That red lens is intact. It may be cracked, but it's intact.
Now, from this particular pause portion of the video, Sergeant, what, if anything, of significance do you observe within the still shot of this portion of the video 1.5?
Looks like a piece is cracked, though.
The portion of this video in the still shot presented identifies a missing, damaged rear right taillight, exposing the white light coming from the right side of that taillight.
And if you could,
It is kind of hanging off by a
before you
thread
run
there,
through
huh?
extensions of what you're talking about as far as that area of the defendant's vehicle. Now,
Doesn't appear
earlier
to be
in
the
that
damage
video,
that,
did you observe the defendant's vehicle coming close to or coming into
state of search of
contact
the
with Mr.
reassembling of
O'Keefe's
the
vehicle?
tail light assembly.
Yes, I did.
That
And as
certainly
far as Mr.
shows a
O'Keefe's
white
vehicle,
light,
at least
I'm
from
sure,
this
a little
video,
bit.
what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
No damage.
And as far as the ground area around where Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is parked, specifically the rear of that vehicle, what, if any, red pieces or anything do you observe on the ground around Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Nothing was observed.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Looks like she cracked the taillight and was barely hanging on when she backed out the driveway there. It looked like O'Keefe probably could have found a better place to park instead of right next to the fucking garage where you can't. You have to hit it to get out.
And Ms. Gilman, from Exhibit 6, if I could have video number 165. You can pause there, please. And Sergeant, have you reviewed this video as well?
Yes, I have.
And when time-wise, in relation to January 29th, approximately is this video?
It's approximately like 12:30 in the afternoon.
And as far as the vehicles in the foreground area from this particular camera shot, you know whose vehicles those are?
Yes. The vehicle in the top left corner is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Vehicle in the middle left is the defendant's vehicle. And I do not know who the other two vehicles are.
I was telling if you could press play.
Looks like her dad.
Pause there.
Mom and dad.
Yeah.
And Sergeant, from the two individuals exiting from that vehicle, do you recognize who those individuals are?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to whom you recognize and identify who that person is.
That there is the defendant, and that there is Mr. Reed.
Again, Mr. Reed, the defendant's father, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could pull up video 166 from the same exhibit 6. Ms. Gilman, if you can pause there just for a moment. Sergeant, do you recognize the person that just exited from that vehicle and behind the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize that to be?
As a defendant's brother.
And then Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
It's like mom and dad are driving the same exact vehicle. Or a very similar vehicle, I should say.
I'd say there's a theme in all four of those vehicles.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If I could have from the same exhibit 6, video 171. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Sergeant, from your review of those videos, at various points you observed the defendant's brother cleaning off the defendant's car, correct?
That's correct.
At any point in time, did you observe the defendant's brother cleaning off the area of the right rear passenger side's taillight of the defendant's car?
I did not.
Now, Sergeant, turning your attention to February 1st of 2022, yourself and Trooper Connor Keith, is that someone you're familiar with?
I am.
And he works within your unit as well?
Yes, he does.
And at some point, did you and Trooper Keefe on that day go to the CF McCarthy's establishment?
Yes, we did.
And what was the purpose of your visit to CF McCarthy's on that day?
The purpose of our visit was to retrieve surveillance video during the target time in question that we knew the victim and the defendant had visited that establishment. Also, any transaction receipts that we could collect from that location.
And were you able to retrieve both video as well as transaction receipts from that establishment?
We were.
And I'm sorry, my apologies. Before I get into that, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Lanu?
Sir, I'm
I
taking
want
all
you to
this in.
notice something. You see that blue arrow?
And Sergeant, I'm showing you a series of.
That's the antique car. That car is backed in that time.
Those to look up when you finish.
It was backed in the first time.
No, it's pulled in forward. It pulled into the Sally port forward. It was drove in. Remember? The back tail light was near the door where they were kind of, you couldn't really see very good.
I'll have to go back and review that. I don't recall.
And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
I recognize these to be still photographs of the ring video that we just watched.
And that would be video 153, the one with the defendant backing out sometime after 5 a.m. on January 29th.
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Come up, seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you.
Maybe that will help. The car is pulled in forward like that, and the antique car is on the right. And then this one, the antique car is on the other side where they pulled it out and backed it in.
I see what you're talking about, but I don't see. I really don't see the significance of it.
They pulled it in, put some caution tape around it so no one would get near it. Then all of a sudden they backed it. Then they backed it out, did something, and then backed it back in for some reason.
Thank you.
I believe that Sally Port's got doors on both sides. They could drive all the way through. But you're saying the defendant's car or Karen Reed's car has changed its position, not the car that's not the antique car.
Yeah, the antique car has been there at the same position as a point of reference. So you have the car comes in, pulled forward, and then in this picture, you see the antique cars on the other side where the car's in a different position.
Meaning they've moved the position of Karen Reed's car.
Thank you so much. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish just a couple of these photographs?
Okay.
Would there be any reason for that?
Man, that's such a small Sally Port on a small PD. They could have We need to take inmates to court or take inmates to jail, move it out of the way, and then put it back. Who knows? I'm not saying these guys are super professional, but
Ms. Gilman,
I will say this is
I
not good evidence
could.
for the defense.
Have photograph number 30. And Sergeant, you recognize what's up on the screen now as exhibit 456?
I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just move towards the rear of the vehicle. At a moment, John.
Yes.
And Sergeant, what's up on the screen now? If you could direct the jury's attention with that laser pointed to the area of the rear passenger side tail light that you were describing damage. Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Officer, you can have the light back up. Thank you, sir. So Sergeant Mechanic, if I could take you again, I'm sorry, back on February 1st to CF McCarthy's. You secured video and receipts from that establishment on that day?
That's correct.
And as far as the video and receipts, were you then able to subsequently review those at some point?
Yes, I was.
Now, first, starting with respect to the video, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you two photographs of still shots. Just ask you to look at those, look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are still shots of the CF McCarthy's surveillance video that we collected from that establishment from the dining room camera angle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to sit to introduce in a minute as the next exhibit.
No objection. Your Honor.
Thank you.
161.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask those to be published to the jury at this point.
Okay.
And Sergeant Mechanic, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed this still shot from the CF McCarthy.
We observe the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe, here. Appears to be communicating with the defendant here. Mr. Camarano is over here as well. Mr. Sullivan is down here as well. Mr. O'Keefe is wearing the gray light two-tone sweatshirt that I held up earlier, as well as the jeans.
And the next still shot is going to. And similar to this, similar to the previous one, excuse me, Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in this still shot here?
Yes, it's, again, the victim on the other side of the defendant, still dressed in the same outfit, and the defendant standing in front of him.
And as far as the bar area adjacent to the defendant, what, if anything, of significance do you know there?
The bar area is located near the taps, the draft beer taps at CF McCarthy's. So if you were to look at the bar from the street, that is the left side of the bar orientation on the way to the restrooms.
And I'm sorry, I should have been more specific. As far as the sort of shelf of the bar immediately adjacent to the defendant's left arm, what, if anything, do you observe that?
Here, I observe a cylindrical vase-style cocktail glass on the bar, as well as other beer bottles.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. With reference to the C.F. McCarthy's video, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish certain portions of that. It's already been marked as Exhibit 50.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, from the first video. If I could ask you to pull it up to about 7 minutes and 50 seconds. And Ms. Gilman, if you could pause just for a moment, I'm just going to ask you to play from 7:50 to about 8 minutes and 20 seconds in, but I may ask you to pause it.
So now they're trying to put the glass in the defendant's possession, I think.
That, and I think they want to see if she's had
Just, again, for
6
orientation
drinks,
purposes,
show how drunk
with
she was.
reference to the entrance or exit, point of ingress, egress to the bar, do you observe that somewhere within this video?
Yes, at the top of the screen is the front door to C.F. McCarthy's bar. And as we just viewed the two gentlemen walking in, they walked in through the front door, heading to the taps area, draft beer location of the bar.
And if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct your attention to that front door area that you're talking about.
The front door area is located right here.
And with respect to those two individuals that came in, do you recognize those two individuals?
Yes, that is the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe, dressed in the same outfit as before, and Mr. Camerano.
If you could play that to about 8:20.
And the hat that they never recovered until like 5 days later.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you from the same exhibits, same exhibit 50 from the third video now. If I could ask you to go to about 6 minutes and 10 seconds in. And I'm going to ask you to play that till about 6 minutes and 43 seconds. If I could ask you to pause just there. As far as the individuals around Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano, do you observe or recognize anybody else in the bar area around them at this time?
Mr. O'Keefe is sitting next to Mr. Camerano. I believe Mr. Kurt Roberts is there as well, next to Mr. Camerano.
Now, from this time, we're at about 8:51 p.m. or so within the video, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, as far as the timestamp on this video, what, if any, information were you provided when you retrieved this video on February 1st in relation to that time and its accuracy to sort of what time was?
During video surveillance extraction, we verified the time and date on the system, and that is to show us how far behind in the past or in the future. Sometimes devices are timestamped that's in the future. It hasn't happened yet in real time, but the video is stamped so. So what we do is prior to extracting video, we identify the difference in time between real time and video time. In this case, C.F. McCarthy's video was 12 minutes behind real time.
And thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could play this to about 6 minutes and 40 minutes. Just pause there briefly, Ms. Gilman. As far as anyone else within the area of the bar, the area, Mr. Mr. Roberts, who, if anyone else you recognize in that area at this
I recognize the defendant walking in and interacting with the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, within that same video 3, I would ask you to go to about 13 minutes and 15 seconds. And I'm going to ask you to play from here to about 14 minutes and 45 seconds.
Come on, everybody. Let's count them together. Let's go with 1.
I love the bartender's mask on the chin.
Pause there. Now, from your review of this video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe in this part of the video?
This part of the video, I observed the defendant reaching over and retrieving a cylindrical, tall cocktail glass from the bartender.
And again, given the understanding that the video is about 12 minutes off as far as the timestamp, the defendant entered about 8:51 p.m. and is receiving this drink about 8:58 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could, just come and play that to.
Still the state's case. They're arranged-minded. Still the state.
Well, it's not the cross-examination yet, obviously.
But no, it's still the state on the direct.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could go up to about 32 minutes even in to the same video. Now I'm going to ask you to play that for the next 30 seconds or so, to about 32 minutes and 30 seconds. And Sergeant, during that about 30 seconds or so, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant to receive at that point?
A cylindrical cocktail glass.
And so that would be the second drink, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's at approximately 9:15, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could go forward to about 37 minutes into the same video. If you could play that for about the next minute or so, for about 38 minutes. Now, Sergeant, again, from that about 1 minute portion from that video, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant receive and do with any items?
She received the shot glass beverage and poured it into the tall cylindrical cocktail glass, and then Mr. John O'Keefe stirred it for her.
And so that would now be the third drink, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's about 9:20 p.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could direct you to the fourth video, video number 4. And ask you to go about 50 seconds into 50 into this video. And I'm going to ask you to play this, Ms. Gilman, from 50 seconds to about 1:30. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So, Sergeant, from this particular video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe the defendant receiving during this time frame?
She receives another shot glass beverage and then places that liquid into her tall cocktail glass and stacks the second shot glass into the first shot glass into the first tall cylindrical cocktail glass she had previously received and consumed.
So this would now be the fourth drink, is that correct?
That is correct.
And per the video, that's about 9:33 p.m., is that correct?
That is correct.
And Ms. Gilman, within this same video, if I could ask you to go to about 26 minutes and 30 seconds. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause there for just a moment. I'm going to ask you to play this until about 27:40. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. During that period, Sergeant, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant to receive during that time frame?
She received a tall cylindrical cocktail glass.
And in addition to that, what, if anything else, did she receive from the bartender during that time?
A shot glass size beverage.
And what, if anything, did she do with the shot glass in regard to the larger cylindrical glass?
It was placed inside the tall cylindrical cocktail glass.
So that would be drinks 5 and 6, is that correct?
That's correct.
And per the timestamp on the bar video, this is now about 9:57 p.m., is that correct?
That's super
That's
weak
correct.
evidence for intoxication. She could be
And,
drinking
Ms. Gilman,
Kool-Aid
if
for
I
all
could
you know.
direct you to video number 5. And if I could ask you to go to about 3 minutes in. And ask you to play that till about 3:30 or so. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And if I could ask you to go to about 10 minutes and 30 seconds in. And I would ask you to play that for about a minute to about 11:30 or so.
So we're talking about like a Jaeger bomb, or you get the shot of Jaeger and you drop it in some Red Bull or something, or Irish car bomb, and something like that. I mean, that's technically one drink. They just don't put the alcohol in. You drop it in there, but he's calling it 2 drinks.
Well, I think the best they can achieve out of this is showing that she leaves here with a glass that would put the glass that was found near O'Keefe's body, the location it could have come from. But it seems like they could have had Peter Pan or the infamous Miss Handley do some sort of comparison to the stock glasses they have at the bar to make a determination if it was the same, but I didn't see that.
Yeah, she's clearly looking like she's intoxicated. Not that that's against the law, but and also when she came in with John O'Keefe, or after him or shortly after him, there wasn't like
So
an
Sergeant,
engage
sort
of a
of
kiss
rounder
or
shots
anything.
during this portion of the video, is that correct?
Yeah, sustained. You can ask it differently.
Yeah, they were hugged up there, though. They don't look like they're fighting.
The defendant and or the group that she was with do in this portion of the video.
In this portion of the video, the 2 gentlemen to the right of the defendant consume a shot-size beverage.
And as far as the shot glass that the defendant received, what, if anything, do you observe her to do with that?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Or strike that. Just what did you observe, not what she had.
What did you observe the defendant to do during that portion?
Prior to the shots being taken, a shot glass was poured into the cylindrical tall glass.
And again, so that would be drink number 7 at that point?
That would be drink number 6.
And I'm sorry, so the previous portion was a cylindrical drink and then a shot glass that was 5 and 6, is that correct?
Objection.
I think that was the testimony, but ask it differently.
As far as that drink during that portion, is that drink number 6 or drink number 7?
Objection.
Yeah, in that form, I'll sustain it.
At this point in time in the video, after watching what you watched, how many drinks has the defendant consumed at this point?
At this point, she's consumed or is in possession of
Objection.
I'll allow it.
6 drinks.
And this is at approximately 10:29 p.m., is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could go to about 20 minutes and 30 seconds in. Actually, play for the next 20 seconds.
So they're literally counting drinks that people have at a bar. Amazing people have gone to an establishment that serves alcohol to drink alcohol.
Well, that and she's picking up
Damning.
a glass and putting it down and picking up a glass. They're acting like she picked it up and just chugged the damn thing. She picked it up. and
So
chugged
during
the
that
damn
portion of
thing.
the video, what, if anything, do you observe as to the drink the defendant has and how full it is at that point?
She has a cylindrical tall cocktail glass in her hand.
And can you observe, or did you observe how full that glass was?
Drink number 6 is empty, or near the bottom, almost empty.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to go to about 22 minutes and 40, I'm sorry, 22:40 or so within per the time stamp, I'm sorry.
The bar exit. No, I love you guys. I love you. Man, it was good meeting you. I love you too. You guys are awesome. Thanks. And you stop at the door and look back. I love you guys.
Now, from this portion of the video, Sergeant, what, if anything, do you observe the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe doing in reference to C.F. McCarthy?
Once the defendant got drink number 7, the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe walk out of C.F. McCarthy's, the defendant holding the beverage, tall cylindrical glass in her hand.
Now, may I approach?
Yes.
That's what they really wanted to accomplish, to show
Ms. Gilman, you can
that
take
she
that.
will leave with that glass, and it's a similar glass to what was found next to his
Well,
body.
it's the same. It's the same night. They're gonna say that that's the
Showing
glass.
you the 5-page document. Ask you to review that, look up when you're finished.
It is kind of a weird coincidence they would leave a glass like that there.
Yeah, if they can put that glass in her hand leaving the bar and then find the glass near his body, then that doesn't look good for the defense.
I mean, really, she would have had to slash his arm with the glass, which seems hard to believe, but they are putting the glass in her hand. Well, a glass at a bar. You had a glass in your hand at the bar, but you left with it. So, you know, it doesn't disprove anything on the case for sure.
And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
I recognize it to be a series of transaction receipts from the tabs at C.F. McCarthy's.
And are these the transaction receipts or tabs that you received, you and Trooper Keefe received from C.F. McCarthy's on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, they are.
And with reference to those receipts or tabs, to whom, if anyone of significance, do you, so those tabs pertain to?
The first one for 5280 was opened under the bar tab, Karen A. Reed.
And is there also a receipt from John O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. The transaction through the credit card, being a MasterCard for 5280, was paid by Mr. John J. O'Keefe.
And with reference to the items listed within that particular receipt, what, if any, items of significance do you observe listed on the receipts?
Under Karen A. Reed's receipt, 1 Tito's, $10, 1 Tito's, $10, 1 Coors Light, $5.
Sustained.
That's
May
the
I
real
vote?
assault and
Yes.
offense. Is,
I'm up to introduce you
Tito's
guys in
cost
next exhibit.
$10.
Yeah, it's not a ringing endorsement for CJ
Probably
McCarthy.
should approach. Okay, briefly.
But isn't it possible that you and I go to a bar, they say, what name can I put the tab? You give them your name or whatever, and then you both drink and it's a combined tab between the two of them? Isn't that more likely?
Well, it could, but what does it prove at the end of the day? They went to a bar and drank? I didn't need to see the video to know that they went to 2 bars and probably consumed alcohol that night. And they can't prove her level of intoxication. There's other factors than just how many drinks that you have, how your body processes it. There's many factors actually. So they're not going to be able to establish her level of intoxication other than she did consume what we would believe to be alcohol. But you've got the receipt and you've got a clear liquid that she was drinking. I think the biggest thing that they're pulling out of this, or the biggest thing I think the jury will take out of it, is that once again that glass, that evidence that was found on the scene that could link her to it.
I agree.
You are
I will
unmuted.
say today has not been. Of course, we haven't been to cross on this yet, but they're laying down some pretty heavy stuff to overcome for the jury.
And so Sergeant Mechanic, on those receipts from C.F. McCarthy's under both Ms. Reed's receipt and Mr. O'Keefe's receipt, there was Tito's vodka listed on the receipt, correct?
Correct.
Now, also on February 1st, what, if any, other establishments did you go to in the town of Canton?
Myself and Trooper Keefe went up across the street to the Waterfall Bar and Grill and retrieved transaction receipts and video from there as well.
And as far as the video is concerned from that establishment, have you reviewed that video as well?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to the receipts from that establishment, you reviewed those as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I think you definitely can make a case she's drunk. She has the
I'm showing
glass.
you. 4
Doesn't mean
photographs,
that she
4
hit him,
shots. If you could review those and look up when you're finished.
You couple that with the tail light piece of the tail light found on around or near the body. The only way that you beat this, honestly, is that every investigator was corrupt on this.
And you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are still shots of surveillance video from the Waterfall Bar and Grill on the night of January 29th after midnight. And Mr. O'Keefe is depicted in the still shot.
And those are both interior as well as exterior camera shots of Mr. O'Keefe's sort of exit from the waterfall. Is that correct?
That's correct. Interior, him leaving at 12:11 a.m., which the timestamp on the surveillance video at the waterfall was accurate to real time. He is holding a beverage shorter cocktail glass in his right hand as he exits the establishment. He's seen on the exterior camera walking towards Washington Street.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce in a minute.
No objection.
Chances of O'Keefe having that glass and bringing that glass inside the house, and then it got broke, and then he brought the glass out, is also a possibility. Or
It is a possibility. It may, well, I would say likely, but it's definitely a possibility.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask that this be published for the jury.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could just have the first one.
I feel like if they had the forensic analysis that was his drink or whatever, I think that when they called them to G.I. Jane, they would have said something about that.
I don't know if these 2 crack investigators thought to get a sample from the bar to
And Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
do the analysis. I don't know that they need it, though.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the still shots presented to me and entered into the exhibit of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the Waterfall Bar and Grill at 12:11 a.m. on the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, holding a cocktail glass.
And if I could have the second still from this second. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
And if you could, using the laser pointer before you just direct the jury's attention to where you observed Mr. O'Keefe and what, if anything, you observed Mr. O'Keefe holding as he was exiting the waterfall.
Mr. O'Keefe is observed here. He's holding that shorter, fatter cocktail glass as he's walking out of the establishment.
Oh, so they're both stealing glasses left and right.
Just the second one, please. And again, Sergeant, you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now marked as Exhibit 467.
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this study.
This is Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the waterfall establishment, holding the cocktail glass in his right hand as he walks towards Washington Street.
Thanks. Gentlemen, you can take that. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights. Thank you, sir. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Buchanan's been a solid witness so far.
I think he's gonna be.
So I'm showing you what's been previously marked as exhibit.
He's gonna be a little shook a little bit more when he gets crossed.
Man, I'm not sure. I think this guy, he knows what he knows. He knows what he did, and that's what it'll be no matter who's asking the question. We'll see.
And do you recognize what's contained in Exhibit 54?
I do recognize it, yes.
Are those the receipts that you received from the waterfall when you went there on February 1st?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
And they're probably going to use his testimony
sir,
as the
with
supervisor
reference
of the
to the
unit in lieu of Proctor.
In regard to the timestamp on that surveillance video, what, if anything, were you told as far as the accuracy of that timestamp when you retrieved that video?
That video was confirmed to be accurate in time, as in real time. No discrepancy.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish 3 quick clips from what's been marked as Exhibit 53.
Okay.
I think they're trying to show if he was still in the bar at 12:11,
Channel 3, the second video down.
then he couldn't have got to the house until 12:20 or whatever like that.
If I could ask you to go from the timestamp on the top of the screen to 10:54 in 25 seconds. Keep it clear. I could ask you to pause right there. So, Sergeant, from that particular portion of the video, what, if anything, of significance did you observe further?
That portion of video depicts Mr. John O'Keefe walking in with the defendant gesturing to a group of people at the top of the screen, and then Mr. O'Keefe walking over and giving a hug to an individual that's part of the group.
So from the same channel 3, Ms. Gilman.
Brian Higgins.
Video down. If I could ask you to go 11:39 in 40 seconds. Pause there, thank you. And in about 5 to 10 seconds or so, I'm going to ask Ms. Gilman if you could pause it, and I'm just going to ask Sergeant if you could direct your attention to sort of the top right corner of the screen. Okay, so pause there. From that portion of the video, you observed the defendant in that portion of the video?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe her to be doing?
She retrieves a drink from the table and appears to consume it.
Now, as far as the drink and the tall cylindrical glass that you observed her walking out of C.F. McCarthy's with, what, if anything, do you observe from the glass that she's taking a sip of from this portion of the video of the waterfall?
It's a shorter, fatter style glass compared to the cylindrical tall style that she walked out of C.F. McCarthy's with.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Mr. Officer, if we could have the lights. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, with the state, he's a state trooper, is where Proctor works. And that's his boss.
Mr. Lally, why don't we end for the day? It's been a long day. Everybody ready to go home? Yeah, okay. All right, so Sergeant, we're gonna need you back tomorrow, and I'll ask you to just follow the jurors out when they leave. So jurors, those same reminders, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please. Jared, follow me.
Yeah, she's feeling pretty beat up.
And I will see counsel at sidebar about scheduling, please.
Sidebar, please.
Check this out right here, what she does. They're not going to call Proctor ever. No Proctor ever.
If this is his supervisor, he supervised every affidavit. He went and actually did with him as the second for all these interactions. I don't think that they have to. He can articulate the state's case well enough.
So right here in the top with the white coat with the blue shirt that's inside out, that's Turtle Boy up there in the middle. And then the guy to the left that's got the white hair that's behind the bench behind Karen Reed. The guy with the white hair, that's one of the guys who also does a podcast very similar to Turtle Boy. And then sometimes they collaborate and do podcasts together.
Sounds good.
Yeah, just so you can get a point of reference of these people who were in the courtroom today. And Turtle Boy said he forgot his laptop, so he's been reporting live from his cell phone. Which he was questioned at the break about. They thought he was taking video of it, but he showed them proof of his phone. So what do we got here, man? This is the end of the day.
I think it's been a good day for the state.
They made a very good case, and they talked until the time was up.
But you've heard me say before, as an investigator, you look for that one thing that if I believe the story is one way, what stops me from going that direction? There's always something. If I can get around that, if I can disprove it or prove it, depending on how you're looking at it, then you can go with one scenario versus another. But if you can't get around it, then it is what it is. You can't manipulate it. You can't talk your way around it. You can't bring up other evidence. And I will say that what the state has done today with both the forensic analysis of the taillight, no doubt that the fragments of broken lens came from her vehicle. The glass is kind of an iffy. Don't really know where that's at. If you didn't find pieces of the glass that was found in the yard on the vehicle, but there was broken shards of glass, you could assert that there was many. It looks like they took glasses out of both locations, so that could be glass from that. It could be glass from whatever. It doesn't matter. But that's not really against the state. I say that Buchanan, whatever his name is, I say he's done a good job. He articulated it. He brought receipts with evidence as far as video. He's been able to back up everything that he said. You don't necessarily have to believe him. He's got the evidence to show it. I do question why they left it in Canton. I know why they left it in Canton. One, it was convenient because it was over the weekend, just being real. The other, that it was heated. If you're going to do an investigation and dig around on a vehicle and it's really cold, then a heated location is a great place to do that. So I can see why they did it. I don't think they should have left it there that long. It was there from the 29th to the 3rd or 2nd of February, more than a couple of days.
Yes.
It didn't look like it was a very secure area. More than likely, from the photographs you've shown, the defense is going to be able to show that that vehicle's been moved, that someone had custody of that. They're not going to leave it there in that location without leaving the keys to somebody in that police department that can move it if they needed to.
It is interesting that you leave the car in the Canton Police Department after they've already been conflicted off of it within the first 2 hours, and then you still leave the car in a place that the police department's been conflicted out.
Well, I don't think that they made that decision as far as there was a conflict and for a couple of days, according to Buchanan's testimony. And Dante says Buchanan is solid compared to Higgins and Brian Albert. I 100% agree with Dante. I think Buchanan was solid. And I also agree with you, Dante. I'm excited for cross-examination. I think he'll do well. I think he's not there with a narrative other than what the investigation is. And I think, like I said earlier, he saw what he saw. He did what he did, and he'll have. He'll be able to stand up under scrutiny under cross-examination. Hey, I've got a question. Do we know if Karen Reed in custody?
No.
Or does she go home every night?
No, she goes home every night.
Well, that's lucky her. That's not most Americans in this situation.
Well, I think she had a $200,000 bond.
Yeah, there's a lot of bonds out there. Not a lot of people can make those.
Well, I mean, if you can afford to have that kind of Lexus, and then you can also afford to have Alan Jackson as your attorney, I'm sure you can afford, what is it, $2,000? 20 grand, 20 grand,
20 grand. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of money, but either way.
Yeah. I'm sure your parents can put their house up or something. You can figure something out and get out.
But yeah, I say this: the defense has got some hills to climb. I think the defense knew they had these hills to climb anyway. I think on their defense, they're going to try to muddy the water. Still high probability of at least one hung juror that's not going to be comfortable with it. Somebody that hung up on law enforcement and the actions of the whole Albert crew. And the other thing you've got to understand for folks that are watching this is that police are just not police all over the place. Boston PD is a different law enforcement agency and jurisdiction than Canton. The state troopers are a different law enforcement agency and jurisdiction than even Canton. You heard some of it with Buchanan speaking when he's like, well, who's this? Well, that was a Canton police officer. I don't know who that was. So it's not like all police officers went to the same police school and they're all under the same umbrella. Like it would be like in the Army or something. It's just not that way at all. Their command structures, their policies, the way they conduct their business and they're organized are completely different. So for me, it's a hard leap to say that some Boston PD officers that live in a different jurisdiction got themselves in a jam, needed or tried to get some sort of cover up going on, and they were able to influence all these other local agencies that really don't give a damn about Boston PD. Their job is not hinged on or relation to, or there's no benefit for them helping Boston PD because Boston PD won't be able to do anything for them. It's like a promotion or something. So I have trouble with the conspiracy. Honestly, that's the main reason I have trouble with it, is that you gotta have a lot of folks involved in it. And all these folks from different jurisdictions are all putting their own personal freedom and their career on the line to participate in that. And because once you do one thing, you get into it just a little bit, you can never get yourself out of it. You can never cover it up. It's done and it's done forever. And in a murder case, if it's ever revealed that you did this, you got explaining to do. There's no way that you're going to be able to get yourself out of it. So yeah, I do think that the Alberts are the way they behaved is odd. I'll give you that. But I don't know if she did not hit this guy. Now, whether she knew she hit him or it was an accident, we can make that argument. But You're gonna have to get something better than they hit this stuff with a hammer. Hammer impacts, broken shards of plastic like that. With impact damage from like a hammer, you'll be able to see the bruising. We didn't see any indication of that. I don't think the lab is dirty. I don't think the lab's involved in this. So
I mean,
we're going back to the video. Okay, so she pulled in head first, and we're looking at the rear of that police car there. Are we looking at the front of the police
side,
car?
right?
Passenger side
the
towards
rear of the. We're looking at the rear.
See, the
that
word
front?
police on that bumper is backwards, as if that would be the front of the car. When you look in the rearview mirror, they used to do that. So is
Okay,
that not the
that's
front of the car?
Sure.
Okay. But the passenger side of that vehicle is facing the side where the antique car is, as we look at this.
Right. So then if we look at so that would be something similar to this right here. And then if we look at this one, you can clearly see the passenger side is facing away from that car, which it is the front. You can tell a lot easier that it's the front of the car from that one. But the passenger side is facing away from it.
No, I agree. That vehicle has been moved. But I will say it's not uncommon. You're not going to leave it in that Sally Port without leaving the keys to somebody in the Canton Police Department in case they've got to get a prisoner in. And they'll pull it out and put it back in. It's not secure, though. That caution tape doesn't mean, it means nothing. But now hang on. Dante says, go back to when they drive the Lexus in. He wants to see that part. And the driver gets out left-hand side.
Give me 1 second. Okay.
That's a good point. Did the driver get out the left-hand side, or was there a passenger in there?
There was
go back to that.
There was a passenger. There was a person in the driver's seat and passenger seat. It was
somebody ride in the suspect vehicle as a passenger.
Because that was the boss, Bootnick, and then that was also the driver was Michael Proctor, who was in the driver's seat.
May I get just a little closer?
Sure. Can we turn out the lights, please, Dave?
I never saw anyone get out the other side. But mirroring wouldn't change the side that's orientated to the.
Well, there's the person right there that was in the back. I just don't think you've seen the door open.
I think we just saw the driver get out what apparently looks like the right-hand side, but it's mirrored, making it the left-hand side. And that would put the passenger side on that far wall, just like the still picture is. Dante's right. It's a mirrored image. And that would explain the reverse writing on the police car. Maybe it is right side orientation. And we're looking at the back of the car.
Interesting. I've heard a couple of people talk about that, and I actually seen the picture, which I'm going to show you in just a second.
Dante's got a sharp eye for these things.
Yeah, Dante knows a lot about this. When I thought I knew some stuff, he knows a lot about this. All right, what do we got here? I got some stuff. Let's share this tab. Okay. So you have this one is the car that looks like it's in the second port. Backed in. You got this one that's showing the car.
Is that the back or the front of the police car? I say that's the back of the police car. It's backed in.
That's the back?
I think it's the back. I think police is written the correct way. I think this is a mirrored image that we're looking at.
Those two things on the left and right, I believe those are headlights because I believe those are headlights. Let me look at this picture right here. Of this one, you can see the front of the car. You can see the little mirror and that little small piece of window. This looks like it's definitely the front of the car. You can tell from this picture.
And I agree with that, but I think that squad is backed in when the Lexus is pulled head in.
This one?
Making the camera, this is the opposite side of that. That car hasn't moved. It's the same. And I agree with Dante. I think that's a trunk hood and not a trunk lid and not a hood is what we're looking at from the video camera.
Interesting.
Well, look, police is misspelled. Now, they used to do that on ambulance and police cars. So when you looked in your rearview mirror, you could see it. But it's very rare that you see police written across the front of a car like that.
Mm-hmm.
You see it on the back.
Interesting.
And now is that propaganda from your Turtle Boy?
No. This is just off of just people posting stuff on hashtag Karen Reed. That's what I'm looking at right now. Just people who hashtag Karen Reed. But another thing I thought was something worth mentioning. Oh, there's a bunch of comments. You want to start posting some of those comments? Let's see here. I'm gonna look down through, look for some more stuff. All right, here's one.
You see, I agree with Dante on this. The reverse riding is the back of the police car, but the video is mirrored.
Oh, see, it is a double door. You're right, because behind the door it says 4. In front of the car it says 3.
And it is. If you watch at the very beginning of the video, you see people walking through that door, stomping the snow off their feet, and then the vehicle drives in the opposite door. And a Sally Port's going to have that. It's not like a garage you're going to back in and out of. You're going to drive all the way through.
What's Dante saying?
This is why they didn't mention it's a mirror image. He didn't know, but it's lacking on the prosecution side. And I agree. It's just a mirrored image. It's
a mirrored
the same.
image.
Yeah, it's the same image. It's just mirrored.
I see.
And Grizz thinks somebody did get out of the other side, but there was a video skip in a frame, and you just don't see it. But I didn't see where that person would have been.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you're right about the mirrored image. Now that you mention it, it does make sense. I will agree to that. I'm not going to ride the conspiracy all the way to the end and say, hey, it's a conspiracy. But there's certain things that you really going to have a hard time getting past, like 227, Haas long to dying cold. That one, whatever you say, it's going to be very, very difficult to get past that, in my opinion. And the weak testimony by Brian Higgins. Now, this guy's doing a good job, but the one thing I will point out about him is he is going to be the closest thing that you can get to Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor is not going to get on the stand while the prosecution is making their case. So the closest you're going to get is his boss. So if you have questions that you'd like to ask Michael Proctor because you think that's going to help you out, you need to see if you can phrase them in such a way to ask Buchanan, because he's the one that was there with Proctor pretty much every step of the way. When you're like, man, Proctor did this and Proctor did that. From what Buchanan was testifying today, he was with Proctor when he did this, and he was with Proctor when he did that. So, your Proctor questions, you might as well just go ahead and unload them now and see how far you can go.
Well, and I think that's the state's plan is to put him up and not put Proctor up. Of course, the defense is going to call him because I think Proctor has compromised himself by being just a jackass with going through the phone looking for nudes. Higgins compromised again, trying to hook up with another cop's old lady. So those guys are just dirty. Now, are they dirty to the point they're criminal and they had this guy killed, or they're covering up for a murder? I mean, I don't know yet. I will say that my personal belief is the state better come right. If everything's not right, then you've got to let that person go. That it's better that a guilty person go free than an innocent person go to jail. Now, this is what I wanted to see. What are we looking at here?
So you're looking at Karen Reed backing into the car, the one that we've all seen. She backs into the car. This is the still frame of her pulling away, and it shows the piece of glass that in the upper right hand corner has been kind of blown up, or it's been I mean, the taillight's clearly cracked, and then she backed into O'Keefe's Traverse. But you show here the piece that Michael Proctor said that he found that's like hanging off. That piece is still on her car, but if she would have ran into him, then went home, then came back later, that piece would not be in the yard. That's the piece that Michael Proctor found a week and a half later. The piece is on her car right now. And this is after what they're alleging would be the part where she wrecked into him.
I do not believe that they've got pictures with that much resolution off of that ring camera in the snowstorm. With a pink circle around it. Where's that picture from?
That's from the video where she backed into O'Keefe.
Okay, the other pink one, the clear photographs up close to the lens, those are from the ring camera video?
I'm not sure, man.
No, they can't be. I'm not sure what I'm looking at there. I can't trust that.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. But it does seem a little suspicious. I don't know, man. I if I was a jury, I could not convict. I mean, just off the Haas long to dying cold. I mean, I could not convict her just based on that because someone in that house knew something. When you look at the clothing, I mean, let's just go down through some evidence. Just not all of it, just some of it. The ones that are just the big question marks. The Haas long to dying cold for sure. But the clothing that they're saying road rash, and the clothing that shows it, and it's definitely consistent with a dog biting into your arm, but road rash, it's just not consistent. Those injuries to his arm, both of his eyes being black and blue with cuts on his eyes and the gash in the back of the head, that's not, in my opinion, that's not consistent with this Lexus hitting you. The tiny microscopic shards of glass that were found in his shirt to hit him with that back, whatever it's made out of, let's just say it's breakable, but to be breaking in those small pieces to be found on his arm doesn't make sense either. Microscopic pieces.
Well, and we may get some answers to that when it comes to the medical examiner, but Dante brings up, he says, well, hang on, let me go back up to that. He said he's beginning to think the conspiracy is the McAlberts. I like that, McAlberts. Trying to discredit the investigation to get Karen off. It's like a 720 conspiracy. That's possible. Muddy it up so bad that you can't get a prosecution. There could be something to that.
It makes sense.
I could lean into that, Dante. Although Turtle Boy's making that rough because they're making it rough on Turtle Boy's making it rough on them.
Yeah. Yeah, Grizzly Greg comes in strong. Says those pictures contradict the prior testimony with the streets were clear and the snow had just begun to stick in grassy areas.
Well, now that's the time they think that that he was dropped off at 12:30 when streets were clear and it was just beginning to snow. With the video that when she backs out to go look for him just before 6 a.m. in the morning when it had really started to pick up and started snowing harder at that point.
Yeah, at that time they were saying it was 2 inches of accumulation. It was like 5:30. They said there was around 2 inches of accumulation at that time. And then later on that night, like at 6 o'clock, when the CERT team finally had the green light to go plant the tail light in the the shoe that they forgot to take out of the basement and his belt and his hat that they got later on. This was 18 inches of snow at that time. So that's a little timeline of the snow.
Now, the belt was on his person. That was found in the hospital. It was taken into custody prior to them seizing the vehicle even. So I don't believe the belt conspiracy that it wasn't missing. It was clearly there. We saw it in evidence today. And I believe Buchanan when he says that it was there and he took it in.
I wonder what was the other piece of evidence that was in the bag that they didn't feel was important to make aware of the contents.
I think his underwear.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, they didn't. No reason unless there's something there about it. And when people die, they could soil themselves. So
yeah, I got you. That makes sense. When the Lexus is nearly on the road pulling away from John's house, the two taillights are definitely different.
I agree. Now, whether that damage was done by striking John's car or was it done by striking John's head, but they're definitely they're different leaving the house at 5:40 or so in the morning.
So what are we thinking, Dante? Are you thinking police cover up? Are you thinking Karen Reed actually hit him with enough force to break that taillight in the snow? Or what are we thinking here? And look who we got here. We have we're playing a little footsie here. We have little John here. He's done drinking his 2 free iced teas for being a police officer. If you're a police officer, you get free iced teas in North Carolina.
Well, now Grizz brings up a question that I've heard you guys talk about. How would she strike O'Keefe's head with a tail light? Imagine this scenario. The vehicle's backing up fast. He's going to try to get out of the way. He slips. He goes down to essentially bent over at 90 degrees or his head down low, like every one of us have been in our life. And that's where he gets struck. You make the assumption that the man standing upright at the time of impact, I think is not likely even. That he would try to make some evasive maneuvers, but it's wet, a little snow on the ground. He slips. He's drunk. He's been drinking. So I can see, I'm not so beat up that he was struck about the head and the face with the tail light as much as you guys are. But I know that when people are in action and moving, they have a tendency to lean forward, bend over, and especially when you slip and fall, I can see being struck in the manner that he's struck with the tail light. I can buy that.
Well, I saw an animated scenario where it was just that he was bent over. But here's the thing. If that was in fact the case, the wound would have been on the side, not at the crown of his head.
Once again, you make the assumption the only impact that he would have experienced after being struck with a vehicle is just being struck with a vehicle. He still has to go and hit the ground. And if the state's assertion is correct, he flew 5 feet or 12 feet to hit the ground. He's going to have some damage on impact on the ground. Now,
give or take 16 feet.
Give or take 16 feet. That's right.
We were talking yesterday. There was no signs of like grass stains or any kind of markings on his clothing to indicate that he hit the ground with a force like that.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. Now, remember, we've got vomit. He didn't die immediately, so it is very possible that he was struck and say he went down and hit the curb with the back of his head, gets the gash on the back of his head. He gets up, crawls 12 feet into the yard, falls down on his back, and that's where he lies because he starts to succumb to his injuries at that point. So he may have not been hit with the force that knocks that man 12 feet into the yard. He could have crawled up to that yard and rolled over onto his back, and that's where he died. So that's all absolutely possible. But you've got vomit, you've got bleeding, and they know that they had a weak pulse when they found him at 6 a.m. So that's damn near 6 hours that he's been laying out there. That he's still technically alive
without a jacket.
Without a jacket. Well, he's from up there. Evidently, you don't need jackets. But to assume that the only injury you'd expect to see after this, what the state alleges, is the damage from the vehicle striking you is not true. I think you absolutely going to have to find the ground after being struck, and most likely you'll have some damage at that point.
So you're thinking you'd be going for guilty?
Well, I got some problems. I got some problems with the Higgins. I've got some problems with a few of the other things. I don't know. I don't know that she's innocent necessarily. I don't know that I could convict her.
Well, I think you were gone, but I was reading. Apparently, this come out in opening arguments, which I was kind of surprised. But apparently, they did pull the data from the ECM, and they said that she was going. What was it, Kingdom? 22 mile an hour in reverse.
Backwards?
That's what that's what they said. The data showed from the ECM, the vehicle's ECM.
That's damaging. But I'll tell you, 20 miles an hour in reverse is I bet most of us have never done it.
Well, if you're going 22 miles an hour in reverse in the snow, you're doing it on accident. Or you're definitely doing it on purpose, but it's very difficult to drive a straight line at that fast.
Well, wouldn't you think there would be some tissue on the taillight lens where it hit him? Or you're saying that it maybe have knocked him down, and then he hit his head on something?
Well, okay, he's got his hoodie on, he's got a hat on. It doesn't necessarily mean it's skin to skin contact. Dante says 24 miles an hour at 62 feet backwards. I think it's what Dante's saying. I've heard that too. So yeah, I'll tell you that the state has actually pulled together a bit of a case that makes it more difficult to believe. Well, now here's Grizzly Greg. You grumpy Grizzy, because now you're saying in a blizzard note, but earlier you were disputing the fact that roads were clear and it was just beginning to snow. When this accident happened, that's exactly what roads were clear and it was just beginning to snow. So it wasn't a blizzard at the time that she was driving in reverse at 24 miles an hour. And if her little onboard black box says that happened, I mean, how do you refute that? Who got in there and tinkered with that to make that evidence? You wouldn't be able to get into my vehicle and pull the black box and show that I've ever driven 20 miles an hour in reverse.
And I agree with Dante. If you're drunk as a skunk, she has to be a professional driver. If she did this intentionally at 20 that fast in reverse, drunk as a skunk, it couldn't have been on purpose unless she was a professional driver.
Well, and I've been going with, can you go that fast in that short a period or in that short a distance with that kind of weather? But then I thought those vehicles are like all-wheel drive, so technically four-wheel drive. So I guess you could, if you could hold it straight, to Kingdom's point. I don't know.
You know what? You get your wheels straight forward and you hammer the gas. For 62 feet, don't move the wheels. You're going to go straight back. It's not going to get out of control on your own. It's when you try to make those small corrections with the front tire that you can get yourself in a yaw position. But
yaw position, I like that.
Yeah, I was getting yaw position.
Yeah, like y'all get in position. I'm gonna hit you with the taillight.
John, former law enforcement, you're gonna get me on a yaw. It's actually it's a term. When
I had to. I'm sorry, I had to.
When you're pointed in one direction, but your vehicle's moving in another.
I know.
I'm with you, Grizzly. It's Grumpy Lanu today. I got you. I'm with you on that.
Well, like Kingdom says, apparently y'all can come to Kernersville and get a free tea.
No, Lanu has never been through Chick-fil-A and they offer him a free tea, but then again, he doesn't have the blue line in his license plate, apparently.
That is, both of those are very true. I've never been offered a free tea from Chick-fil-A.
Well, I can say the blue line will either help you or get you in trouble. I actually had my tires slashed one night at a hotel at the beach because I had a blue line license plate.
Well, check out Dante doing some research. Teslas can't do self-driving, but a Lexus with a rear cam and auto box could easily be handled by a high IQ German Shepherd. Well, now Dante, we don't know the whereabouts of Chloe, the German Shepherd, so that could be a suspect that is not named in this. The Chloe could have been driving that car.
Yeah, 100%, dude. 100%.
Poor Chloe. Chloe's getting a bad rap.
And she did say she didn't want to go to the party. She drops him off, and he's supposed to text her that he got inside, but he didn't do it. So she may have not have seen him, and maybe she got down the street. Well, you haven't texted me. Now she's mad, so she's going to back up real fast, to wherever he's at to see if he's inside. And she zips backwards and pops him, and then drives off. Maybe she didn't. Maybe she didn't know she actually hit him. Maybe she didn't know he was hurt as bad as he was, and then drives off. So you can make a lot of assertions on this, but the problem is it goes back, and y'all have heard me say this before. When police don't do good practices, when police don't do their job correctly, the first thing the public and everyone else is going to do is go to corruption and not incompetence. But incompetent police is probably more likely that you're going to run into than corrupted police officers, in my opinion. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. You can't, in my opinion, you can't take someone's freedom and liberty away as the state, and the state should get no leeway. You come right or you go home. If you don't have it right, then there's no conviction. Get it right next time. And that's the way I feel about it.
Well, I do have something I'd like to show you. And if you didn't already know the difference between the two and stuff, these are what, they're calling John O'Keefe's arms abrasions. This is what abrasions looks like. This is not what John O'Keefe's arm looks like. And
I believe the autopsy calls
this
them,
is lacerations.
Superficial laceration is what the autopsy report says.
Superficial lacerations. Yeah, this is like a laceration. He had, it was clear that he had what's called a dog attack his arm.
Now, Dante brings up another point. Did they check the driver's seat for dog hair? It's just more holes in evidence collection. Poor police work.
Poor police work.
Dante's on it. You can't argue with the fact. If you didn't check for it's there, now we'll never know. It's just an assertion that we can throw out there, and we'll never know the truth because now it's too late to go back and check for Chloe's hair.
I will. I don't know. I don't even know what to say here because with some of those unexplainable things, it's one of those. If the glove don't fit, you must acquit. It's one of those things where all the evidence is saying you did it, but then this one thing doesn't fit. Not just a glove, but just this one piece of evidence doesn't fit. So you must acquit. I mean, that was the measurement on one popular, trial in LA, but in this one, there's more than just one thing that doesn't fit. There's many things that doesn't fit. And just going back to the Haas long to die in cold and the butt dials between each other during the time that more than likely something happened, it's still, you have to explain that, and you have to explain how they're not supposed to have any knowledge of him being in the house or being outside, hurt and freezing to death. And for somehow they know enough to call each other and to text, or excuse me, Google search Haas long to die in cold. I mean, that right there, that's something, it's hard to get past that, man. You have to get past that. If you're believing the other stuff, you have to get past that. How would she know that?
Well, no, you're going with the assertion that search was done at 2:27. She says it wasn't. The state says it wasn't. The defense says it is, and I'm sure they'll be able to bring somebody in that says that. But and go back to O.J. Simpson. It wasn't just the glove. There were so many bad tactics and bad techniques that law enforcement used against O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson killed those two people. I think we all know that he killed those two people. But the state's case was so corrupt and so incompetent, you couldn't put a man in prison for it. And we could be looking at the same thing here with Karen Reed.
Yeah. Like Grizzly said, something attacked him. And it wasn't even like a wild animal type of I don't know, wild animals are running through Boston. But something attacked him, and it's clearly not road rash on O'Keefe.
Well, Joe, I was reading the defense witness list, and they do have a female, Teri, I can't remember her last name, coming in from Google. So maybe they'll clear that up.
You got what? The Celebrate's not.
Hold up. The defense has Google coming in, or the prosecution?
They're called as a witness. They're on the witness list. Some person from Google.
Yes,
for who?
On the defense witness list.
Yeah.
Okay.
I bet she's not going to come in and say that that search didn't happen at 2:27.
Well, interesting enough, there's officers, current and retired, that from what was that town that started with a D?
Where they picked up the vehicle at her parents' house.
So they're coming in. There's actually some Minnesota state troopers on the defense list. They got like 71 or 72. Not that all of them will be called, but they've got like 71 or 72. It's pretty impressive.
I'm going to tell you, the defense is going to be a defense to see. This is going to be one of the, if you like to follow cases or watch a little court TV, this is going to be better than Law and Order when defense gets on, because they are going to be dropping grenades and bombs and pissing in everybody's Cheerios at every second with every witness. It's going to be great.
I agree. 100%.
All right, folks, I've got to get off here, get a few things done for our night court show tonight. Tonight, we've got an actual retired U-2 spy plane pilot that'll be on the night court show tonight. For those of you that aren't following me, give me a follow on X and join us with the night court show tonight. We're going to go into what it takes to be a U-2 pilot and maybe some missions that would surprise you that U-2 planes have been used in some of our recent conflicts, believe it or not. I think most of us know the U-2 plane from the early 60s, but this aircraft is still in use, and it has a very unique set of capabilities. But it's a very, very small pool of pilots that have flown it. It's not something you can aspire to. It's something they're going to ask you to do. But we've got a retired pilot on, and he knows from start to finish everything about the U-2 spy plane and its training program. So join us tonight. That's 9 p.m. Eastern to 11 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. But tonight we'll be doing the U-2 spy plane. That's on X Spaces show. Thanks, guys.